here it matches perfectly. So as long as you have distances, you can judge how the surface looks like. And yeah, that doesn't match a flat surface.
Right, because you've been given false distances from a false model.
Oh, interesting that
built on a house of cards.
Well,
They've manipulated the map. Like the idea of the map is not the territory. In this whole deception, in my viewpoint, they've absolutely manipulated the coordinate system and the map system that they give to the general population, who think that it's legit and real and correct, and plays into the entire deception.
Actually, when I made the tests here, I didn't use any given. Well, the coordinate system isn't something they give you. It's just like there's two angles, the latitude and longitude, and that's it. And you can figure out where you are based on the stars. And yeah, if the distances were wrong, that difference would accumulate very easy it would accumulate in different spots depending on how your claim the Earth is. Like whatever map you pick to say, well, that's the actual map of the Earth, those divergences would accumulate somewhere else. So we could just go there and ask for people, make a sextant measurement there, and it would refute your model instantly. But of course, you guys don't have a map, right? Because that would be good for us. We would be able to refute it. So yeah, as long as you keep you can change how the surface looks like. We can never refute it.
Well, I don't know all this we and you and all this stuff. I mean, you're a person. You're your own person who has.
Yeah, I meant flat earthers and globe earthers. Like
there isn't really a big group of those.
All right, but there's no map, right? Yeah, regardless of that, there's no flat Earth map that we can evaluate.
Okay, well, in my opinion, we've been violently usurped, taken over, and ruled by a parasitic group of entities. So they have done a massive amount of genocide, murder, all kinds of things to get to the position they're in. And they have, at this point especially, ownership of all the military and all of the Antarctica and the North Pole, everything at this point, especially after World War II. So they have sold us a false bill of goods on multiple fronts within the medical industry, food, who we are, our origin story, our history, what the Earth is on multiple levels. So to think that what you perceive as quote unquote flat earthers are going to just somehow have $50 million at hand to go ahead and free access to the entire Earth anywhere we want to go without any restrictions. And we're going to put it probably costs more than 50 million to put an entire map together to give it to Bacon on Discord.
It's actually not that hard. Because you can just place local maps. For example, you have maps of cities, you have maps of states. Those, I mean, everyone knows they work because they drive cars on there. They're all there. You have to just join them and just combine them into a single map. And of course, that would take a while. But I've seen flat earthers doing much more harder things, much more complicated experiments.
Well, I don't think that the distances like in cities is necessarily the problem. The GPS that works when you drive your car, that's not really an inconsistency. We're talking about the larger Earth system, like how
I wasn't talking about GPS.
How the continents actually are laid out on the actual Earth. That is where the real difference comes in.
Yeah, well, that's easier because now we're just talking about like, okay, so if we accept the shapes of the countries or the states, then you don't have to spend millions of dollars to map out the whole thing. You just have to place the countries in a position that matches their distances. And you can use whatever you want. You can use radio waves. You can come up with any method you want to get distances. You can use flight times. There's multiple ways you can at least get an idea of how the Earth should look like.
I mean, that'd be cool if you did that. I mean, the thing is that you make this thing like we quote unquote have a map and you don't. Meaning the
I'm
globe.
doing this.
So here's the thing. You, Bacon on Discord, have no offense. You have nothing. Meaning with a map, you have absolutely zero. So you might map.
What do you mean?
You might know the way to your local job or your local store. What I'm saying is that you have nothing for a map of the earth. You were given something from a government issued from other people, other men that claimed it was something that the earth was, and you might subscribe to it or you believe it or you think it's good or whatever it is, but you personally don't have a map at all. So could you please present your map, the one that you made, and then we can look at that? Because the answer is you don't have one.
Well, they're all available. For example,
I'm not asking for a map that a man made that you believe. I'm asking for your map.
well,
you don't have it.
I use the.
None of you globe guys do. Not one.
Well, but the
no
thing
one
is,
has a map of the earth anywhere.
The thing is, let me
in any of these discussions anywhere or a model. You have neither.
We
the
do
only thing
have
you
a
have
model.
is something you subscribe to that you believe for whatever reasons you believe. You have nothing.
The reasons why it matches observation. That's the reasons. I could try to do what I'm suggesting that the flat earthers should do. That is like placing countries where their distances match. But I don't.
Why do you have to ask flat earthers to do things for you? Why don't?
Because I already did that.
If you have an inquiry about the world, then you should look into it and do what you'd like.
Let me answer that. Let me answer that, Pete. Because I did that. The distances of countries do match a sphere, so there's no change I have to do in this map to make it fit better. Any distances, any known
You measured
distances.
the distances between the continents?
They were measured in multiple different ways.
We blindly believe. Again,
I don't blindly believe.
Bacon has nothing.
No, I don't blindly believe.
And you're taking this kind of like condescending approach as if you're above everybody because you have all these great things, but you have nothing. All you have is a belief system based on what men gave you, and you think it works.
You said I blindly believe. That's false. For example, if distances were false, if distances were mistaken, you would have even pilots to know that and account for that. Otherwise, flight times wouldn't match the distances that we expect. So it's not blind. I can use flight times to verify that, for example. That's one way. There are other ways, but that's one of them. And people have done it multiple times. So you can say it's blind.
That's very, very blind. That somebody flew an airplane that you don't know, that you weren't on the plane, and you're just assuming that.
What do you mean I'm not the plane?
You don't know what track that plane took across the earth. You do not know that. You do not know the exact speed that it was traveling or the direction on the earth that it went.
Well,
fuck.
Yeah, but then you would have pilots to be knowing the speed and lying to people because they need that to be able to fly properly. And I mean, I have pilot in the family. We have pilots here, and even if, for example, the tracking was wrong, we're not relying on the tracking. We're actually checking the tracking using the time, because even if they're making a longer track to, for example, make the time go longer, they cannot do the opposite. They can make a shorter time travel than the shorter distance. So you can't just think all of this can be hiding a different shape of the planet, or to say we're
blind. Yes, I can
to
think that. Absolutely. I absolutely.
Yeah, I know you're going to do it, but we can't then say that I'm doing it blindly. I think that there
you
are
are
plenty
doing
of
it
reasons.
blindly because you're a guy sitting on the internet on Discord, looking up things on the internet, and then.
Not only that.
Go to San Francisco,
to give you an example, I did. I mean, I checked the prediction for local gravity, for example, and it matched it perfectly. And a guy on the internet checking flight times isn't being blind. I'm checking things that have people inside. You can see when the airplane landed, when the airplane left. You can do it in your own flights, so you can see if they're not lying for you. And I have mine recorded. I can check it if you want to. So it's not blind. You can say it's blind.
Right. Well, the reason I got activated is just because you were having this sort of condescending thing as if like all of these people you think are flat earthers that don't have something, as if you have, as if you're on the top of some pedestal of wonderful wisdom and knowledge, that you have all these answers, and that we are all just sort of these whatever that don't have maps or something. But I'm just pointing out that you actually also have nothing. You don't have a map. You don't have any model of the universe whatsoever. You literally have nothing but sitting on Discord. And I'm not saying that I have an entire map of the earth either. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying for you to try to suppress these other people that you're calling flat earthers as not having these things, and then you're sitting up atop this mountain because something on Google told you some things, is just, it's just dishonest.
For fuck's sake, Gio, you can verify this yourself. Go to San Francisco, buy a ticket to London, ask for a window seat, see what flight path you take. It's going to be up over Churchill, Canada, not over New York. If you fly the Great Circle route from London, pick another one, pick anywhere, ask for a window seat, see where you go, verify the time. For fuck's sake, it's not that difficult.
I mean, let me answer, because that was to me personally. First of all, I don't think I spoke in a condescending way. If I did, I'm sorry. It wasn't trying to. And also, I don't feel like
it's belittling. Like, you're here to talk to flat earthers because you have an addiction or a fixation or something about your soul and spirit wants you to be here talking to who you think are flat earthers. But then you want to come here and just belittle everyone and try to like roast them and pretend like you.
I don't think that's fair.
I think it'd be honest if you actually admitted, you know what, I'm not sure that's why I'm here talking to you guys. I think it's a globe for these reasons. That would be more honest than trying to like roast and belittle.
That wouldn't be honest. I'll have to be unsure. I'll have to be
entire model of the entire universe.
I have to be dishonest to say I'm unsure. And I don't know. I don't think it's fair to call me dishonest. I mean, what is dishonest about anything I said?
Multiple things. I mean, one being that you said we have an entire map of the earth.
Yeah, we do.
So who's we?
We that believe the earth is round. I mean, we that are on the server that believe the earth is spherical. And well, said we don't have. Yeah, we do have a map, and I'm not sure why
you have
attacking
a map
me personally now.
You were given by a government agency called the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency.
Yeah, we still have it. Doesn't matter where it came from. We have it.
Yeah, connected in with the CIA. So you have essentially a CIA map.
I don't.
Do you trust the CIA?
I never see anyone from the CIA. I don't think the CIA is in my country. I'm not sure where you get that from.
That's where the WGS-84 comes from. It's through the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, which is a part
doesn't matter because
it's part of a family of intelligence agencies that are connected to the CIA.
The claim wasn't that we don't have a map that didn't come from the CIA. The claim was that we don't have a map, and we do. You can claim this isn't trustworthy, that we're taking it on faith, that it's a wrong map, but we do have. You can't claim we don't.
Which one is it? Is it all Peterson's? Is it which one is it? Which map?
Those are projections of the map. All of them can be used.
The real one then?
All of them are real.
They're all real, but they're all different?
Yeah, they're all compatible. No, they're different projections, but they're different projections of the same thing. They're completely compatible with each other, and I actually checked that myself.
Even though the size of continents is completely different?
Yes, because they're projections.
Distances are completely different. So then where's the real map? A map should be a geometrical, physical size representation of what the actual map is. So none of those are the same sizes. So what's the real one?
All of them are real. They're projections of a globe. So they're distorted, but they're all compatible with the globe.
The WGS-84 globe?
Yeah.
Okay, so the one that's created by the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency.
They just created the system. It's just how you make the translation between X, Y, Z, and latitude, longitude, and altitude. There were systems before this one. They were just less precise. So they did that. This W. I forgot the. I don't even know the word to explain it, but it's not. It was the
WTS84 ellipsoid datum.
Yeah, the ones we have before aren't significantly different. They're just a little bit less accurate.
Okay,
but they're all spherical.
So if you think you have the map of the Earth, why are you here asking who you call quote unquote flat earthers for a map? Why are you doing that if you already have it?
I'm calling for a map. I'm pointing to the fact that there isn't, because this is relevant. I mean, if we are talking about how the shape of the planet looks like, and our side claimed to have mapped it, and there is no inconsistency pointed out on this mapping of the surface, and at the same time we're begging for a different mapping to check if a different mapping.
Why are you doing that? That's my question. If you already think the Earth's a globe and you already have your map, why are you here asking people that you think are wrong for a map of something you don't think exists?
Because maybe they'll realize why they don't have a map.
So you're trying to okay, so you're not here to have an honest discussion. You're here to try to tell someone they're wrong?
No. And telling someone they're wrong doesn't mean being dishonest. Actually, if you think the person is wrong and you show that's honest, because that's what you think.
Well, if I had a map that showed me how to get from here to I'm in California, from California to Texas, and I had a map and I've traveled it and I already know 100% that's a map. If there was a Discord server called Texas is in South America and they had a map for that, what do you think my level of interest would be in their map? 0.
I don't know.
0. Why would I want to have a map that's completely false?
Well, if they were arguing for it and you were arguing for them, this will make sense. But
okay, so then you're ready to admit that you think the Earth actually might be flat, and that's why you want to see a map that shows that it's not a globe, because you're not maybe 100% sure about the one that you're given?
No, that's not the reason.
Okay,
explain the reason.
You're just here to ridicule people and be condescending? I'm trying to figure out what you're actually doing.
Of course not. This adds to the discussion. Because if we're talking about the mapping of the surface, and there's a group of people who claim that the surface is something that is different from what everyone believes, right? But they don't have anything that we can evaluate. This should be pointed out. They should be aware of this, right? This is relevant to the discussion, to know that there's no mapping of the flat surface.
Okay. Do you know someone that has $100 million that could go do a full mapping of the surface?
Don't think that's required. As I said, you can even use flight times just to make a better map than the spherical Earth if the Earth wasn't sphere.
Absolutely not. Flight times are all run through GPS. It's all run through their fake coordinate system. So I'm not...
No, you don't have to rely on the coordinate system. You just have to rely on where they were, where they got to, how time it took to go from A to B and from B to A. And you can do this multiple times to get...
B is a straight line. You haven't verified that, so the whole thing's out the window. It's useless.
Yeah, but no, it's not out of the window, because you can make it shorter than the smaller amount of time. You can only make it bigger, right? So you can't just make any map fit the flight times. Now there's some things you might evaluate, but you would first need a map to do it. Like if a certain map would imply that the flight time from A to B should take more time than it actually takes, then the map's wrong, because if that map says that's the straight line and the planes actually get there faster, there's no path that makes it faster. They would have to be lying the speed, but now you have pilots having to lie to you. And I mean, we know a bunch of pilots.
Right, so I'm just trying to understand. So you're looking for a flat Earth map, correct?
No, I actually just pointed out that there isn't.
No, you're not looking for one. So you're just trying to belittle people. What are you trying to do?
No. If I would like if there was someone claiming out that's how the flat Earth looks like.
Okay,
So
you
we
are
can
looking
evaluate
at
it.
the flat Earth map because you think it might be flat.
Right?
It's a pretty poor argument. I could ask you for a map of the complete galaxy and universes, and you wouldn't be able to provide one. And I'd say, okay, so
Yeah, I can
believe
travel
that's
through
real?
the galaxy, can I?
Right, just like
I
we
can
can't
fly an
just
airplane.
like we can't get high enough to see what it is or go past Antarctica.
I'm not talking
right.
about seeing the galaxy. I'm talking about exploring the galaxy. I can't explore the galaxy. I can explore Earth.
You can't explore
go to-
Antarctica. You can't even take a dump in Antarctica without getting like
We don't need
permission.
the whole thing, because if you're only trying to map the continents, that's enough, because the continents cover more than half a hemisphere. So if they're flat, then there's no way the Earth is a sphere. You don't need Antarctica. You just need to show the continents from a flat surface.
I wish I was incredulous at your lack of imagination and your, but whatever.
What am I being imaginative about?
No, you're not. That's what I'm trying to say. You're telling me you don't need to map a part of a thing when we're trying to discern the whole of the thing.
Yes, of course. Because
it's like, you go to the doctor, you ask, do I have cancer? And he's like, no, but I didn't check your lungs or your heart or your brain.
that's not analogous. Because if I claim
explain to me why we don't need to go to Antarctica.
Yeah, I was about to. So if we have a sphere of a certain radius, and you prove that half of this area is actually flat, there's no way it's a sphere, regardless of the other half of the area. The first premise was wrong. So it's easier to show that it is in a sphere with a smaller part. You don't need the whole thing, because if a big enough part is flat, then the argument for a sphere is over.
That's fine.
Just
That's
like
fine, but you still need to see the whole thing. You still need to see the whole thing.
if I made the claim that all swans are white, and you show me a black swan, it's over. You don't have to find every swan. One is enough. So your analogy is just flipping things. Saying a person doesn't have cancer is referring to the whole body. There's no single part that has cancer. If I have a cancer on the tip of my finger,
there's parts of the Earth. There's parts of the Earth that might not be completely flat. Like we've got geography. Like we don't know what's at the center.
Sure,
we don't know what's at the edges.
Sure, but the given radius.
I don't even know what I'm arguing with you anymore, dude. Don't worry about it. I don't think you're getting it. It's all right.
The given radius makes all of the continents more than half of the sphere. They cover both hemispheres. So yeah, some parts are flatter. Yeah, but if you have all the continents flat, there's no way it's a sphere. So the argument for a sphere is over. Oh hey Harry, what's up?
Right, so that's why I asked originally. This whole thing started with you kind of doing this condescending, belittling thing that quote unquote flat earthers don't have a map, therefore, ha ha ha, they don't have a map, as if that proves something. And then that's when I brought up and I said, no, you don't have one either. You have something you believed off of Google, but you, Bacon, do not have a map of the Earth. No globe earther in these discussions has an actual map of the Earth. They have something that they found on Google that was told to them to be the map of the Earth.
So we do have it. You might claim it's wrong, but you can't say we don't have it.
You have something you were told is the map of the Earth. That's what you have.
Yeah, so we have a map. It might not be the Earth, but we have a map. That's what
it's like if I've got a book with incorrect stuff in the book, right? I've got a fictitious book about Harry Potter. It doesn't mean I don't have a book. It's just I've got a book that doesn't match reality. Same as if I've got a map. If you're claiming it doesn't match reality, it's still a map.
Well, what I was saying is that Bacon doesn't have a map. He has one that he is subscribing to. He does not have a map of the Earth.
So I do have one.
You don't know, not one that you made, one that you just acquired from somebody.
Not one that I made, but that wasn't the claim.
But you also haven't verified the one that you were given either.
I verified some things about it. Like you mentioned,
it's like you're here clearly because you're interested in the Earth being a stationary plane. So it seems like it would be more beneficial to maybe brainstorm of ideas of how to come up with a map or ways of doing things, ways of actually solving whatever challenges that we have. I mean, like I said before, in my opinion, we've been violently usurped through genocide, murder, a whole bunch of things to where these people that are now in power are in power. So in my opinion, they have stolen the real maps from the ancient peoples. They have hijacked all of the information that they murdered and killed for to get into the position they have. And then they've sold us a complete false bill of goods. And I don't know about you, but I was born, 40 years ago. Many of us are in our 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, whatever. So we were born into a system that a highly corrupt group of entities, I'll call them, have already done this to us. So those of us that are aware that the Earth isn't a globe, and for all various different reasons, and so on and so forth, to assume that we're going to just have a complete and total map of the Earth, especially when we can't even get to Antarctica, can't even get to the North Pole because of this military control situation, and the fact that even like, I forget the exact percentage, but it's like a high percent. It's like 27% of the Earth is owned by governments that we can't even access. So we can't, meaning even the continents that we're aware of, we can't even walk around everywhere and get measurements. So to think that we're going to have that is a pretty absurd request, don't you think?
Let me address something you said in the beginning.
Even if we had $100 million right now to make a map of the Earth, we still couldn't even get a perfect map of it because of the reasons I just said.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be perfect. If you have it just like some average distances with like 5% margin of error, maybe even 10, it would be enough to throw out the globe.
The Gleason's already does that.
The Gleason's map? No, it doesn't. Because the known distances don't match the map. And one way...
And the Gleason is a self-admitted globe map.
It's
a equidistant projection of if you saw the Earth from the poles.
Exactly.
That's not what
it matches. It exactly is, because I've checked that myself. I've checked the Gale computers, the Gleason map, and the Mercator map. They're all projections of the same sphere. If you reverse any of their projections, they all map perfectly into each other. So yeah. And you said in the beginning that I should bring ideas on how to make a map. But the thing is, if all of the distances that I'm picking from, the most credible ones, it's harder for, as you say, the CIA to play with would be flight times, for example. And if they are already matching the spherical surface, there is no change I can make on the spherical surface to make it more accurate. So I have no idea what idea I could bring to you to help you create a map of the surface if every distance that I get is already matching the map that I have. What possible changes can I offer to this map?
What I'd do to go looking for them is start with some place that you would reliably expect there to be divergence from the given globe map, WGS 84, whatever you want to call it, and go, given this hidden land or whatever else, there should be something fishy in this region of the world. And then, do what Bacon's talking about, like check flight times in that area, check whether latitude and longitude keep working along in a linear fashion in those areas. Check for even historical accounts or stories and just use those simple methods to find the bit that's missing. Because there's got to be, like, if we're going to go to the Gleason map, there's got to be vast extra stretches of ocean the further south you head.
Right.
Or maybe
that's what it would make more sense to, it makes more sense to see it as a treasure hunt rather than some kind of roasting session. It seems like a lot of the globe fellers in this community want to just do some kind of roasting session because they think Google showed them what the Earth is. And it's just toxic and ends up just being bigotry at the end of the day and ends up just being like a mild form of abuse rather than actually being here in some kind of an honest situation of like, hey, you know what? I'm interested in these different ideas and I'm interested with, and to see it more as a treasure hunt to decipher certain components about reality. That's the only way we're going to move forward.
That's not an accurate depiction of what we're doing, because the treasure hunt you're referring to, but at least I've been through this. Any distance you can throw at me, pick any distance that you think are the most reliable one you have, and we can check that if that matches a spherical mapping of the surface. If it keeps matching it, there's there's no improvement I can make on this spherical map. So yeah, we've been through this treasure hunt, and we realized the treasure is right on our faces. There's no way of making this treasure. Finding the treasure if it's already on your face.
Okay, that's great. Now I'm going to go back to, then why are you here asking for who you call quote-unquote flat earthers for a map of the Earth?
Again, I didn't ask for it. I pointed out there isn't one because that's relevant to the discussion.
I mean, this would be like if you wanted to get some high-level information about engineering like a complicated 12-cylinder engine, and you walk up to a 2-year-old who you know doesn't have any information on it, and you're asking them, could you please tell me how this carburetor works? I'm only making that analogy because it sounds like you think flat earthers, quote unquote, are totally wrong. And it sounds like you think that you've got this absolute buttoned up map of the Earth from who you think you got it from. But then you're here asking us for a map of the Earth. You see how that's completely bizarre and inconsistent with any level of honesty?
No, that's not the situation. The situation is you guys are claiming the mapping we have of the Earth that you can verify with any distance you want matches perfectly. Saying that's not the shape of the Earth. The shape of the Earth is flat, which is completely different, would give you completely different distances. And I'm asking, all right, do you have distances so we can, get a better map? Is there a better map that actually matches the distances better? That's the situation. And you guys say, well, actually, we don't have anything. So why the hell are you claiming we're wrong?
Well, I don't know if you're lumping me in with other people that you think said something someday in the past, but I didn't say any of those things. What I will say is I already said earlier, I don't agree that you have distances between locations on Earth accurate.
Right, but when I mentioned that you guys have a map, I wasn't talking to you. I mean, I mentioned that and then you jump into the conversation. So of course that's not going to match you because, well, that wasn't a discussion between me. That's something I was pointing out.
I mean, one of the ways I feel I have checked it is I get GPS data from a GPX track, which is just lat long elevation time. And I can plot that into any bit of mapping software and it will draw a line exactly where I was when I was. And if I can throw that into any different map and have it still land properly, that says to me the coordinate systems between the two are consistent. And then I can simply check that by going, are lat and long reliably linear? Like if point A is 3, whole integers higher than point B, and point C is 3 whole integers higher than that, and they're equally distant from one another when they're put on a map, that's verifying it for me. So every bit that I have ever plugged that into, it has popped up correctly. Where would you go looking, Gio, for the error?
He's not going to answer. I'll answer. I would just say beyond Antarctica.
But what I would suggest that Bacon's getting at is there's got to be errors before Antarctica, right? Because the latitude and longitude shrink in Australia. The further south you go, the lines of latitude are shrinking, and that's how the coordinate system works. So beyond Antarctica would be one answer, but I would state from that geometrically, it must occur before Antarctica too.
Right. I mean, in general, between like an AE map and a globe idea, the bulk of the differences are in the southern area, which is,
yeah.
I think Jeremy was going to say something. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, a lot of these error bars you guys say you have, it's an imagined error bar. You might have a real error bar on a tool or something you're using, but when it comes to the knowing how much you're off by, you'd have to know that how much you're off by in order to know what your error bar is. Would you agree?
Say again, sorry, Jeremy.
You'd have to know what the actual thing is to know what your error bar is, correct?
Yeah. Like if you'd need to know what the distance should be flat to know what the error bar is, and the distance round should be to know what the error bar is. Yeah, I would agree with that.
So, say a guy has a meter stick factory, right? And he's like, shit, the error bar on these are 1/64th of an inch or something, right? He's like, and the guy's like, well, how do you know? He's like, well, I'll bring it to this place that has the standard meter that everyone uses, right? Don't they have it in a glass case somewhere or something? He's like, I can put my meter stick up to that and see, how much they're off by, what my error bar is, for my longest one and shortest one, right? You see what I'm saying? You have something to measure against. You need something to measure against to have an error bar, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So when you guys, like, well, I'll use this distance thing. You do it with refraction too and other things, but you'll say the error bar is 5%, 10%, whatever. You've never done the straight line distance to even know what it would be off by because you've never done it. You don't have anything to judge it against, like the meter stick.
Well, I mean, I think you can. I think that there are things you can judge it against. Just like triangulation, you can just triangulate things to start with a known distance and keep triangulating from there. But I wanted to mention, since you're on chat, to make a correction. I'd said something totally wrong yesterday, and since I've learned it's when you cite a star, you do account for a fraction, even above 15 degrees.
Yeah.
Correction in the almanac for that.
Yeah, I know, it's fine. The whole point is, in order to know what your error bar would be on, okay, you said triangulation for the other thing. In order to know...
Is one way.
In order to use triangulation, you need to know the actual position of the thing. Now we're back to your error bar on refraction.
So is it your position that we don't know the positions of things?
If you're going to start drawing imaginary triangles and saying this is where shit is, or this is how it is because this is where I drew my triangle to, but that one point on your triangle might not have been get out of there, kitty. That one point on your triangle might not have been the actual position of it, so your triangle's fucked up.
Sure, could be.
Yeah.
But like, what I'm trying to understand is, in your view, like Mount Kosciuszko, I just went very near there. It's the tallest mountain in Australia. Is it your position that Mount Kosciuszko isn't where they say it is?
I mean, they could be off a little bit. Well, you mean like on the land? No, they know where it is on the land. I'm saying from the observer's view.
Right, but that's where I'm sort of getting at. If you're somewhere nearby, like let's say 80 miles from Mount Kosciuszko, and you see it and you use it to triangulate, and you know exactly where it is on the land, then wouldn't you be able to use that to figure it out?
When you throw if you throw in an error bar for refraction, even then I don't think you would know. Even then I don't think you'd be able to tell. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Hold on. Why is your foot in my pocket? Get your. I can't put you down. I know you think that's funny, huh?
Funny.
This sounds
right, I'll be back. I'll be right back.
Sure.
So, Harry,
yeah.
I've prepared some code to help out with the triangulating thing of sextant calculation, and I tested and it works. I improved like the radius of Earth by 2 decimals, and they really make that difference smaller.
That's amazing.
I got like 6 miles from the target. Sorry?
It's very cool that you do that.
All right. Well,
I mean,
sorry, go on.
Well, I was just going to say the thing about the map overall would be, look, let's say that you are these controller people and you've got trillions of dollars and you've got control and blah, blah, blah. And you have all the resources you need and all of that. Could you take the planar Earth, stationary planar Earth, and create a model of the Earth that is fudged to a certain degree to make it match a proposed globe model that you can then sell to the population to convince them that they're on.
What's fudged? What does that mean?
Because that's what they've done, and that's the treasure hunt that we now have to unravel.
What fudged means?
Fudging, well, like
means they're faking the funk. They're slacking on their macking because raw is what they're lacking.
You're using more words that I don't know.
well, they're altering it.
Slang word.
They're altering it. Fudging it would be like, you know, manipulating it to fit, like changing the values to fit.
I would say yes, but given my current fascination with celestial navigation, it would require they be in control of the stars and be able to move their position based on the position of the observer.
No.
So that is one way they'd be able to do it. So if they were in control of the lights in the sky, and they
they don't have to be controlled of any lights in the sky.
Okay, that to me is what would be required in order for that to happen. Because
why? Because you've done celestial navigation to confirm it. Anything?
I mean, I've done parts of it. I've taken a site, and in a separate thing, I've taken positions of stars and used Kosho's app to trilaterate my position. Well, the position
because you took one thing and used Kosho's app. You think that you now have solidification in your mind that very wealthy, tricky people could not alter the larger system without moving stars?
Yeah, I mean, because if you take just a very simple part of it, like the sort of the shooting stars and the sun and the stuff, generally for celestial navigation is hugely complex. But at the very simple end, you can just reason there from first principles. You just go, as I go south, the south celestial pole rises in the sky just the same as when I go north. If that happens, what that means, and you can sort of reason, I walk people there by just imagining it as being a light in a parking lot. I'm drawing smaller lines of position or lines of equal altitude. They're shrinking. So that's what I mean is, like, if the controllers were able to fudge something, that it's required that they even be able to fudge that to make it appear that we live on a globe.
Okay, I don't even know how to even respond to that. That's not even in the realm of what I was referring to. I think first of all, if there's a celestial sphere that surrounds the planar Earth, then there already would be enough similarities that they could use to invert this into a satanic, demonic worldview, because there already is a spherical nature to the cosmos, so they're already getting a little head start right there.
Right. But the way it works, like if you stop the clock, if you stop the Earth spinning, for celestial navigation, you could say, oh, I live under Acrux. I live under that star. And everybody on Earth would know where you are, because it's like, imagine two spheres concentric, one inside the other. That's how celestial navigation works. You've got a point at the center of the Earth, 39, 50 something miles out from that. You have a surface upon which you're mapping, and then equidistant, like not equidistant, but like further out from that, you create a celestial sphere that you treat as infinitely far, but infinite equal parallel. So it's, they're equidistant from one another. All parts of the celestial sphere are equidistant from the surface of the Earth, is what I'm trying to say. Then what that means is the outer surface, if you're invoking a sphere of the heavens, what you have to have for that is a sphere underneath you.
Why?
Because of what I was saying, every star will have a ground position. There is no point at which they sort of disappear off the edge of something. There is every star that you pick, even the ones that aren't used for navigation, will have a point under which it will have a point on Earth that is looking directly 90 degrees up at it. So imagine you've got a like flat disc shaped thing, a projection, and then a sphere around that. What you're going to find is some disappear over the edge of it, and then are pointing at some unknown point underneath it, right? Pointing at some bit of land. Like on the map, the star's ground position would disappear into these like unknown regions that you're talking about, or beyond the wall of Antarctica, or underneath, or something like that, because they wouldn't the surface of something flat and the surface of something spherical wouldn't be mapped onto one another. But if both are spherical, then any dot on that outside sphere could move to any place, and it will always be pointing at a correlating point on the inner sphere, if that makes sense. I don't know if I've described it very well. It makes sense in my head, but it's only a thought for this morning.
Or the sky's not working like you think it is. Like you never acknowledge that as an option.
We know how the sky works, Jeremy.
That's exactly. You're right, Jeremy. That's exactly what I acknowledged when Geo just said, could these controllers be fudging things? And I said yes, they could, but it would be required that they be fudging the sky, which is, in essence, what I'm saying is that's similar to what you're saying, which is if the sky isn't working the way we think it is, if it's not a sphere, if the positions of stars do move based on where you're standing, but not in
in a way that matches the sphere.
Yes.
Have you ever tried to triangulate a reflection?
Nope. No,
it's amazing how they can triangulate the sun all day long and the moon all day long and the stars all night long, and they're not reflections.
You should try to triangulate a reflection one time. You could get like 2 people to do it.
Why would we want to do that, Jeremy?
Well, why don't you try it and see what happens?
Why would we want to do that, Jeremy?
Because you like this triangulation thing.
You
like drawing lines and angles to shit.
First of all,
you should see what happens when you do it to a reflection.
Yeah, they're not reflections though. And second of all, you don't triangulate. You don't triangulate. You trilaterate.
Okay, you're drawing straight lines and getting an angle.
No, actually, you're drawing circles.
So you're not drawing a straight line to the star and a straight line to the horizon?
No, you sight to the star in the horizon, but you don't draw that on any map. You sight that.
Yeah, just care about the angle. That line, you don't have the distance for that. None of those 2 lines. You don't know their distances. You only know the angle, so that's not triangulation.
Yeah, it's not a triangle.
But you could make a triangle out of it, though. We established that last
night,
right?
If you knew the distances, yes, but you don't.
Eggshells, could we make a triangle?
Yes, yeah, you could. You could make a triangle. It would have a finite base, and then it would have a height of multiple light years, or 93 million miles in the case of our sun. So yes, you could do it.
And none of those values we would know based on the angle.
Right, yeah, you wouldn't already know it, but what I'm saying is, yeah, you can't use celestial navigation to work out the height of a star or something. You can with the moon, but with the height of a star or something, because the angle would be so incredibly far below the error bars of the sextant, it just would be incapable of doing it.
You know something I realized? You don't need the radius of the Earth to get your GP using the sextant.
Yeah, because a GP doesn't need a radius. We already knew that.
All right.
You don't need a ground position for to have something above you. You don't need a radius for that.
No, I mean, sorry, what?
Yes, it was a bit of a revelation when you said that this morning, Bacon, because I was thinking through it, and that was what started me thinking about these. See the heavens and the earth as 2 spheres inside one another. I was like, oh yeah, you don't, because if you shrunk the earth, if you suddenly halved or doubled the radius, the GP would stay in exactly the same point on it.
Yeah, the amount of nautical miles per degree would change, but that would also let me think. Yeah, when you have the 3 distances and your that's a tricky word. Trilaterating, is that the word?
Yep.
Yeah, when you're doing the thing, and you have the 3 distances that you got by multiplying the radius, not the radius, 60 nautical miles, which comes from the radius, by the angle. When you input that into the to that thing, that actually cancels out with the radius in that equation. So if you just use the angle, you can remove the radius of that equation as well, and it gives you your GP anyway. But of course, you wouldn't know the distance to the GP. Using the sextant, you do. So if you accept the distance that the sextant gives you, you're basically accepting the radius of the Earth.
Yes, yeah. Yes, that's the thing Ruhiv had said that I didn't understand until I started learning bits about CellNav was if you accept 1 degree per 1 degree per 69 miles or 1 arc minute per nautical mile, you baked into that is not just that the Earth is a sphere, but that it is a sphere of the given radius.
Yo, that's not true, man. You're presupposing how the
it's very
sky
true.
works. We've already...
No.
Actually, no.
The
Actually,
almanac
no,
is
Jeremy.
based on the globe. It is a globe document done by the Navy, the U.S. Navy, or who's the other guy? The guy's in Britain. You know, that's based on the globe. The GPs are based on the globe. This is all globe based.
Okay,
You don't have to assume.
If we take
Hold on, man.
what
Pay
Jeremy's
cut me.
saying, go on, Jeremy.
Hold on. Based on the 1 degree per 69 miles, that doesn't lock you into a sphere. We know we can make Eratosthenes work on a... Hold on, Paid. We already know we can make Eratosthenes work on a flat surface.
You can't. Not
Yes,
correctly.
we can. You already admitted, or you admitted
No.
like 3 hours ago.
If the Earth was... The problem with that is when you do the Eratosthenes experiment with more than 3 points on the same line of longitude, it does not point to the same spot in the
And
sky.
have you ever tried to do this with a reflection? That's why I asked you to triangulate a reflection earlier.
Wait a minute, hold on. There's
So-
a shadow cast. No, it's not a reflection. The sun is not a reflection. The sun is a real object. The sun is in the sky. It has a single point. That's what you need for CellNav.
Yes,
If
you're
it was
saying
like-
3 different observers. You're saying 3 different observers get the sun in 3 different spots, right? When you try to do it on a flat Earth.
Yeah, because they're...
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Hold on.
They get
Now
3 different spots.
go try to do this with a reflection.
It's
Work
not a
out
reflection.
good for you.
The sun's
It's
not
not
a
going to
reflection.
work out good for you.
According to
That's your
CellNav...
claim that it's not a reflection.
According
You
to
don't know that.
CellNav, the sun is not a reflection.
Why would you mean if I put a mirror and I have 3 people pointing to a target through the mirror and we try to triangulate the distance to that object, you think that could be compatible with the flat surface even if they're in a curved surface?
People are going to get the thing you're trying to find the location of. It's going to come up in 3 different spots, like Paid saying, when you do Eratosthenes and presuppose a flat surface.
I don't think so. It
No.
doesn't seem to be.
It shouldn't. This reflection is still a single point in the sky, unless the sun moves as you move down a line of longitude. The sun would have to physically move to make this thing possible.
No, not true.
Yes, very true.
Jeremy, when you say the reflection thing, is that a thing that you feel? My impression is what you're saying is that would break the assumptions behind celestial navigation. Can I check? Does it break it? Firstly, can I check? Is that correct? And secondly, does it break celestial navigation on a sphere in a way that it makes it work on flat, or just does it break it on a sphere in your mind?
I don't know, but I know that when you start presupposing how the sky works, you may not be correct because there could be other things happening, and it might not be that the ground's curving. It could be that there's an optical thing going on that's making it.
It could be.
Big ass lens in the sky.
What I'm asking is, like, when you say there could be an optical thing going on, are you positing a particular kind of optical thing that would make it flat, or are you saying it could be an optical thing that I'm not aware of, that I'm not able to describe or quantify to you, that would break your model, but I don't actually have one that would substitute it and demonstrate why this other model would work?
Yeah, I'm just pointing out where the presupposition is of how the sky, the assumption of how the sky works. That's all.
We don't need that actually. Let me. The thing we were trying to point out before is that if you accept how celestial navigation works and you accept 60 nautical miles per degree, it doesn't actually matter what the sky is doing, because remember when we did that 4 points of known positions and of known distances, and there's always one diagonal that is not matching the rectangle on a flat surface.
Well, I also don't believe that you can get known distances over that vast amount of distance.
So
why
There's
not?
not a big difference. There's not a big difference between an arc length. There's not a big difference between an arc length and a chord. Did you know that?
Depends on the arc length. Depends on the how many degrees. But the thing is that those distances are actually within the distances that are used in celestial navigation. So we can pick 4 points for 4 GPs and do the exact same thing. And if we are using 60 nautical miles per degree, that's not gonna match a flat surface, and that doesn't require what the sky is doing. It only requires the every.
Hey, what's the
degree.
error bar? What's the error bar? What's the error bar for your distances?
That depends on how you're measuring it.
You just said known you got known distances. What's the error bar on them?
I'm not sure.
You don't know. I know.
For something like
I know you don't know.
transcontinental US. Yeah, what is it? What are like? Yeah, what like? Let's say if we just went New York to LA, what is the error bar on that distance? That's interesting.
Yeah.
I think using a sextant, you can spot your position within 6 miles if you do it very precisely.
I think we know
Remember
that.
what you need for an error bar, right?
I
HL,
think
remember what you would need for an error bar? Some kind of baseline to measure it against to know how much you were off?
I think we know that distance within centimeters.
We went over this earlier, remember, Eggs?
Well, I mean, I think we went over this before, Jeremy, but I'm not sure I agree with you. If I'm going to try and remember what you said, I think your view would be, in order to know the actual error bar, I would need to know the actual distance, and if I've got an error bar, I can't know the actual distance.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't you need to know what something actually is to know what the error bar is? How much you would be off?
Actually, don't, Jeremy, because we are not taking known positions. We are taking degrees per. We're taking degrees per 6 nautical miles to determine those positions. What I'm saying is, if you accept that every degree is 6 nautical miles, this gives you distances, and if you use those distances, that doesn't match a flat surface, and that's the point. That's why you don't need to know what the sky is doing.
So your error bar using a typical sextant, just to correct you there, Bacon, is if you've done all your calculations right and taken your reading correctly, it is 1 nautical mile is your error bar.
And what's the error bar for? Wait, is that the error bar for the instrument of the sextant, or is that the error bar for the refraction calculation?
Yes.
For the entire measurement. So taking the reading, correcting for dip angle, correcting for index error, correcting for refraction, and doing your maths is to within 1 nautical mile. It needs to be.
That's another thing.
You've got to get within. If you want to be able to find somebody out in the ocean, you need to get within being able to spot them. Right, and 6 nautical miles, they'd be a fair bit behind a hump of curve.
So now we don't need a baseline to know how much we would be off by. We just need to know that 1 degree takes you 69 miles.
If we're just saying about
we're saying that doesn't
miles, yes, but I think
only works on the globe.
Yeah, I think they've also co-witnessed those kind of distances a variety of different ways. I think one of the early ways they used to do it was, the really early way I knew in Australia was you had a plinth, this like big sort of penis-shaped stone in the middle of the city, and you just rode out of town unspooling a length of rope. And then my understanding is, like, once you got to the end of the rope, you're like, right, that's 1 length of rope. That's 14 furlongs or wherever. Some poor sod had to go back, or probably he waited behind and spool up that rope, and you just started that again. And so you all of your distance was by road, and the maps were all janky as shit. But then the next method they used is this triangulation one, where they would do some crude method to find the distance of 1 mountain or something, and then build from mountaintop to mountaintop. And you can you'll keep narrowing down the error bars of previous observations. But I think there's thousands of ways they would measure distances that long.
And the argument was, we weren't arguing that every degree is going to give you 60 nautical miles. That wasn't the argument. The argument is that puts you on the sphere regardless of what the sky is doing. So of course, if we start challenging us, how we know that that's actually 60 nautical miles, that's not gonna. That's not what we're arguing for. So yeah, just making that clear. Just saying, if you want to reject this sphere, you have to reject how celestial navigation works, regardless of what the sky is doing.
It's not true. If the sky is a sphere, then that works fine.
No, it doesn't.
like what I'm saying about the sky as a sphere is like, imagine a star that is dead overhead. If it rotates throughout that sphere, it's going to draw a straight line across the flat Earth, and then it is going to, at some point, pop out of existence, the GP of it, and then it's going to appear again somewhere else. But for all of the navigation stars, Kosho's app's broken now, but you could use it and you can ping any star at any time, and it will always give you a coordinate on Earth that you can find it.
I don't know what you're talking about, pinging off the Earth. Imagine a dome of stars. Let's just call it that, if that's easier
Right.
for you. That's spinning like a clock. So the GPs are all going in circles, just like the sun, the moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars. They're all moving in circles, like a record player, all up around, like little race cars around the Earth. So the GPs of every star, just like a record player has all the little grooves, every star is making a groove circle around the Earth.
Yeah, but the problem is
that would work on a flat heavens that are parallel with a flat Earth. But if you've got a dome of the heavens, or even worse, a sphere of the heavens, that will change, because all we need to agree for that is that a sphere and a flat surface are not parallel.
and that can give you can no longer get 60 nautical miles per degree. You just picture it. You're below a star. You see that right overhead, 90 degrees from horizontal. You go 90 times 60 nautical miles. That would mean that same star should be at your horizon. Yeah, I mean, they're going to be, those two directions are perpendicular to each other, so they can be pointed out to the same spot on that celestial sphere that is rotating.
I really don't know if people like the flat earthers don't want to see the fact that the 69/60 miles per degree doesn't work on the flat Earth, or if they just don't want to see it because they know that it will blow their model all to hell. But it doesn't work on the flat Earth.
There's also more problems, because
I think it does work, but haven't yet presented or been able to describe how.
Well,
if there's
geometrically, it doesn't work.
If there's a dome around the Earth with stars and it's rotating around the North Pole, the southern you are, the faster the stars would be moving. And actually, as you pass the equator, they start to slow down again. Also, you wouldn't have a celestial south as a point. I mean,
well, yeah, if it was an AE map, it would be faster and faster. In Australia, the stars would be hauling ass.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, again, but going back to what Jeremy's saying, all of this is, again, presuming we would know what the skies are doing. Like, I think everybody on both sides would admit, in the flat Earth model, the skies are doing something really weird.
Yeah, we're just taking the geo-hypothesis.
I don't think anything's weird. Nothing weird
I mean,
about
don't you think it's weird that we invoke?
It's a beautiful divine clockwork that's been there since the dawn of time to incredible, gorgeous, mysterious perfection.
Yeah, but how does it work?
I mean, it seems you invoke.
Hey,
like,
I know
one
you're
model
conflicted and confused. You can go on your journey. You keep asking questions. That's good, man. Do whatever you need.
The thing about it is what you've just described does not work for celestial navigation. Again, because of if the Earth was the AE map and there was one point of rotation, the stars would be going really slow up in the United States and they'd be hauling butt in Australia. Yet we notice them to move the same speed. The 69 nautical miles doesn't work on the flat Earth if the dome is...
The ground, hold on, you're jumping to something else. The ground speed would be different. The rotational speed would be the same. Just like the hand of a clock, the outer end of the hand is flying across the face of the clock. The inside of the hand is just
You're correct.
going very slowly, but the whole thing is still going around.
The speed in which...
I was talking about the ground position movement.
Yes.
Yeah,
the substellar position will be moving much faster across the Earth. Same with the
Yeah, we would see it going faster in the sky.
So, but wouldn't
no, you would
when you
not
say
see it going
weird,
faster in the sky. No, you would not.
Yes, the circle is bigger, right?
You would notice them cross
when
the
you say
ground
it's not
faster.
doing something weird, Wouldn't you agree that at least all of the flat Earth models for the skies I've seen have one dome and one particular kind of behaviour for the North Pole, and for the South Pole it invokes a smaller, faster rotating personal dome that is a totally different effect? So it would be the same phenomena but have a different explanation for it. That's what I mean when I'm describing something as weird. Like, it is sort of actually definitionally it is special pleading.
I'm not sure what you're referring to, but no, I don't think what you just said personally.
So the North Pole star, but at least in the models you've shown me from Walter Bislin's thing, invoke one giant sphere of the heavens with one point that is fixed over the North Pole. And then when it comes to explaining the same phenomena in the south, it invokes a smaller, faster turning personal atmospheric dome on the surface. And so it's got these two nearly identical phenomena with two very divergent explanations for why they look the same.
No, not at all. There's no difference in that at all. If you're talking about a domed Earth type thing with a planar Earth, your personal dome area is always your personal dome area. It's called your field of view. No matter if you're the north, the south, east, the west, no matter where you are, that's just your field of view. Just like if you're in a big warehouse, you're going to have your field of view of what you can see. Just like anytime on the Earth, if you're at a football game, you can see what you can see, the local area. So nothing changes about the north and the south with that at all. Your field of view is still your field of view. You're just viewing the sky from a different area.
I can't believe
If your field of view,
there's no special dome that has to come in south or north or anything. On Walter Bislin's model, you can make the little field of view sphere. You can move it all over. You can move it to the north, south, east, west. You can move it wherever you want.
Yes, but I'm just saying it's only required to explain a counter rotation in the south. The explanation for the clockwise rotation in the south. There is no necessary explanation for the counterclockwise rotation in the north. On that model, the stars in the north rotate because they're stars in the north, and that's just what they do. But then when it gets to the south, as NASA's saying, the GP would be whizzing across the face of the Earth far faster. Its ground position would be way higher in speed, so a different phenomena is invoked to explain why that doesn't happen.
and
Okay. All I can say is no, I don't think any of those things, but if those are things you think, then that's on you. That's all I can say. If you're referring to anything I've said or that I've referred to, all I can say is that no, I don't confirm any of that if you're asking me.
Okay.
one thing I would like to point out is that why you guys always mention Australia when talking about the Southern Hemisphere? There are other countries like Brazil.
Yeah.
Who cares about Brazil?
I say most of the people here are from Australia. It appears due to the time zones and stuff. I guess Flatsoid is a South African. And we shouldn't ignore Brazil because 12% of the people live beneath the south of the equator, and half of them are Indonesian, and the other half or the other 40% are Brazilians, I think.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's most of the people in the southern hemisphere live in Brazil or Indonesia. Those are the two populous countries. How many people in Australia? 5 million or something? 10 million?
26.
Just that?
26 million.
Really?
Okay.
I mean, that big of a country only has 20-something million?
26 million people. There's a whole bunch of nothing out there.
That's right.
You get away from the shore. You get about 100 kilometers inland from the ocean. There's a whole bunch of nothing.
It's 10% of Brazil's population.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we don't get many. I know you're Brazilian. We don't get many Brazilians in here because, I don't speak Portuguese.
Oh, at least you didn't assume we speak Spanish. Alright guys, we're back.
Yeah, I knew about the Portuguese thing. Actually, I guess the Portuguese are getting upset. They want to, because there's more Brazilians who speak Portuguese than Portuguese who speak Portuguese.
So where does the presupposition of a curved surface come into play when using a sextant?
Well, you can start
immediately
I'll
if
answer
not
that
sooner.
one. I'll answer that one. So when you get a measurement, a linear measurement, so 1 degree equals a set amount of distance, that invokes something that is curved. Because, like, if you imagine, the easiest way I think of to explain this is like if you imagine a protractor with little increments marked off at each degree, they are equidistant from one another, right? So from 0 degrees round to 180 all the way back to 360, it's going to be like you're going to be moving the same amount of distance each time to get from 0 degrees to 1 degree as you're doing to get from 89 degrees to 90 degrees. When you're on something flat, so like with trigonometry, as you change that degree, the length of each side doesn't change in a linear fashion. That's why we have trigonometry. That's why you have sine, cosine, and tan, because as the angle gets smaller, the distance that side gets grows longer and longer. So you can't ever get a triangle with 0 degrees, and to get the length to go from 1 degree to 0 degrees on a very thin triangle would invoke a really, really long side to it. Whereas to get from 89 to 90 would be a much shorter distance. So you get a logarithmic distance change per degree on something flat, whereas when you have 1 degree per 60 nautical miles, that invokes that you're walking around something like a protractor, a curved surface.
Or it could be that the surface above your head is curved.
Both. It requires both. Yeah. So the surface above your head is curved, and the surface you're walking on is parallel to that at all times. So if you had something that was where the surface above you was curved, and the surface you're walking on was flat, that would create a non-linear relationship. And if the surface above you is flat and the surface you're walking on was flat, that would also create a non-linear relationship. The only way to do it is to make it work is you go one sphere that is enormous and one sphere that is finite in size, and then you get that linear relationship.
Why?
But it kind of looks like too that using a sextant isn't the most accurate form of measuring anything, right?
Oh, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Well, is it as good as GPS? I wouldn't imagine so, right?
Well, it's just because it takes you longer to work out your position than GPS, but it'll get you accurate to within a nautical mile. That's pretty damn good. Anywhere on the Earth, it'll give you you're that long to a nautical mile.
Well, that's a fair way out if you're going to be running into a reef or something like that. When you think about it.
Sure, yeah, you're not going to close your eyes and just follow a sextant, but like if you're aiming for an island in the middle of the ocean, you can hit or miss that island. Once you're within a nautical mile of the island, you can see the island.
See, I defy you to use the sextant riding and be able to pinpoint where my front door is. Right? You're not going to be able to do that.
It's not that accurate.
Exactly right. So the error margin, even though, okay, in the grand scheme of things, when you're looking at the Earth, it's probably fairly small, but it's still a fairly large error margin too. But
the error margin doesn't keep stacking. So while I will not be able to find your front door, I'll be able to find a point within a mile of your front door.
Yeah.
When I find somebody else's front door in Sydney, let's say, I'm still only going to be a mile out from that front door. But then if I get a third one, I'm still only a mile out. So it's not like with each time I do a reading, we keep adding together those error bars. And if I then try to triangulate the distances between them, they will be correct to within a nautical mile.
And it seems that, because I've only just looked into the sextants today, just now while you guys have been talking, and it seems that they just work on straight lines. because that's how you
Yeah.
get the angles, right? They're not working on curved lines at all. They're working on straight lines, and you
Well,
No, they
put
are
a
straight lines.
sorry.
it depends what you mean. It depends what you mean by working on. Like, you're taking a straight line to the horizon, correcting for dip angle. You're taking a straight line to the star, correcting for refraction. But what that describes, like, for example, a line of position, a line of equal altitude, that's a circle. And that's what lines of latitude are. 20 degrees, when you say 20 degrees north, what you mean is Polaris will be roughly thereabouts 20 degrees in the sky. When you say 20 degrees south, that means the South Celestial Pole will be 20 degrees in the sky. And what it also means is those lines will be almost identical distances.
Yeah,
So
look, I'm
those
not
two lines of position.
I'm not arguing how you've been told how to interpret those straight lines, but it seems to me that the sextant works purely on straight lines. Now, whether you're looking slightly down at the horizon or slightly up at the horizon, you're still working on straight lines with that,
Yeah.
and especially when you're looking through a couple of mirrors and all that sort of stuff as well. You know, you're working on lines of sight, which is straight; they're not curved, and then transposing that onto the protractor, which is using straight lines to transcribe to work out your angle. Then how that information then is interpreted is then invoking the curved lines. That's how I'm
Yeah.
understanding it.
No, the only
Yes.
straight lines
Yes.
involved are the straight lines to the horizon, the straight lines to the thing you're sighting to. After that,
But
it's
that's what Bandy's. That sounds like that's what Bansaw's saying.
Yeah,
that's
You
just
can
the
get there from
sighting.
basic inference, though, right, Bandy? Which is like, let's say you're standing in a totally black space. You don't know anything about you except that there's a light overhead, directly overhead.
Hmm.
If I gave you the instruction, keep that light directly overhead, where can you walk to? Nowhere, right? You have to stay in that one spot.
Yeah, exactly right. You're not going to move anywhere.
Exactly, and that would be, according to celestial navigation, you would be standing on the GP of that light, the ground position of that light. Now, if you walked a distance away and now it was like at sort of Hitler salute height, and I said keep the light at that height, I think you would agree you would walk in a big circle. You could walk in a big circle, and anywhere on that circle, the light would be at Hitler salute height, right?
Well, you're following that. You're following that light.
Yes, yeah. Same as moths do. You know how moths end up doing these circles? Apparently, they're doing this by following the moon. Right? There's a big light in the sky. They keep it coming in at a specific eye tube thing. So the lower that, what we're establishing is the lower that light is, the bigger the circle you draw to keep it at the same height. The bigger the tighter the angle is, the further you are from the GP of the light. So that works with exceptions, like sort of doesn't work perfectly, but works kind of okay with the AE map and the Northern Hemisphere. But once you go south, you have the Southern Celestial Pole rise in the sky. So at the equator, it's on the equator. And then as with each step you take south, it gets a fraction higher in the sky. Now, if it's getting higher and higher in the sky, what that implies is to keep that at the same height, you need to be drawing a smaller circle until eventually, I mean, one would presume if you can't go to Antarctica, and I've never been, I have no reason to assume that I couldn't keep heading south until it got to the point where it was dead overhead and I'd be standing on the geographic South Pole.
Yeah.
So that's the way in which the lines of latitude shrinking is the way in which it describes a sphere, one of the ways in which it describes a sphere.
Right. I've got to do more reading before I can argue it anymore.
No, it's okay. I'm still like, I was like, yes, I can do a sighting the other day. Just didn't hear people like, yeah, show us how it works. And I wasn't able to because Kosho's app stopped. And the next step from taking that sighting to using the Nautical Almanac is like, I'm hour 2 through a 7-hour video. The principle is simple, but the execution is actually quite complex.
So why do you need an almanac to use the sextant?
Well, for the simple things I'm describing with Polaris and with the South Celestial Pole, you don't. Like, that's lines of latitude are describing the height of the relative poles in the sky. So you don't. If you wanted to know your latitude, you could grab a sextant, pointed at Polaris and know within a degree or so your latitude.
Right.
So that bit's super simple. But if you want to then know longitude, which has always been super difficult, you need to mark exactly the time you've taken it, because the stars, the sun and everything are moving at roughly 15 degrees an hour across the surface.
Right.
And 15 degrees an hour is like 15 times 60 nautical miles.
Yep.
So what's that, like 600, 900 nautical miles an hour? So they're whizzing across the earth. And you use the nautical almanac to go, if I stop time in this moment, where would that star be when I took that reading? And they say, well, it'd be somewhere over Barbados.
Okay.
And you go, right. So I saw that star at whatever elevation in the sky. Every degree that is, every arc minute that is off vertical in the sky tells me exactly the distance I would need to travel to be standing under it. So I know the GP, and I also know my distance from it, so I can draw a radius circle around that point, and I must be somewhere on that line.
All right.
It's a really cool thing that, like, I'm so enjoying learning about it, but I'm still a long way off being like adept. But it is really interesting to think how people worked this out back in the day.
The almanac is particularly interesting also in how they came up with this,
Why is that, Moyoc?
because it's all based on spherical math.
Ah, of course. Of
Oh,
course.
sorry. Sorry, that's how it's done. I mean, you take a GP, you calculate it out over around a sphere.
Yeah, the Flat Earth Almanac would be interesting. I'd like to see that. You got some bird. You got some bird shouting at you, Bandy?
I've got an idea you might like to.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay. I was just chirp, chirp, chirp. I finally realized what it was.
Gio, I've got an idea you might like that could help us with this. If we accept that the Nautical Almanac does accurately give you the ground position of these celestial bodies minute by minute, and you think that the Earth probably looks something like the Gleason's map, what we could do is get the Gleason's map, correlate it using Kosho's app with the GP, and then use it to draw star trails on the Earth. And what I predict you would find with the flat Earth is that the GPs move in really weird wavy lines. I'm trying to think what they would actually look like, but I think it would. Okay, what was they? Yeah, I think they would move in weird wavy lines. I think near Australia, you would get this little like downward frowny face. You should be getting a downward frowny face the whole way around. I don't know. That's why I'd love to do it. I think it'd be an interesting way to do it. See how those GPs, like you take a GP for 6 hours of 10 different stars and see what shape lines they draw on sphere and what shape lines they draw on flat.
There's plenty of errors in the sextant that you have to allow for, and there's errors that you can't allow for.
Yes.
There's heaps of them. There's a perpendicularity error, there's a side error, there's an index error, and then the non-correctable sextant errors are the culmination error and the centering error and the prismatic error, the shade error, the graduation error, and the work and rack error. My God.
That's why you've got to do it right. That's why you've got to do it right.
A lot of errors.
That's why you have to do it correctly.
Yeah, that's also why they'll contribute to the only being able to get a nautical mile accuracy. But like, I only know some of those errors. But the index error, you correct for every time you take a site. You know the index error of your sextant. The way you test the index error of your sextant is you set it to 0 degrees and look at the horizon. And what you should find is the index glass and the sort of the star sighting or celestial body sighting glass and the horizon glass should match up perfectly. But over time, being bumped around or whatever, they might go out of whack. The only correction you need to make is sight them back in so they are completely level, and then mark down how many degrees in minute, or it's never going to be out by a degree, hopefully, but how many minutes that's out by. And then
with
you just
all those,
subtract that from your calculation when you take it.
with all those errors that I've just read out writing, right, with all those errors, and when you're looking at a curved surface that is apparently only supposed to be 8 inches per mile squared, right?
That's in the almanac too. 8 inches per mile squared is in the almanac.
It seems that you could be quite easily fooled that a sextant only works on a globe surface.
But what those errors would have to do, in my opinion, is change in magnitude depending where you are on the Earth. So this sextant, this dumb piece of, in my case, plastic, or in many cases metal, would need to know that you're in the Northern Hemisphere to have all of those errors line up perfectly to show the correct thing, which you should see, which is shrinking lines of latitude the further north you head. The higher Polaris gets in the sky, the smaller circle it draws thing. And then those errors to go totally the other way the further south you go. Because what those errors will typically do is like an index error. If you don't correct for an index error, it will just always show you a star being a little bit too high. And that will be the same if you shoot east, west, north, or south. So what it'll always mean is, like, if that star's a little bit too high, when you shoot east, it will move you further east. When you shoot west, it'll move you further west. You'll be out consistently, regardless of where you are on the surface.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I know nothing about this. So, but that's interesting to read, like how many errors that you have to account for, have to correct, and how many that you can't correct either. There's quite a few.
Well, some of those that are big that you can't correct for, you just don't shoot. So the perpendicularity error, I think, is probably talking about the one where you're shooting straight upwards, and you correct for that, but you just don't shoot straight up. One of the other errors is refraction gets too extreme too low on the horizon, so you just don't shoot that low on the horizon. So there are some you can just avoid altogether.
By the sounds of it, Captain Cook was lucky to get to Australia using his sextant.
Maybe.
No, the guy he had. Who's the guy mutiny on the bounty guy? Bly. Bly was an excellent. They kicked him off the boat there, and he navigated, I think, without an almanac, just using what he remembered. He navigated all the way back in a little outboard, a little boat. No, if you knew it, you could find these things quite well.
Yeah, if you had a watch, you could sort of, and you weren't interested in one nautical mile accuracy, because Australia's pretty big. You just need to make landfall somewhere, and you can almost figure out what north and south is without a sextant. It wouldn't surprise me. You just need the almanac to make it as accurate as you can. The idea, Polynesians use celestial navigation where they just would hold their hand up to the sky, wouldn't they? At least that's what it looked like when Moana, that documentary called Moana.
Mic check.
Hey, Mike.
Thanks.
I've been running away from Gem Pandas all day. You got Dave, Dallas Dave over there, and Pete Shea just dominating.
Dave's been on it. Oh yeah, and Dave's been on this clone thing for fucking forever now.
He does this in waves.
Oh yeah.
seafloor miles. Balanced equals level. True vertical. Goes for a month on each one of them.
Is Dave like mentally unstable, or is he just a drunk, or what's his deal?
I think Dave is. He's not. I think Dave's not a flat earther, and he's just playing games. But
I mean, you can hear him laughing at his own shit even sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's like, so it's not even like he's trying to hide it. I mean, some of the shit does sound crazy, but I don't know.
I can't.
Yeah, man,
I can't say for sure, but it's like anything else. But the way that he goes after these stupid subjects just sticks with him for a month.
Well, earlier he was trying to say that when they came to America, it was already like built cities, railroad tracks.
Right. Then the incubator babies.
And then we beat those. The Europeans beat those Native Americans that had all this
With balloons. Yes. We came over in ships and beat them with balloons.
And then they chemtrailed them with hot air balloons. You can't make this shit up, bro. You can't make it up. Seriously. Who you can't even think if you had to say, come up with a crazy fiction story and you told me that, I'd be like, nah, that's too crazy, man. You gotta tone it down a notch. Come on, bro. That shit's gold right there. You said the Native Americans had all this infrastructure, railroads, electricity, huge cities with skyscrapers. The Europeans came over. We beat them by chemtrailing them with hot air balloons. Dude.
That's fucking stupid.
And it would be funny, except for the fact that he'll do it for 6 days.
Oh my god, that's funny.
Why can't we measure the curve of
Imagination
the
you gotta
ocean
have.
by measuring the seafloor miles?
Yeah, he was like unironically, quite literally calling anybody that thinks currently and saying that you wouldn't even know if you were one. I don't know. Kind of weird. Does anyone else remember being anti-vax was kind of like a liberal, like hippie quality? Not to use those in derogatory ways at all.
She said, but my man said earlier they had a train track going to Cuba when they came here from Europe. I mean, to be fair, other civilizations have done that, where they've gone places. There would be huge things there, and they would either say the gods built them or they built them, right? Like, didn't the Aztecs or the Mayans or something do that shit with what's the one on the cliffs? They say they were using it to grow.
Dude, you're thinking about the monkey bridge, dude. The bridge that was built by the monkey army.
I didn't know about that one.
Yeah, look that one up. It's like an Indian legend.
I mean, the Indians, yo, they had some giant megalithic shit going on here. Like, they were no joke. They had there's pyramids in Mexico. I climbed one once. Fucking
Oh
awesome.
no, I'm talking about like not feather Indians, but dots.
Oh, they got some crazy shit going on over there too. Yeah.
Yeah, like there was like some peninsula or island or something that and there's, I mean, you can look pictures of it up. I gotta remember the name of it, but it looks like there used to be some sort of like stone bridge that goes all the way over, and their legends claim that they had a monkey army that helped them do it.
I mean, they found mad pyramids in China. They think China has more pyramids than anywhere in the world. They said they found a pyramid in Antarctica. Like, yo, this history is not what we think it was. I can almost guarantee that shit. There's a lot of evidence that backs that up.
Dude, I'm right there with you. I hope when we die, we get like caught up. You know, we can just binge watch history and its truth and glory.
Like, it's just one channel, and you could just watch everything. Like, fast forward, rewind, what decade, century you want to go to. Hell yeah, bro. Meltwater Pulse 1B. Sea levels rose like 200-300 feet. All the people would have been on the coast, right? Even to this day, we're all on the coast. Not all, literally all, but I'm going to have to guess most of the people in the world are either on a coast or somewhere that's going to be affected where if the sea levels go up 200 feet or 300 feet. They're going to feel it. We have such a fragile system right now. We're technologically advanced, but our system's super fragile. One thing goes wrong, we're done. Trucks stop bringing food in the cities. You know, if the trucks stop bringing food in the cities or the trains or whatever, we're done. Like, done. That's it. It's a wrap.
That's happened in Australia. Our biggest trucking organisation got sacked from our major food chain, and it's stopped the food supply chain.
Yeah, like, there's people you generally keep enough food in their house for, like, 3-4 days. Maybe if you know there's no more food, you might be able to stretch that for 3 weeks or something. Yeah. You'd be living on crumbs, but if this food ever stops coming to the city, people are going to be in trouble. There won't be a squirrel or a chipmunk in sight. No more pigeons.
That's right.
We'll eat all the pigeons in 3 days.
There'll be no rats, Jeremy.
There ain't going to be nothing.
Yeah.
Good luck trying to find a whale fart.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
You ain't going to catch them. There ain't going to be nothing left alive. We're going to eat everything.
That's right.
No fish. We will fish the shit out of any waterway. The fish will be gone within like a week.
Yeah, this is a favourite topic of mine as well, because if you look at where the food comes from, which is typically rural areas, and then where the food gets consumed, which is population centres, yeah, it's going to be like...
If that system, there's a very, very fragile system in between that, though, right? You got to get the trucks, the drivers, the oil for the truck. Like, a lot of shit needs to happen for food to get to the city.
In a collapse situation, the fuel's going to stop. But even if it didn't, a gang of desperate, hungry people is going to set up a roadblock and jack every truck that comes past. So food's not making it into the cities. But you're going to have, think about New York or even Sydney, 4 million people who are hungry and desperate, who have no fuel.
Right now, if that ever happens, I'm a 3-hour drive from New York City. I would have to evacuate immediately. I'm also 3 hours from the Adirondack Mountains, and my grandfather lives there, so I'm good. But yeah, if you're within, I'm gonna say if you're within 5 hours driving distance of a major city, you're fucked. You're so fucked.
Yeah.
It's called the Golden Horde. They actually have a name for it. It's called the Golden Horde.
Oh, I haven't heard that before. But
it's called the Golden Horde.
Gone.
any kind of shit hits the fan scenario, you'll have a golden horde because there'll be so many people. They're not going to just sit there and starve to death. You know what I mean? Would you?
No,
I'd leave the city and go find food.
Exactly. And it's funny when if I've ever had these conversations with people who are preppers, they're like, "Well, that's okay. I've got a vegetable garden." I'm like, "Right, how many bullets do you have?" Because I'm not walking up to a vegetable garden and going, "Oh my goodness, I haven't eaten in days." And somebody pops their head out the window and goes, "Excuse me, sir, those tomatoes are mine. Keep your hands off." I'm gonna be like,
it ain't going down like that. Yeah.
"No, sir, unless you have a gun. They're mine tomatoes now. Whatever that."
Even if you do have guns, you need more than guns. It's not even worth trying to protect it.
We've only got pitchforks. Yeah, pitchforks. That's all we've got. We're not allowed to have guns.
Let's pretend you're at your house and you got guns, all kinds of guns inside your house, and then a horde pulls up and they throw a Molotov cocktail at your front door, and now your house is on fire. Now, your guns don't even help now.
Yeah, exactly. Flush you out of the house.
Yeah, now you're out of the house, and now, you got it. You'd have to have like a community effort to try to even fight against that, and that's only going to happen after that horde gets thinned out from the people trying to defend. Some people will try to stay and defend their shit. They'll pick a few of the horde off here and there, and by the time they get 5-6 hours travel time, I'm guessing, away from a major city, they should be thinned out enough to where an organized group could stop them. You know what I mean? If you block off a major roadway and you got people, doing a circle around your perimeter and shit.
Mm. And then
what I've never liked about like the zombie movies and shit, like they never dig a ditch. Like remember when they were at the prison in The Walking Dead? All they had to do was dig a ditch around that whole shit. They could have shut all that shit down.
Mm.
I've been told that, and the source comes from somebody who worked in the government pretty high up for like 30 years. If the American population, just talking about America, were to miss 9 meals in a row, and I guess that's the majority of the population, he wasn't very specific, that's complete game over. Irreversible societal collapse. 9 meals in a row. So 3 days, basically.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Like, I remember hearing something when they were talking about the Arab Spring Revolution, and all these analysts were coming on and going, well, these dictatorships and da-da-da, and somebody else going, well, it's not the dictatorships, it's the lack of a vote, what I forget, that's basically the same thing, but whatever, all these people were saying different things. And this one guy came on and he said, no, it's the price of food. And you can track throughout history, revolutions, people are discontent for ages, but provided they've got food, they won't put their lives on the line. But right around then, there was an oil crisis. The moment fuel price of petrol goes up, the price of food goes up, and people were starving. And he's like, just every time that happens, you're starving.
I got a list.
That's when you get revolutions.
Of stuff. Do feed my family. There's nothing on that list. You know what I'm saying? Like that list don't have nothing on it.
Yeah, like I don't even have kids, and like, yeah, there's nothing there's very few things I wouldn't do to feed just me and my girlfriend.
I would barbecue you.
Yeah.
On an open fire, roasting. If it came down to that, I mean, I'm sorry, but
enjoy it. You make it sound like you enjoy it. Like I'd at least hope you'd feel a bit guilty and be like, I have to do this. I'm sorry, eggshells, but
absolutely, yeah, that's the last thing I want to do. But if it comes down to my kids, starving kids, I couldn't watch my kids starve to death. You got to do something, man. What are you gonna do?
Exactly.
There's no sorry writing. Then you start getting emotionally attached to your feed. It's just be whacked straight on the barbecue.
I feel like Andy's going to do it before the food even runs out. He's like, it's going to run out in a day or two. Get on the barbecue.
Yeah, we still got a lot of ramen noodles left, but
I need some meat with my noodles.
I'd be good though, because like I said, I'm right near the Adirondack Mountains. There's tons of game and wildlife up there. So like anyone that's up there is going to be straight. My grandpa kills 2 deer a year, and he says he passes on dozens of them. So there's straight Adirondack Mountain shit. He's 20 minutes from. Hello?
Hello, I was saying, don't you think they go extinct pretty quick?
It depends on how many people go up there.
Yeah.
If people go to the Adirondack Mountains, yeah, it could. I mean, we overfish shit and overhunt shit now. Imagine if there was no other food to eat. We'd be fucking crushing it. Yeah, definitely.
Mhm.
People out there, I mean, I don't know, but you got a way better chance out in a mountainous area or some kind of, desolated area than you do, a couple hours from any major city. You're not going to make it. People are going to be going out all the time trying to expand and get food. They're going to realize, we're not going to make it here. We're starving, They're going to spread out. It's called the Golden Horde. I didn't make that up. That's a real phrase for if the society ever collapses. Because they know people would be fleeing the cities in hordes. After 3 days, after 3 or 4 days, like what do you say, 9 meals, people are going to be like, yo, let's go. We're not going to just lay down and die.
Exactly, but those hordes, I don't even think they'd last very long. I mean, dehydration is going to kick in so fucking quick. I think the biggest issues are going to be disease, bodies everywhere.
Yeah. No, some people there'd be some nice size hordes. You're talking New York City, there'd be like gangs of people coming out. They'd have water, they'd bring some water and shit. Like they're not stupid. I think
the water I think is more important than food for anybody in a city, because everybody in a city gets their water from a water tower, which is pumped there using either electricity or fuel. The moment that water stops getting pumped to the water tower, that starts the clock, right?
Yeah.
And for anybody who turns on their tap from now on is emptying that water tower, and once it's empty, it won't be filled again. So I think a bigger issue than food for somebody in a city is like, what can you do? 3 days without water? And I think
but the thing is,
that's how far you've got to get before you get more water.
Yeah, but I have a life straw. It's the size of I don't know, a big. You know what a life straw is?
Yeah,
it's small. Yeah. It's small. I can drink out of the Hudson River if I wanted to, like 10,000 gallons or something. I think it's good for. So, I don't think. Plus, there's a pipeline that carries water from the Adirondacks to New York City that people actually complain about because it floods cities that are on the way. There's like cracks in it and shit, and people are constantly getting flooded. They're pissed. But yeah, you'd be all right. Like I said, some people would be smart enough to make it. The people with life straws, with guns that know what they're doing, the preppers. Or you might just have a gang, a straight up fucking gang, like the Bloods or the Crips or something. Like, yo, get all our guns, all our peoples. We're fucking going. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna go north, or we're gonna go west, or something. I would go south. South's the move. Then you ain't got to worry about fucking cold winters and shit. With no infrastructure in a cold winter, you better have and they don't build homes with fireplaces or wood stoves anymore. That's something you got to have specially installed, or you had an older house, because I don't know why they would do that. If you live in a climate that gets freezing cold, why would you not put a fucking wood stove in that shit? It doesn't seem smart at all. We build houses so bad. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, think about people in apartment complexes and shit.
Oh, they're fucked.
If it's cold, anyway.
Yeah, no, they got it real bad. We used to rent a house, and just the insulation was terrible. The house was just shit. There was a hole in the roof the guy never fixed. They don't give a fuck if your electric bill's high. We just don't build homes smart. There should be 10 feet of insulation around a house. No joke. They don't use that much now, I tell you that. Not even close.
Well, not everybody can afford that kind of insulation, That's the thing.
I'm just saying that should be how houses are made. The problem is we're too worried about how shit looks. Everyone's trying to keep up with the Joneses. So we want everything to look nice and pretty. No one wants to live in a, one of those earth chips or some kind of environmental friendly house. They all want the big yard, the grass, the green grass, baseball diamond striped and shit on some ridiculous shit. I live in between two people. I have the best lawns in the fucking neighborhood. You should see these guys. Their lawns look like a fucking baseball field. I got dandelions and shit growing. My wife's like, I'm going to call the grass people. I'm like, it's fucking grass. We can waste $1,000. How much these guys charge? I'll sprinkle some fucking weed and feed out there later.
I tell you, in an apocalypse situation, I would take two dairy goats and just a location near water and grass over any amount of guns or any amount of stores of food. Because ultimately, all of your tools, any prepping that you can really do with money, it's other than buying land, like I said, and getting animals. You're not going to survive very long.
I'll tell you what, mount on my back a bull mule and 2 goats. I'll come back with raw beef, fresh milk, and 2 coats.
Yeah, but you're going to need a lot of salt to preserve any of that. I'm just saying, you're going to need 50-gallon drums of salt. Because are you near a salt mine? Oh,
well, it
no.
depends on what time of year it is. We get 6 months of maybe 4 months where you could probably leave meat outside. It'd be fine. Also, you could smoke it. You could smoke it and make it last.
Yeah, but salting is really the
dehydrate
only
it.
way to go.
Well, I mean, not the only way. You could smoke it, or you could dehydrate it, or you could, you could maybe. I saw a guy once. He put 10 feet of insulation around his shed, filled that shit with ice. When it was the winter, he got New York. He must have been in a New York climate because he got real hot summers and real cold winters. So he had a shed totally empty, filled the shit with ice. 5-gallon buckets of water frozen during when it was cold out. Filled the fucking whole shed up with ice. Had 10 feet of insulation around it, except for this one spot that had a refrigerator stuck halfway in and out so he could open the door from the outside. And that shit stayed I don't know what it was, 30 degrees all fucking year for the whole summer. I think a third of the ice melted or something by the end of the summer.
He?
I don't know, but he must have been in a climate. I don't know. I saw this 10 years ago. It must have been in a climate like mine because it was a hot summers.
I've lived on sustainable farms. I've lived with the Amish for a little bit, and I think I have a perspective where I was able to really wrap my head around. Okay, so you can no longer depend on electricity from the government, water, or food. How fucked are you?
Most people are very fucked in that scenario, except for the Amish people. The Amish people would be good, yeah.
No, actually, the Amish would not be good.
No,
I was all over Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and a lot of what they do requires the use of diesel generators to run their compression machines or whatever it is. Because they're not. I mean, the Amish I was with, they use electricity, but in a very certain form, in a certain way. They'll use Go ahead.
It's probably so minimal though. They probably know how to get away without it. You know what I'm saying? What are they using the diesel for?
That was to run a compression tank for their milkers, their automatic milk pumps.
Yeah, so they just milk it manually now instead of automatic.
Well, sure, but they also, I mean, you're not gonna once you lose power and the ability to freeze your food, because the Amish they use refrigerators. That's another thing the diesel generator was for. They have
but they probably know
freezer.
how to. They probably know how to. They probably know how to dig food cellars or smoke it, or something. Dehydrate it. Make beef jerky or something. You got methods. It's not pretty. It's not great. It's not like you're gonna be frying steaks up at night, but you can get food. I don't know how you would store the milk like that, but
you'd have to turn it into kefir or butter, pretty much immediately.
Yeah, they got ways. The Amish people, you know what I'm saying? They don't. I think they they probably use it now because it's convenient. But I think if push came to shove, they could do without it.
Yeah, but
I could
there's
be wrong.
yeah. No, you're right.
I
They'll do
don't
far
know
better
shit
than.
about Amish people, but I know like if the diesel was going for the automatic milkers, they can manually milk the cows. You know, I feel like you can light candles, you can do a lot without electricity. You know, they probably know how to catch water. They're growing food and shit.
Yeah, their electricity also, or the diesel generators, it also goes to things like your well pump. So
Pumping water, yeah.
yeah, like if you've
That
got no
stuff.
water to pump, if you can't get water to a sink and you can't get it hot enough to clean milking equipment, you're going to get bacteria on that milking equipment really quick, and you're going to start ruining all your milk. Like you got to be able to be sanitary in these times, and it's
Yeah,
the
they'd
real
still
deal,
be
man.
able to. They probably got the old school picture. Picture somebody with the old school hand pump out there coming from the faucet right from the ground. Remember those? They probably got
Yeah,
some shit like that. They could boil
yeah.
water.
Well, another issue is like a lot of Amish people, they're farmers, and over the last couple of generations, they've been taking subsidies from the government. So you'll see like 6 draft horses pulling a cart with a giant tub on it, and inside of that tub is Monsanto Roundup that they're spraying on their soy crops. You know, they've lost a lot of their traditional agricultural knowledge.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Amish that I was staying with, he was like basically an outcast in his community because he didn't want to fucking grow soy. You know, he didn't want to monocrop soy. He wanted to have many. He was. There's like a section of the Amish that are really into Weston A. Price. I don't know if you know who that is, but he's talks all about natural diets and stuff like that.
I'll
Or is
tell
that
you
a
what I
mistake?
would love. I'll tell you what I would love to absolutely love to do. We have pasta about once a week, which means we're using 52 jars of tomato sauce a year. I would love to grow those tomatoes and fucking can them and have all my shit for the year. I keep telling my wife, I'm like, yo, just buy 50 jars of tomato sauce from the
Hey,
store.
what was the
That's like
writer you just
$100.
mentioned, dude?
What's that?
The writer that he mentioned,
Weston A. Price.
Weston A.
He was
Price. Interesting.
he was a
Cool.
dentist who traveled around the world studying different cultures to see what would make people's lives longer.
What would
Yeah,
make people's
sorry,
lives
Jeremy.
longer?
I just thought you were glossing over an interesting point.
No, now I'm interested. What do you mean? What would make people's lives longer? Yeah.
I pulled up his Wikipedia. It's
Diet. Speaking of diet.
Canadian dentist.
Oh, by their diet and how long they would live?
Yes.
I gotcha.
Thank you. Yes.
Mainly promotes the consumption of meat and dairy.
He promotes the consumption of it?
Well, that's what he found was the
right on.
The right diet for long life.
That's fucking dead ass right. That's the truth right there, man.
I saw it. You weren't, but I thought you were going to say about the calorie restriction diets. Didn't we hear about that? It was a very funny debacle. Well, not funny. It's kind of awful. This guy released a study showing that mice live twice as long if you feed them half as much. So all these people that wanted to live really long invested like years of their life into basically starving themselves and living a miserable existence. And then somebody tried to replicate the studies in apes and found that it had the inverse effect. Didn't halve their life, but shortened their life by starving them. And it only works in things that breed in large batches. I thought it was very funny. In a cruel way.
That's interesting. Actually, I find that, like fasting and shit like that is interesting. You know what I mean? It's actually, like, it's not starving yourself. But I think a lot of that stuff, like fasting and all that stuff, is for when you're sick.
Yeah, I think there's some evidence to suggest that fasting intermittently is quite good for you because it like replicates Like sort of prehistory periods where you'd go without food for a long time?
My bad. I was dealing with the kids. Listen, I heard Japanese people live mad long because of this fat. Like they eat every meal as you know how in America or other countries we'll just stuff our faces until we fucking feel like we're gonna die because we can't eat anymore. What they do in like Asian places is they eat rice and they'll eat like fill up like 75%. They don't really fill up like we do every meal. So I heard that makes them like live longer. Is that true or?
Well, the other thing with Japanese cuisine is that they eat a lot of raw meats. So basically, meat that hasn't been denatured, and that the micronutrients are still present. So that could be. I mean, I'm not saying that that's exactly why, but I know because I have Japanese family, and I've been to Japan 12 times. That's exactly what they do. They do incorporate a lot of that into their diets. It's like raw organs, raw seafood.
It's
Raw.
fucking disgusting. But they don't fill up every meal like we do, right? Like they don't like stuff their faces until they're gonna explode, or do they do that?
It depends. I mean, that's depends on the family, but yeah, they do eat smaller portions. You could definitely say that.
Yeah. It's probably because they're eating some disgusting ass fucking raw fish.
Well, it's all how you brought up.
No doubt.
You may think that's
I know.
But it's all programming essentially what you're brought up to eat.
It's all gross.
Yeah, you can eat seafood, seafood like that. You should catch stripers and just fucking peel them open right there, man.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that at all.
I seen who's the guy Les Stroud do that shit on Survivor, man. Just fucking eat that shit raw right out of the ocean.
Yeah, you can do it. You can do it pretty much anything that comes out of the ocean. Actually, you can do it pretty much. You can do it pretty much for fucking anything, man. I eat fucking. I can't help. I love raw meat. This shit is delicious. Like right before you cook it.
It's supposed to taste like pork.
Well, if you're cooking a steak or something, like cut off a little piece, I'll eat that raw piece and shit. I love it.
Good.
I like mine cooked a little bit. I do like my shit rare though.
No, I still cook it. I still cook it.
Yeah.
I can't eat a whole fucking steak rare or nothing like that. I'm not there. I'm not like I'm not like
fucking barbarian ass motherfucker.
Defrosting cow heart to
I like to give it a sunburn and then eat it when it's still mooing.
I like when it gets a little crisp on the outside. That little crisp, nice and red on the inside, but then a little crisp on that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh hell yeah, dude! I eat steak like probably once every day. I fucking love that shit. I get these fucking tenderloins, man, and I'll tell you, man, that's the best cut of meat, tenderloin, and man, fuck getting like I remember because I can go to a butcher and get a whole fucking tenderloin, or just go get a you get those those stupid cuts down at the fucking grocery store. I mean, you just get robbed. But go and get a whole tenderloin, man. Fucking cook that shit up throughout the week. It takes 2 minutes to cook it. A little bit of butter in a pan, throw them bitches on, dude. You know what I mean?
I use more than a little bit.
I mean, I'm just saying, you don't have to get too fancy with it. It's so good, man. I don't know.
I sprinkled. My wife got this little seasoning, steak seasoning. I put a half a stick of butter in the pan and sprinkle some of that seasoning on it because they'll get it crispy on out. She likes her shit well done. I pull my shit out way early.
Oh, I'm like 2 minutes on each side, and I could fucking eat it at high heat, man. I'm like, let that shit rock for 2 minutes, not even on each side, and I'm fucking eating that bitch.
Dude, you let your woman ruin the steak?
Well, I pull my shit out the pan early. I'm not.
I know, but yeah, just a crime. I mean, just might as well
I
just
know,
hand her a shoe.
It's hard for me to even cook it like that. I know. Whatever, it's what she likes. So happy wife.
You just don't beat her enough.
I eat my steak fucking. I eat my shit rare. I don't give a fuck. Dude, when we go to vacation and shit, like we went to the Poconos and they had, not last time we got jerked, but usually they have all you can eat lobster night. And I go fucking ham with it. I mean, my wife would be yelling at me. I'm like, why are you ruining this for me? She's like, you're going to get mercury poison. I'm like, it doesn't, who cares?
Actually, cooking it doesn't get rid of the mercury.
I'll eat 6, 7, 8 lobsters, and she's yelling at me. I'm like, yo, let me just 2 more. They're not like giant ones.
I eat copious amounts of raw fish, and I've had a heavy metals test, and my mercury levels were very, very low. So
Yeah, I know. Ain't no
I don't
one
know
worried
how
about
true that
mercury
is.
poisoning.
Yeah, I'm definitely not worried about that. Like I said, I eat that a lot. Like at least twice a week, I'll eat raw tuna. Raw yellowfin tuna. I'd love to get my hands on some bluefin tuna here, but it's quite hard. But yeah, no mercury poisoning or anything of the sort.
Yo, can't they just make little cages in the ocean? Like, what was that movie with fucking Samuel Jackson when the shark bit him in half? Remember how they had those big fucking cages or walls or something in the ocean? Can't we just do that with like all kinds of seafood? Just put like bluefins in this cage, whatever's in this one.
I don't know.
Deep blue sea. Actually, bluefins need a lot of territory.
Yeah, they do.
So we just make a real big cage, and we'll have all the bluefin fucking whatever fish we want.
Tubby ones, fat ones that never swim around.
Perfect. No, you make the thing fucking huge. 10 square miles or to build a 10 square mile wall in the ocean. What's the difference?
Yeah.
They're building islands these days. Right? Didn't this guy start building islands in Dubai or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're sinking. I've heard some of them are falling apart.
I mean, yeah, how long we been building islands for? That's some new shit right there.
No, actually, that's really old.
Is it?
A lot of the military emplacements and stuff are built on riprap.
Built on
rocks
what?
that are piled up in riprap. Just rocks that are tossed out in the ocean, piled up.
Oh. How'd this guy fuck it up then and they're sinking? What'd he do?
I don't know. Well, you may have to do a little bit more preparation and make sure that, you're not stacking it too steep or the base is good for holding the stones up.
Yeah. How come in the Jetsons they lived up in the sky? You think the whole Earth flooded?
Did they ever go to the ground?
I never saw a Jetson go on the ground, bro.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to think.
Because it was flooded. It was like Waterworld, except we made
Might
it.
have been. Well,
No Kevin Costner.
Really high. I mean, they were up really high. You don't have to go up 10,000 feet above the clouds and stuff to any sea level.
How high were they up in the Jetsons? It could have been so polluted at the bottom they had to go up. They had to go up to get above the pollution that we made from fucking planned obsolescence from all your light bulbs.
Yeah, possibly.
Right, we spent
Maybe
fucking.
The ground is covered with turrets.
Covered with what?
Turrets. They got away from all the aliens, and they put turrets at the bottom of the towers to keep them out.
It could have been the gray goo doomsday scenario with the self-replicating nanobots.
Yeah.
All you would have had to do was keep the nanobots off the poles that everything's built on. That's weird. I wonder why. I wonder if they ever said. I'm gonna have to Google that right fucking now because I need to know why the Jetsons looked up in the sky like that. Did they ever tell you?
I think it's because they could. They are so high tech that they could build above the clouds.
Yeah, but you would go down once in a while, though, wouldn't you?
Necessarily. Didn't they ever go on a camping trip? I guess they went to other planets for camping. Question. Go ahead. Ask Google. Did the Jetsons ever go to the ground? They did cross time with the Flintstones or something, didn't they?
Oh, I'm getting Google's got me a whole bunch of different. Okay, why do the Jetsons live in the air? Because of the Space Needle. Iwao Takamoto, a layout and design artist for the Jetsons, told the New York Times in 2005 that the Space Needle inspired the skypad apartment buildings whose stilts grew or shrunk depending on smog or rain.
Ah, yeah, okay, rain makes sense. Stay above the clouds. Although that's going to be a bitch when one of the big thunderheads comes up and you're right in the middle of it.
Well, I'm getting various.
That's because people are imagining fake worlds.
Oh, this guy said the Flintstones live on the ground below the Jetsons. It's not prehistoric, it's post-apocalyptic.
Now, didn't the Jetsons have a crossover episode with was it the Flintstones or the hell was it?
No, it's the Captain Caveman.
Yeah, I don't think it was Captain Caveman. It might have been.
I thought it was Captain Caveman and the Flintstones.
Maybe.
I don't know.
But did they do that in their world, or did they go back to the Flintstones?
I don't know. That was fucking 40 years ago. Back in the 80s, it was Saturday morning. Remember that? Remember how awesome that was? Kids don't even do that nowadays. There's no more like Saturday morning cartoons. And then Sunday sucked.
They put salt on the roads down here, man. We might be getting snow.
Dude, I had a sheet of ice. Everything was covered in ice. Like a nice layer of ice.
Like, you don't have any idea. Like, an inch of snow down here is crippling for like 2 weeks. They closed school for 2 weeks for an inch of snow.
That's crazy.
Because they get, it has to be all off the roads, and 100% off the roads before they'll reopen the school.
Crazy. Do they not do like all season tires or something, or what's?
No, it's they don't have any real road services, and nobody knows how to drive on snow down.
Yeah, you guys don't have like fleets of. See, we have like fleets of plow trucks and salt trucks and fucking tons of salt on deck and all kinds of shit.
Yeah, I think last year was the first time they plowed the main roads.
They should have that. They should have that heating element installed under the blacktop, bro.
Solar freaking roadways.
I'm telling you, man. Well, it doesn't need to be that. First of all, Elon Musk said if you took a little corner of Utah and covered it in solar panels, it would power America. Little tiny corner of Utah. I forget the number he put to it. It was a few hundred square miles or something. It wasn't anything crazy.
But those solar roadways were dumb. Like, it is the worst place for solar panels. Like, you want them higher up, not lower down, because roads have trees and cars and stuff that cast shadow on them throughout the day. And secondly, their efficiency as a solar panel is going to be in inverse proportion to their efficiency as a road. The main thing you need a road to be is durable with lots of grip. And the worst thing for durability and grip is smooth glass. So you'd have to hatch. They even admitted they have to hatch up sections of glass. Yeah. So for everybody it's being a roadway, it's not being a solar panel. For everybody it's a solar panel, it's not being a roadway.
I was talking about the heating element they put into concrete and blacktop and shit. You ever seen that?
So I thought we were making fun of solar roadways.
I mean, we can if you want. That wasn't my... What's up? No, I hear you. Yeah, so it doesn't seem like a good place to put the solar panels. It does. The road does seem like a good place to put a heating element, though, that you could turn off with one switch at City Hall. So instead of sending out, well, they don't do that where Moyak lives, but where I live, as soon as the snow or ice hits, they send out fleets and fleets of plow trucks, salt trucks, all kinds of guys come out. And you know what happens? Salt gets on the ground. It gets under everyone's car, starts fucking everyone's car up. The metal plows scrape across the blacktop, fuck the blacktop up. Now you got to have the fucking blacktop trucks come out in the summertime and fix what the fucking plow trucks fucked up in the wintertime, right? So you could get rid of all that. You get rid of all that and have one little 80-year-old lady at... What's up?
We've got like at the snow here during winter. It's not like they don't do the whole roadway with it, just particular turns. And yeah, you'll be riding along and the road's covered in the snow, and then suddenly a corner is like completely clear of snow because they put those heating elements under it. It's a great idea.
Yeah, I'm saying they should do the whole fucking road like that.
Yeah, I mean, it could well in the long run end up being more efficient, better for the road, better for the people.
Oh yeah, in the long run, did you hear all the stuff I just said? You got to have all the trucks come out. The trickle down of snow removal is insane. You got to have tons of city employees getting overtime, pensions, right? That costs a shitload. You got the trucks, all these plow trucks and salt trucks. Those trucks need maintenance, gas. Guys spend their whole lives and are getting pensions that just work on the maintenance of those trucks. Then you need this tons of salt that it takes. That's got to be a fucking fortune, right? And then the blacktop and the salt is fucking everyone's car up. I don't even know how you could put a number on that. The damage salt does to cars, and if you count the fact that the metal plows are just scraping along the fucking ground, tearing the blacktop up. And then you got to have the blacktop trucks come fix all the potholes in the summer. Now, in the meantime, people are fucking their cars up on the potholes. You should see the potholes where I live. They're no joke. Right after winter, every winter, the streets are destroyed. It would be ridiculously expensive to put that heating element in all the roads. However, they would probably get a good discount since you'd be buying, millions of dollars worth of the stuff. But like I said, the trickle down effect is priceless. You can't even put a price tag on the damage the salt does to the cars, right? How would you even put a number on that? What up?
Yo, what up?
Chilling.
Yeah, I kind of stepped away for a little bit and I came back and just quieted out.
Yeah, we went for a little while.
Yeah, it seems to go in waves.
Dude, I don't know why they can't. What is so hard about admitting that if we have a speed, distance, time triangle and something takes longer to go a distance, its speed was different. Like, that's how that speed, time, distance thing works. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care what path it took. It took longer to go that meter. It's bullshit, bro. It's not. I could tell this to a 3-year-old, and if they didn't have any hidden agenda, they would immediately agree, because this is a very easy thing to come to terms with.
Yeah. Well, I think in some of these cases, it's a situation where if they were to start to buckle on any one point, or even just concede just a tiny little bit, then it's like the house of cards. Like, everything else starts to change and possibly shatter. So there's like some folks have to hang on to it for that reason.
And that light not being constant speed in a vacuum anymore has huge implications. Huge. Like, no one's even saying that that's how it is yet. Just the fact that it could be possible for light to not travel at a constant speed in a vacuum is unbearable for these guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, they couldn't. No. They've said it for so many years. Like, I must have heard it 50 or 100 times. Light travels at a constant speed in a vacuum. You know what I mean? Which means, ultimately, that means that light's going to take X amount of time. And it always takes X amount of time, because a constant would be equals. Every meter is going to be an equal sign to the last meter, to the next meter, to every meter for every photon in a vacuum. You know what I'm saying? And now we know that's not the case. And they're trying to play like word games or something, like, oh, it does still travel that X amount of distance, time in a meter. It's bullshit, man. It's so this whole thing's fucking dishonest, man.
Yeah,
I know. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, how does that alter spectroscopy?
I don't think it would alter spectra. Well, that has its own inherent problems with it in and of itself. Spectroscopy. I don't think that this affects it at all, because it's just the speed. Really, it doesn't. When you do spectroscopy, you're just measuring the thing. I don't think a time of how long it takes for it to get. I could be wrong. It might alter it. I don't know. It has huge implications for distances, though. You know what I'm saying? Redshift, blue shift, distances to the sun, even something we shot out. You don't know what it went through in between us, because I mean, even if they do say it's all a vacuum, I don't know. They just their whole argument is based on what the sky is doing, and I don't like it. It's a very flimsy and weak argument, and no one would base their whole worldview on this presupposition of how the sky works. Ridiculous. It's almost laughable that they got people to go for this. I don't know who the fuck signed up for this shit. They have no error bar. I don't know if you heard the error bar thing earlier. You need something to measure against when you have an error bar, so you know what your error is. If you don't know what it is, like if I tell you lights bending like this, and I never actually see object would be in a long distance situation in the atmosphere, I have no idea what the error bar is, because I don't know what my baseline is. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with distance. You've never traveled that straight line. How are you getting an error bar for a distance that you have no baseline for to measure against? Fucking bullshit, man.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Some of these things are very reasonable though to assume. You know what I'm saying? This the light speed and the vacuum thing and the distance. This is reasonable to assume, but let's make sure before we start basing our whole paradigm on it. You know what I'm saying? Let's not fucking get crazy. This is a big decision. You know, whether you want to think we live on a flat or a flat Earth or a spherical Earth. Like the implications of that alone are huge too. Because now you're talking. Now, if it's a flat Earth, you definitely have a creator scenario, right? I couldn't see mainstream science or physics explaining a flat Earth without there being a creator.
What are you talking about?
What's up, Brenda?
I still can't figure out what you're talking about.
I'm just on a rant.
Oh, okay.
Did you want to join in or?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
So many things.
Something flat Earth. Something.
Yeah. Do you think flat Earth? Let's say they came out tomorrow and was like, "Yo, Earth is flat." Would that mean there 100% has to be a creator?
People can say anything they want. It won't change the fact that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you. But say they came out tomorrow and was like, "Yo, it's 100% fact." NASA comes out, they're like, "Yo, we were just fucking with you guys. It's really flat."
Yeah, I understand.
Would you like? Would your next step be like, okay, there's definitely a creator, or do you think they could science?
I would say they're wrong.
Let's up it. Yeah, let's say you did measurements yourself. Like you changed your perspective. The Earth is now planar and stationary. Does a creator come in your mind at that point?
I would be very confused because up until that time, the Earth was a globe. I would want to know how it magically changed to be flat.
No. In this scenario, you were wrong. It never was a globe. You were deceived.
But I'm not.
Okay, we're playing pretend for the moment.
I understand.
It's not that you need to comprehend it, since you're so zealous, you can't even think about the idea of the Earth being something else without just cucking nonstop for this thing.
No,
but
I understand.
Let's just say the Earth is planar and stationary. The question is, is there any way that it could be that way without a creator? That was the question.
So, I understand your point, and I'm making a counterpoint to it, which is that it isn't NASA that determines whether the Earth is flat or not. Right? Because that's what Jeremy said. If NASA came out and said the Earth is flat, but they aren't the ones that decide.
The government, everyone. I mean, NASA would know, though, right? NASA would definitely know.
The government doesn't decide if the Earth is flat either. They don't decide.
Whoever decides, they come out and say, "Yo, it's flat.
Yeah,
we were just fucking with you guys."
This is the whole.
It's just a pretend.
I understand. The whole premise, your entire assumption is wrong. The government doesn't decide.
That's fine. Whoever decides.
Nobody decides.
All the people that put this whole thing together, they all come out and they're like, "Yo, we were just kidding." They find a hidden letter from Einstein saying, "You know, I was just."
Every human being on Earth could suddenly come out and say the Earth is flat. The Earth would still be round because it isn't up to us.
Even what if they went to Antarctica? What if we went to they were like, "Look, we're going to show you it's flat. We're going to take you in Antarctica. There's wildlife. There's a whole other lands. There's another sun. There's another sun and moon system out there."
Where did the sun?
Would you believe it then?
Look, what decides whether or not the Earth is round or flat is the Earth.
Hold on. If we brought you to Antarctica,
it's up to people.
I understand. But let's say they were like, "Yo, you guys, we're going to prove it right now." They bring you to Antarctica. There's like wildlife. There's a whole nother sun and moon system. There's fucking dinosaurs and cavemen and shit. And there's just all other lands past Antarctica. Would you think it's flat then?
I would think that they have deceived me, and they've taken me somewhere else. You don't.
We know.
Oh my gosh!
You seem to,
dude.
I would think that because you guys seem to think that words make something true. People saying words doesn't make it true.
And no, listen, just pretend with me. They take you to Antarctica. You know you're not being deceived. You've had your eyes open. Your best friends are with you. Everyone you trust is with you. They've watched the whole time. They know where they're going. R.C. Meisty's flying the plane. Xanax with you. He's got a compass. All right. All kinds of shit's going on. All your peoples are with you, right? No deceiving. You know you've went past Antarctica and you're now in this tropical forest with dinosaurs and other suns and moon systems.
I got it. I would want to know how the Earth got changed that way. Because you seem to still think that words make things true, and they don't.
I don't think anyone said or thought that, but I will say, Brenda, a couple of weeks ago, you said on here that you put your faith in other scientists and people. So that means that you're believing the words through faith of those people that the Earth is what it is. So you don't know yourself, it sounds like.
So I make a distinction between faith, meaning trust, right? I trust in other people, but it's trust but verify, right? I don't mean religious faith. Religious faith is belief without evidence. Religious faith is believing something is true even when you know it's wrong. That's religious faith.
That has nothing to do with religion. Nobody's believing something's true because they know it's wrong.
That's literally what the Bible says. It's literally what the Bible says. It says faith is belief without evidence. That's what the Bible says.
I'm not religious, and the point is, I'm just saying, you can't like play along. Just pretend you went to Antarctica. There was all other land.
I am playing along, but I'm making a point, which is that as I understand how reality works, is that what makes it the case that the Earth is a globe is the fact that it's a globe, and no government, no religion, no person, no institution, no matter what they say or do, can make it any different.
Hey, what about you yourself? If you were to go to Antarctica, see these other lands, there's dinosaurs, other suns and moons.
I would be very confused. I would want to know how that
There's
happened.
no need. R.C. Meisty was driving the plane. Xanax was with you. He had a Foucault pendulum on his dinner tray.
I got it. I would want to know how the Earth got transformed from a globe into something else. Because
it was always like that.
Because in my mind, the Earth being a globe is a fact that no human being can change.
Right, but in this scenario we're describing, you've been deceived by men, and the Earth wasn't that. Therefore, and we can do it the other way around. If we want to say that I wake up tomorrow and I somehow realize the Earth is a globe, I'm willing to entertain that without just constantly being very bullheaded the way that you are. So, are you able to just consider that so we can have the conversation about the Creator?
Because I don't think there is a God. So we can have a talk about my atheism, but I don't think.
All right, Jeremy, I'll answer for you. This is way too boring. I'll answer for you. Yes, I think it's possible that the Earth could be a planar stationary surface without a creator. I'll just have fun. We got to have someone answer the question.
It can't be because of gravity. It can't be because of gravity.
Oh my God.
How do you deal with gravity?
Brenda.
Right? These are things that exist. These are things that exist independent of anything that you want. You can want it to be flat, but it can't be flat if there's such a thing as gravity.
I honestly want it to be. I actually want it to be a globe because I already know my kids are in a heap of shit with the people that are running this world. And if it's flat and they're lying about that, we got a whole new set of problems. I actually want it to be a globe.
I don't think they're in a heap of shit. They're just going to be nobody.
Have you seen the people running this world and the way this world's run, Brenda?
They aren't going to care about your kids, Jeremy. It's just going to be that they're just not going to They're not going to get a degree in certain fields. I mean, you can believe in the globe, believe in flat Earth, and have a lot of jobs, right? There's a lot of jobs. You could be an electrician, a plumber. You could be a carpenter. You can be a lot of jobs without believing the Earth is a globe. You
can be a pilot. You could be a pilot.
No, I don't think you. No, you can't. Because
Yeah.
you won't be able to fly your plane.
Flat Earth pilots then.
There are no flat Earth pilots.
Not true.
No, it is. It's pilots messing with you. They're fucking with you.
Isn't Bob what's his name, a pilot?
Bob. I don't think
Bob.
he's a con artist. I think he's certified to fly a Cessna, right?
So that means he's a pilot.
I don't know.
I already debunked you. You said there was no pilots on Flat Earth, and there is.
I don't know if he's a pilot.
He's a pilot. I know he is. Why'd you say he's a con
If you
artist?
can
How do you know
fly
that?
a fucking plane, you're a pilot, Brenda. Fuck.
Who said he's a con artist? Where'd you hear that from? You gotta stop believing everything people tell you.
I don't believe everything people tell me.
That's the best one yet, Jeremy.
Besides, he proved the Earth rotates.
No, he didn't. He showed an effect that you guys can't scientifically validate a cause.
You gotta stop believing what people tell you.
Of course we can. The fiber optic gyroscope proves that the Earth rotates.
But yeah, back to that creator thing. I've actually had people try to explain ways a flat Earth could have been like created, or I forget. It was a long time ago, but it was a little crazy. But people always try to do it without a creator. It's very, very difficult because I mean, how does this, like, what happened?
Well, there's no necessary connection.
You know?
If I knew for a fact that the Earth was flat, that wouldn't mean that there's a creator.
Well, how could you have the Earth come about without?
I don't know.
Creator.
I don't know.
What's underneath us?
If the Earth is flat,
well, before you agree to be a flat
I would
earther, I'm
imagine.
gonna need to know.
Are you saying it's like a coin? It's like pizza?
Before you agree to become a flat earther, I'm gonna need to know: do you have a flat Earth map?
You don't have one.
I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah, I know. If it's a pizza Earth, then I suppose it has a chewy crust on the bottom, right?
I'm just saying, like, what? How could you explain, like, without there being a creator? Like, it gets crazy after that.
But it isn't necessary that there be a creator.
I think it is.
If the Earth is a pizza, why?
I think it is. Well, explain to me how flat Earth got here without.
Well, it's not for me to prove your point for you. You're the one saying necessarily, if the Earth is a pizza, flat Earth pizza, that it must be then there must be a creator. I don't see how that one comes from the other.
Creator is the antecedent. Necessary antecedent. A creator is the necessary antecedent for a flat Earth pizza.
How so?
I don't know. I mean, I just made that up, obviously.
Yeah, I know. So making
well,
up words.
I can't see it happen any other way. Like,
okay,
where'd the land come from? There's still a Big Bang?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what kind of universe we live in. If you could have a pizza Earth.
What I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of a universe it is if you can do that. I don't know what.
It would have to be like the big bakery, wouldn't it? Where like you come out of the oven.
Bakery Earth.
Yeah, where the pizzas are like, nice and hot for what 30 minutes at 400 degrees.
We all came from the big oven.
Yeah.
Listen, explain how you get your flat Earth without a creator.
So I guess there would have to be a baker for the pizza Earth, wouldn't there?
You can't do it. It's tough, man. I've heard people try.
We'd have to have like the great baker would have to make the pizza.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily follow that because the Earth is flat, there has to be a creator.
It does for me.
Oh, finally, you fucking answered. It doesn't necessarily follow. Okay.
I've done that a couple of times, about 30, maybe 30 seconds ago or so.
Brenda says it doesn't follow
Oh.
for shit that does follow, though, so you
But
really
it
can't go by
doesn't.
that.
What's the inference? How? Tell me how you do that.
I don't know. I couldn't explain it any other way other than a creator. Like
That's not how this stuff works. It isn't how it works. You have to give a reason.
Well, like Big Bang.
So then there's gravity. Then the Earth can't be a big
Is that your
pizza.
reason?
It can't be a big
Bang?
pizza then.
Yeah.
If you're saying the Earth is a big pizza, there can't be gravity like we know it, right?
you can have mass attracting mass. You can have mass attracting mass on the flat Earth, absolutely.
Yes, but it wouldn't
there be
work the way
gravity?
it wouldn't work the way we know it to work, because if it was a pizza the size of the Earth, it would all be pulled into a ball.
No, but you misunderstand the physics.
You don't have rocks just forming into balls because of gravity. All right, we see all kinds of
No, that's
jagged,
exactly why. That's
misshapen
exactly why.
rocks, and they're not forming into balls.
When they're big enough, they are always.
It's
yes.
correct. When they get big enough, they do.
Give us enough time, guys, and this planet will indeed be flat.
No.
Yep.
No.
Well, given enough time, and it's going to
Yep.
it's going to be toasted by the sun when it expands.
It's observably a
Yeah,
sphere. You can measure it. You can see it. It pictures in space.
But isn't it wider at the equator?
Yeah,
Why
by
is it
how
wider at the
much?
equator?
By how much?
Yeah, but why? But why?
But how much?
And is it getting wider and wider?
How much?
So in several billion years, what will it be? Will it be
How
less
wide?
wider or wider?
It's not
What's
going
your
to
prediction?
It's not going to spin
Nothing?
up. The Earth isn't going to spin up into a disk.
Does spin out
Well,
like some
what's your
pizza,
prediction
like some
then?
pizza.
Does it spin up into a more perfect sphere?
Pizza dough. It's going to spin out into a flat pizza Earth.
No, it's not. If it would have to gain the speed spinning, and then it would just,
speed.
They say Earth's rotation is speeding up, causing time to go faster. You realize that's your mainstream.
It would
mainstream
fall
theory
apart.
now, right?
Earth is slowing down.
Did you hear me?
It would tear itself apart. And
Did you hear me? They said the Earth
Before
is
it got
speeding
flat?
up and causing
Earth is
time to
slowing
go.
down.
Earth is speeding up, causing time to go
No, it's
faster.
slowing down.
Okay, I'm gonna find the article, and you're gonna
What, the quarter second that happened this year is an anomaly.
Get your story right. Oh, that's an anomaly.
That's
But all
an
the other
anomaly.
ones
Look
aren't.
over there. Look at the time. Look at the time. The Earth is slowing
You've
down.
been around for as long as Earth, having an after. You've taken all the measurements. You've got a baseline. You've got averages.
Yep,
For
we
so
have.
long. Mm-hmm.
And in the meantime, you got Earth speeding up and forming a pizza Earth, flat pizza Earth. Even your globe's destined to spin out into a flat.
No, it's not going to spin that fast.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not, Jeremy. You have to spin a whole shitload faster to do that. I mean, we're talking
Speeding up. Don't worry.
significantly.
It's speeding up. Time's going faster. Don't worry. You're not up to date
No,
with
it
the
happened.
current
That only
pseudoscience. Clearly,
that happened in 2020 to 2020. Since it historically has been slowing down.
Time going faster. I love it when concepts can go faster.
Time is a real thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Does it cause stuff?
Yeah.
Really?
Put it in a
Must be
bottle.
the cause of everything.
It causes you to get older.
Really? Wow, that's time? I thought that was
Yeah.
the shortening of the telomeres. Oh, I thought that was a lack of stem cell production.
Yeah.
Oh,
Which happens as you
nothing to do with time.
get older. Exactly. Thank you.
I'm pretty sure we measure that in time. But it's not time, is it?
I know you have problems with concepts like time.
Saying
And
time
logic.
causes you to be alive for more time.
And logic and science, and I'm sure we can come up with a couple of
I
other
know
things.
it's all you've got to attack me, Nasta. It's all you've
I'm not
got.
attacking you. I'm just. You're gonna.
You
You're
are.
gonna say,
You are.
you're gonna say shit. I'm gonna say shit
I've got
back.
problems.
You're gonna
Oh,
say
fair enough.
You're gonna say shit. I'm gonna say shit back. That's how it works.
Yeah, fair enough, Chet.
What does
We all see how you act.
does a yardstick measure length?
Oh, is length real, Brenda?
Yeah, is length real?
Length, no, length is not real. Length is a
Wow.
word.
Length
What's
is not real?
reality? What's reality?
What?
Wow.
No.
What a concept.
Oh no. God,
Wait,
you
wait,
guys
wait,
must
wait,
just
wait.
be floating in 3D space. There's no reality without length.
Wait,
Oh,
wait,
God.
wait.
What would we do
Length
without
is
language?
real, isn't it?
Language.
Wow,
Oh
what
my
a concept, man. I bet you
Yeah.
rejected reality and substituted your own, right?
But wait a
Yeah.
minute.
So
Length
did
is real.
your length cause anything? Did it cause your girlfriend to run away?
You guys have your own little talk, but certainly yardsticks, and they measure length, right?
Oh, sure, they measure what they measure. Measure yards, I'd imagine. Wouldn't they? A yardstick measure yards.
Yeah, and that's real, right?
Well, it's an agreed construct. Yes. Nothing real about yard.
What do you mean?
It's called a convention. It's called a convention. We use tons of them
Can you
every
get
day.
me? Can you get me a bucket of yards?
It's called a convention. We use tons of conventions every day. Time's one of them. Weight is one of them. Words are one of them.
Well, sure. I can use I can use feet. I can use meters. I could use hands. Hands is the unit of measurement. I could use fathoms. Things like that.
My feet. Is that my feet? Is that my feet and your hands?
But
Or
just
has there been an agreement made?
But the question is, it doesn't. If I have a 2x4 that's 10 foot long, that's a standard unit. I measure as 10 feet long. It doesn't matter, right? What I measure it with. If I can measure it with a meter, I can measure it in furlongs. I can measure it in Irish sheep units. It's still the same length.
They're just descriptive words. That's all they are. They just describe something. That's all it is. And it can describe something to have regularity to it. So a meter, you have a meter length. So yeah, I have a meter long by 50 by 45 timber, and I need 10 of those. It's just a descriptive word. That's it.
I know,
but as far as being
the timber is real, Brenda.
Right,
The timber is real.
Exactly.
The word is not.
The I didn't say the word. I said the 2x4, the piece of lumber.
No, you said length. You said, is length real? I said, no,
Yes.
it's just a fucking word.
Well, that's not true. It's the same length. It's the same length whatever I use to measure it with, right?
Just because it's the same
convention
doesn't make it real. It's just a descriptive word to describe what you've got or what you're going to get.
I'm not talking about the description. I'm talking about the thing, the actual length of lumber.
Objects have length. Yes, objects have length.
Right. That's what I've been asking this whole time, and it's been like
Objects are real.
Yes, they're real, and they have length and breadth, and the length and breadth they are.
We ascribe length and breadth to things, Brenda.
Right, and it doesn't matter what units I use, right? It
No.
stays the same. It stays the same.
Yep.
Holy shit.
What's your point, though?
What do clocks measure?
Units.
They measure
time.
Movement,
Clocks
time.
measure time.
They don't measure anything.
Yeah, they do. They measure time.
They keep track of.
Yeah, that's.
You can't measure time.
Yeah,
There's
of
no way
course
to
you can.
measure it. You can only keep track of it.
Clocks measure time.
No, they keep track of it. They don't measure it.
Yeah, that's keeping track of it is measuring it. That's like
No,
keeping track.
those aren't the same thing.
Yeah, they are. Keeping
You don't keep track of wood to figure out how much you
Yeah,
need
you
or how
do.
long it needs to be to build a house. You don't keep track of it.
Yeah,
you
you
measure.
do. That's
it.
what. That's
two different
yes.
things.
By keeping
Bob's got
track
a
of
point
it,
here.
you put it.
Bob's got it.
You put the
Keeping track of the wood
yardstick-
isn't going to help you get the right length. It's not going to happen. It's not how it works.
By keeping track of it, you put the yardstick.
Hey, all right, well, fine. You
Up
demonstrate one contractor in the whole world. You demonstrate one contractor in the whole world who keeps track of wood instead of measuring it, and they still build a house that works good. Then we can start talking and having that conversation. Until then, I don't believe you.
That's not the point.
That's not how they do it. They definitely measure it. They definitely measure it and don't keep track. I mean, they might keep track, like, okay, we need this kind of wood, and we have,
These
you
aren't
want to
2x4s.
measure it.
These aren't 2x4s. These are 2x6s. Put them in the other pile over there, not in the pile of 2x4s. Those are for the walls. The 2x6s are for the jousts.
But they're not going to do anything without measuring it, though.
At a quarter past 1, I need 3 lengths of 1 metre by 45 by 20 pine.
And so
I'm going to do it.
Clocks measure time.
What we're talking about is them being interchangeable. You're saying they're interchangeable, and they're not. So you would have to have the contractor not measure, but yes, keep track of them and still build the house properly. You're not going to find one. If you do find one, show me, and that's fine. But you won't find one.
You're missing the point. The point is that clocks measure time just the same
no, they
way
don't.
that yardsticks.
I already used an analogy to demonstrate that they absolutely don't. They just keep track of it. That's all.
Just allow me to finish sentences. Clocks measure time the same way that yardsticks measure length.
I don't know. Bob's got me on this one.
Nope.
I think Bob's got you.
Oh well, just saying nuh-uh. You know, that's all you've ever done, Bob. Is just go.
I didn't say that. You did. I said no. They don't.
I think I would agree with Brenda.
Yeah, clocks measure time.
That's fine. You have a right to be wrong, Bandsaw. That's okay.
Okay, so I'm looking at a digital clock, Bob. I'm looking at a digital clock.
Shots fired.
I'm looking at it.
Sorry, Jeremy.
I'm looking at it. It's good. I'm looking at a digital clock, right? Went from 12:01 to 12:02. 12:03, and I'm watching it, and now it's 1 p.m. Like, what did I measure?
You measured.
What's the measurement that it gives me?
You measured the period between events.
Yeah.
You can measure with
You're just measuring the frequency of quartz that's just been excited by the fucking thing. Unless you're going to worldclock.com and using the internet, then it's not doing fucking fuck all, is it? It's not measuring time, Brendan. Get over it. Measuring a crystal vibration.
If I have a grandfather clock, if I have a grandfather clock, what the clock is measuring is the period between little clicks in the gears as the weights pull the gear. The weights pull down, right? Those little weights on a grandfather clock, they pull down on the mechanism, and the mechanism is set up to count, gears, to count the gears. It literally counts them.
Oh, so it's counting gears, not time. Interesting.
The rate at which it moves because of gravity, right? And as each little click.
That's not why it moves, Brenda.
Little
Come
click
on.
is a unit. Each little click
doesn't move because of gravity. Come on.
Unit of time.
Brenda, why did you say it moves because of gravity?
And gravity. There's still no time. Time feeds into a hole somewhere and then feeds out another hole and makes the clock move somehow. If it's measuring time, time must fucking interact with it.
Why did you say it moves because of gravity? Is that like you're trying to just like throw a dig at us, or?
I don't know what you mean.
Because of gravity in the clock. Clock makes.
That's how grandfather clocks work. They have.
So I can just set up a grandfather clock, and just gravity will just make the pendulum swing.
You need to give it a little push, right? Usually.
Give it a little push, and gravity will just keep it swinging forever.
No, it's the weights that make it swing. Right? The weights, there's a pulley system. I mean, you've seen the inside of a clock, grandfather clock like that. You have the weights go up into the mechanism of the clock, and there's a bunch of gears, and it's.
You don't put any power into this. The thing we got this perpetual motion machine.
It's not perpetual motion. It runs out if the weights, hit the bottom of the clock, then it stops. Do you not know how grandfather clocks work?
The weights hit the what?
You don't know how grandfather clocks work. There's pulleys that go up into the mechanism, and there's a series of gears and the reduction gears and stuff like that, gears and pulleys, right? And
but you need a motor to keep the pendulum swinging, don't you?
Eventually it's going to stop. Eventually it's going to stop, right? So it's going to run forever.
Holy
forever,
crap,
or is it going to stop?
Help me! Help! They don't know how.
Brenda, is the clock real quick? Is the clock going to run forever?
No, you're on your own.
Brenda, it's essentially winding it up.
Even
get over yourself.
You're
wind it up.
You're
it
debating with two
stops.
people
You
who don't
wind it up
understand.
again. Get over yourself.
I mean,
Real quick,
you
does
don't
does
need.
the clock? Hold on, Brenda. Does the clock run forever, or does it eventually stop?
It runs out as soon as the weights hit the bottom of the cabinet of the clock. It doesn't need electricity, dude.
Runs
They don't
out.
need.
So it runs. Hold on. So it runs out. Hold on. So it runs out, right? So gravity doesn't keep it moving. Gravity kept it moving. We would never need to. It would never stop.
Holy crap! I don't even know how to address this.
So why doesn't the pendulum just stop swinging eventually?
It does because the weights will eventually hit the floor.
Now it does. Oh, okay. So what keeps it going perpetually?
The gravity pulling on the weights. What on earth?
The human resetting
But that's the same thing that causes it to stop swinging.
No, it doesn't.
Gravity causes it to stop. Yeah.
The ever-living hell.
You're claiming that gravity is what keeps it swinging, but also what stops it swinging.
Help me! I've died and I'm in hell and I'm being tortured.
Because you can't articulate yourself properly. That's why.
I can't.
And you say goofy shit.
It's hard.
It can't start it and stop it all at the same time.
Sure it can. When you live in fucking Lord of the Rings, fucking Middle Earth, you can do whatever you want.
Hey, don't disparage the good name of Middle Earth with that.
That's gold.
You should laugh harder.
At least with Middle Earth, they'll just admit, yeah, it's magic. It's magic. We made it up.
Come on, Brenda. You gotta have.
At least they'll admit it.
You gotta have a laugh, Brenda. You gotta have a laugh.
Grandfather clocks are magic. Is that it? Grandfather clocks are magic. Well, how do you think they work? How do you think? And they don't need electricity. How do they work?
Through gears and springs and weights.
And the weights pull on the gears and springs, right?
100% they do, yeah.
And if the weights hit the floor, it stops, right?
Most likely.
What do you mean, most likely?
Until you wind it back up.
Yeah, you have a loose chain, and you pull on that, and you pull the weight. It ratchets up to the top again, right?
So the weight falls. Gravity causes the weight to fall, which causes the clock to stop running. So gravity essentially causes the clock to stop running, right?
No, it doesn't.
What do you mean? No, the weights fall. When the weights fall, the clock stops, right?
It's the weight. It's the weight hitting the floor that causes it to stop running.
And gravity causes the weight to hit the floor, right? Does gravity cause the weight to hit the floor?
I swear to God, I'm in hell, and this is.
You would, Brenda. Yeah, you can bark anytime you like.
Brenda, this is gold.
Say crazy shit like dog bones or clocks, and you can measure the amount of space time and tables and shit.
I just did a quick Google search, and it said the core is escapement, comprising pendulum, anchor, and gears. It is attached to gears with special shaped teeth. Each time the pendulum swings, the anchor releases one tooth. This tooth nudges the pendulum in the right direction and transfers enough energy to overcome friction and keep the pendulum swinging.
That's right.
There we go.
The escapement mechanism, when it releases, it allows it to advance another tooth.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all fueled by the energy coming from gravity pulling on the weights.
Well, why aren't those pendulums attracted to each other then?
And when gravity causes... My bad, Whites, go ahead.
No. I just said
and
why...
when gravity causes... Go ahead, my bad.
No, we got a delay, Jeremy. Go.
when gravity causes the weights to fall, that causes the clock to stop, right, Brenda?
It's the absence of the weight. That no longer has any force, any downward force pulling on the chain, right? Because the weights are attached to a chain, and there's a downward.
So when the weights fall, when gravity causes the weights to fall, it causes the clock to stop, right?
No, what causes it to stop is that the weights hit the floor.
Which is caused by gravity's making the weights hit the floor, right?
The gravity doesn't cause the weight to stop falling.
No, gravity
Oh my
causes
God,
the weight to
Brenda.
hit the floor.
The floor stops the weight from falling.
Well, you're boxed in. You're boxed in. We can all feel it. I can.
I reckon.
You're in a
Because
corner.
even though it's on the floor, Brenda, it still has
Keep
weight.
on digging.
Therefore,
Keep on.
gravity is still affecting it. Hmm.
What? The floor? Yes, the gravity is still pulling on the weight.
Right. So gravity has nothing to do with any of it, really. If gravity's
That
still
doesn't
affecting
follow.
it, and yet the clock isn't going anymore.
No, that doesn't follow.
Mm.
That doesn't follow.
Okay. Sure.
Right? It was gravity pulling on the weight, which pulls on the chain,
Mhm.
right? Which causes the escapement mechanism to advance one tooth in the gear,
Okay.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And when the weight
Right.
hits the floor, there's no longer any force. There's no longer any force being transferred up the chain.
What is it about the floor? What is it about the floor, Brenda, as opposed to the air? Could it have something to do with the density of it, or not?
No, it has to do with the fact that the floor.
So it wasn't the air. It wasn't the lack of medium that brought it down. It was gravity. But when it stops due to density, it's the floor, and not gravity.
It stops due.
You are confused.
It stops
A
due to the
confused
fact
little girl.
that the floor, right, has prevents it from going any further.
Yeah, you can only have so
But the
much
air
string. You can only
prevented it
have
from
so much
falling.
chain on the spindle
Brenda,
that
I didn't know you were into
the
relative.
weight's attached to. Sorry,
My bad, Rand.
I was
My
only
bad. No, that was
explaining a
all my bad.
diagram
Go ahead.
that actually explains it all.
So when the
It's
weight
silly,
hits the
this one.
floor, when the weight hits the
Well,
floor,
yeah,
the
because that's
density
the
is.
size of the cabinet. That if it can't go any further.
Yes, yeah, because the floor is more dense than the weight, right? If it was less dense, it would
No,
just
the
go right
floor
through it, right?
restricts it from falling any further.
Yeah. So if it was air or something less dense, it would just go right through it.
No,
weight,
if the
right?
floor was, if it was a longer piece of string and a longer ground, that's why some ground floor the clocks originally were longer. They were really tall.
So just so we're clear, gravity causes the weight to fall, which causes the clock to stop running, right?
No, it makes the clock run.
But when the weight hits the floor, the clock stops, right?
Yeah, because the weight can't go any further because
Yes,
the
because
bottom of
gravity-
the cabinet stops it from. No, the bottom of the cabinet restricts it from falling any further.
Okay, listen to me. Did gravity cause the weight to fall down?
Yes.
Okay, which that in turn causes the clock to stop.
No, the clock keeps going while it's falling.
When it's fall all the way, and gravity has caused it to fall all the way, the clock stops,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, when it stops at the bottom.
Yes, when gravity has caused this weight to go all the way to the floor. That's what gravity does, right? Pulled it all the way to the floor.
Yeah, but you're mixing two terms here. Gravity's making it go down. That's a period of time. So when time stops, as in the duration of it falling, it hits the bottom of the cabinet, or runs out of string on the spool, the clock will stop running.
So now
Yes, I
time.
understand that.
So now time is the cause of it stopping.
Oh, this is getting crazy now, bandsaw.
I know, mate. I know. We've got gravity, we've got time, we've got density. Damn. What the hell?
Yeah, they're pretty clever.
No wonder they're so confused.
I'll pull mine out of the box. I'll pull mine out of the box and I'll get it going, and then you can see how they work.
Them being able to see it isn't going to make them understand it.
That's why I found this simple demonstration or the diagram there that shows you how they bait the basis.
I understand.
Of how they work.
I think that their refusal to understand things is more powerful than your illustration.
I understand what's going on. The weight. Listen, I understand this perfectly. Gravity's causing the weight to go down, which causes the clock to tick. But then gravity also causes the weight to go down so far that it makes the clock stop ticking.
Yeah.
No, the gravity
the clock
isn't the
stops.
cause of why it stops ticking.
So what happens? What happens if I have a watch next to it, right? And the watch keeps on ticking, and time is still moving. Does that keep the pendulum from continuing?
Brenda, you know what I had a guy tell me the other day?
Go, Jeremy. What did he tell you?
Nah, the guy was telling me space-time is just a coordinate system.
Ugh.
I think I went
Sure.
over it with Brenda already.
Sure, that's like the coordinate system we place on the Earth, latitude and
What a-
longitude.
Yeah, but
So-
the coordinate systems don't actually cause anything, right?
Well, latitude and longitude don't cause anything either.
Yeah. I know, because coordinate systems don't cause things. They're just mathematical
Right.
concepts that we put numbers to so we know
Yeah.
locations.
They describe the Earth, though.
So it's more than, so you would have to say space-time is more than just a coordinate system, because doesn't space-time bend causing objects to
That's
fall?
what I'm saying. Yeah, that's
We got to
yes.
get you into gems to debunk this guy. I think it was Professor Phil Bell or something. I don't know who it was, though. I had just woken up, but they were in there talking wild like space-time is just a coordinate system. That's crazy, right?
System is a description, but space and time can bend, right?
Space-time, yeah. Space-time bends, causing shit to fall. Yeah, we know
Yes,
the story.
The
Do you have
numbers,
any proof of that, though?
the numbers that you
Hell
use
no.
to describe it, those don't matter. Those, the numbers that you put on it, it doesn't matter what numbers you put on a globe. It's still a globe.
So if you're using space-time as a coordinate system, how do you work out the bend in that coordinate system?
Lorentz transform.
Pretty much.
You said Lorentz transformation?
Yeah.
That's how you work out the bend.
Please explain.
If you're going a certain speed, the lengths you're going will change depending on that speed. We're talking about special relativity, right? Or we're
So
talking
now
about-
depending on my speed depends on how much space-time bends.
Wait. Are you coming from the perspective that it's real or not? Is my question.
They're coming from the perspective that it's not real. That it's
We're definitely not using.
I'm using it as real. I'm using it as real and a coordinate system. So if it's real and a coordinate system, how do I work out the bend in that coordinate system? It depends on speed, does it?
I'm talking about special relativity.
We're definitely not using special relativity, dude. Newton's work debunked special relativity.
I don't know.
Special relativity was after Newton.
I know, which is weird.
How exactly does Newton debunk it?
Well, Newton's gravity worked instantaneously, right?
Relativity has nothing to do with gravity, though. That's general relativity. Special relativity has to do with lengths, distances, and the speed of light, and the speed you're going.
Yeah, the speed of light. The speed of light. Newton had shit moving at instantaneously.
And what happens when the speed of light changes?
Nothing can break the speed of light, right?
No information travel faster.
Yeah,
Dude, Newton's work debunks special relativity.
No, Newton was wrong. Newton was
Well,
wrong.
when did Newton
I've been
prove
telling you guys Newton was wrong for years now.
When did Newton prove that information can travel instantaneously?
He didn't. He made an assumption, and he tried to measure it, but he was unsuccessful.
So that's it.
Newton
He
was
never
wrong.
debunked it.
Yeah, there were a lot of people. A lot of
Oh, he
people
didn't
tried.
debunk it.
Say Newton was wrong again.
Something that came after your theory that incorporates your theory. That doesn't make any sense.
A lot
Say
of
Newton
people,
was wrong again for me, Brenda.
Jeremy. A lot of people tried to measure the speed of light. Right. None of them were successful because nobody had instruments good enough to measure something that fast. Newton postulated or hypothesized that the speed which gravity acted was infinite, but that's wrong.
How do you measure it?
And
That's
now the
a
speed of
good
light
question.
ain't constant. It's not even constant, the speed of light now.
Yeah, it is. The speed of
No,
light
it's
is always
not.
constant.
No, it's not.
Oh
Yeah,
boy.
it is. Yeah, it is.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Well, it depends on what you mean by it. If you mean the constant c, then yes. If you mean like the speed of
vacuum, how about constant?
Brenda, I think Jeremy's got something for you. He's got a present.
C is always constant. That's what I'm talking about.
So you're telling me light will always travel at the same speed over 1 meter in a vacuum?
No, I'm telling you that C will always be the same speed.
The speed of light.
I'm telling you C will always be the same.
Is C the speed of light?
Speed is the speed of light, yes.
Well,
Yeah.
C is
So the
speed
speed.
of light.
Are you saying the speed of light? This is gonna be tough to get through, Gio. So, Brenda, are you saying the speed of light
Maybe not.
travels at the same? It takes the same time for every photon in a vacuum to travel 1 meter.
Yes. That's what relativity. That's what special
in
relativity.
a straight line, yes. In a straight line, yes. If you change the path, then of course it's going to change the time.
It's not.
So it could. It might. So you're saying it could travel at a different speed.
Let me tell you this. They say basically relativity states that the speed of light never changes. So if you have two lights that are two particles going near the speed of light, and they always have to go at the same speed. That's why they can bend space and they can bend length and they can stretch it and squish it up together because they need to keep that speed constant. And that's what relativity is all about. It's just stretching space so that the particle is always going at the speed of light.
The speed of light isn't constant, even when it's traveling in a straight line.
So what's your point, Jeremy?
And that's demonstratable.
So a variable rate of induction based upon the medium.
Depending on the medium, depending on the forces, depending on a lot of things, the speed of light isn't constant.
See, I disagree with that. I believe that C is the speed of light, not the speed over distance. So light has a speed over distance that will vary, of course, depending on certain things.
Like the
it might start off at a certain speed. Why? But that speed can vary depending on the medium, depending on the forces enacted on it, depending on that sort of stuff.
No, but see, my understanding of it, like an instantaneous speed, like the speed, like C as they call it, constant. It's the speed of light. It's like it can't do another speed. It's locked. It's set. Obviously, going through different mediums and things will slow it down and speed it up and make it take a different path. Direct line from A to B with no medium, obviously, it's got to be consistent, sure. But it's not in a different path. But the actual speed itself, like the instantaneous or yes, this, I don't know, the speed. See, speed doesn't have a direction or anything like that. It's not a velocity or it's not got no vector. So yes, its speed is constant. If it has a speed anyway. If it's even measurable and not just calculated.
So what's your guys' best flat versus round debate tips or points? I heard Bacon measured the gravity of Earth.
Speed not moving at a constant and through a vacuum, which means it takes different times for it to travel 1 meter.
Because it has a different path.
I don't care. I don't care which path it takes. It takes a different speed to travel a meter. It takes a different amount of time to travel a meter.
No, it's an average speed that it's changing, which is not what the C is
average.
About.
Okay, let me explain something to you. If something's constant, it's an equal sign, right? It's not above or below. If it's not constant, you now get an average because it's above and below.
Yeah, but C isn't about the average. You're saying that the average speed of light is here and here are different, so C is different. No, C isn't about the average speed of light.
Dude, when someone tells you light moves at a constant speed through a vacuum, that means every meter that light travels through a vacuum needs to be the same speed. Would you agree?
No.
So you think something can move at a constant speed but be at a different speed?
If that no.
Answer that question. That's the question I want answered right now.
It depends on what you're picturing there, because
question.
Yeah. Well, the thing is,
something can be at a constant speed.
The meter you're referring to
over A to B change.
The meter you're referring to isn't the trajectory distance, right? It's the starting point and ending point. So if that's what you mean by 1 meter, then of course it can change it, even if the speed is constant, because the trajectory might be different.
So light
Giving
doesn't
you a
travel
longer
at a constant speed in a vacuum because sometimes it can take longer or shorter to travel 1 meter, right? That'd be not constant,
No.
right?
That depends on how you're defining it.
So you think something can move at a different speed over 1 meter and still be constant? Are you guys fucking delusional or what?
Depends on how you're
I gotta
defining it.
leave. I gotta leave. This is too
Yeah,
too
it's about
intellectually
the
You're
dishonest.
definition.
being too stupid.
This is
Because
too
I mean,
dishonest for
No.
me.
I'm
this
bringing the honesty back.
this is the dumbest argument ever. Like, if I have two cars, they're both 60 kilometers an hour, and one is making circles and the other is going straight. I can just wait enough, and the guy who is making circles is in the same place as he started. I can't say his speed is 0. According to you, one has a 0 speed, the other has 60 kilometers an hour. But no, they're both traveling at a constant speed.
Yeah, one guy's just going around in circles, while the other guy's just going straight. Yeah,
Exactly.
So you
when
can have something. So you can have something. Hold on.
Displacement and traveling distance.
So if something moves at a different speed over a meter, that's still considered constant in your eyes?
It depends. What do you mean by 1 meter? Is that just the displacement, or is this the?
Depends on what you mean by 1 meter. Shut the fuck. I gotta go. I gotta go because I'm gonna lose it.
What is he talking about? What meter are you talking about? Is there a test that you've done? Like, what are you referring to about this meter?
Yes, there's a test.
You're so intellectually dishonest. Why would I even bother bringing it to you guys? Fuck out of here.
Don't believe you're still insisting on this argument. I mean, it's so obvious why it doesn't
I
work.
don't know that I'm clear on like Jeremy. Could you describe what you mean by that? Like what that for you, so I can understand it better?
Well, if light is traveling at a different speed over 1 meter, that if light was traveling at a constant speed through a vacuum, every meter of every photon would be x. If you get x minus something, right? If one time you shoot a photon and it takes longer, you get x plus something, then that's not constant anymore because constant is an equal sign.
Right.
Right, but where are you getting this different? Where are you getting this different speed from? Is my question. You're just coming out of here and claiming that you have 2 different meters that light is going across in 2 different speeds. What circumstance? What are you talking about? Where do you get this claim from that you're getting a different speed of light?
They've done it.
Ooh.
They've done it in a vacuum and they've done it in the same medium.
So 2 vacuums next to each other. One, you shot a laser, it came delayed compared to another one where you shot that laser at the same time, is what you're saying.
They shot single photons.
And so they were both in the same medium, but one photon beat the other? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, one took longer to travel the meter than the other one. Yes, different times, different speeds.
Yeah, but the one that took longer went in a straight line.
Okay, how do you know that? Wait, you're saying it didn't go in a straight line?
Wait, can I get a citation?
Yeah, at least that's what I understood from it.
We're debating something that we don't have a citation for, so I'd like
to
Jeremy, you would agree, Jeremy, that if it didn't go in a straight line, that it could actually be going the same speed but reaching the point later. Do you agree with that, Jeremy?
Yeah, light could be traveling the same speed. Maybe it's bouncing back and forth or doing spirals or something. However, it's irrelevant to the point that light's no longer traveling at this constant speed in a vacuum, since the length that it takes to travel a meter is different, not constant.
Well, it reminds me of lightning. The way that when lightning strikes, depending on how straight the lightning is, the line will be either straight or branch out.
Is this the paper that you guys are talking about? This one from Live
I believe
Science?
this is what they're. I believe this is what they're. Oh, do you not know? This must be.
No, I don't think so.
I don't know for sure. I'm asking.
I don't think so. I remember they're
claiming.
Yeah, they posted on Gems. They posted on Gems a couple of days ago. I'm not sure how to find it.
Hold on. I got it. Everyone relax.
Yeah, the thing is, Jeremy, I think what they're doing with this is they're setting up a situation where they can now have a, as we know, in my viewpoint, they're always backpedaling, they're always damage controlling. So this way they can backpedal and damage control with a little more variability.
That's not my understanding.
All right, Jeremy just posted the like thing.
We're not setting up anything. This is always
Go ahead.
right. This was always what was meant by C. C never meant the displacement over time. So you're using a meter as the displacement, which is the average speed. And
Hey,
to say that the speed
article
is not constant.
The article explains the fact that it remains at the slower speed even as it leaves the mask into free space and continues at the slower rate through the vacuum.
The title is very misleading.
Is there anything in there that describes whether the light travels straight or whether it makes other patterns, or whether they have any way of knowing that?
Well, I mean, yeah, they have to claim that it's not going in a straight line now. I don't know if they know that for a fact. I don't know if they know that for a fact, but I mean, that has to be their argument now, that it's not going in a straight line because they can't have light. I mean, it already is traveling at a different speed in a vacuum, because if it wasn't traveling at a different speed, every meter would take the same amount of time, but it doesn't. So it's traveling at a different speed.
No, that's not what this. That's not how you calculate the speed. Otherwise, a car that is making circles 60 kilometers an hour is at zero speed. Is it 60 kilometers an hour or is it 0 kilometers an hour?
It's like they made up a thing like blue foam, and then they just made a world full of blue foam. They made this whole thing. They made this. I never meant by that is that they made this whole outer space story, and then an entire story of light and physics that follows it, but isn't based in reality.
But it is based in reality. It's based in experiments.
Vacuums that surround a globe with light traveling in ways that they claim is not reality, in my viewpoint, at all.
But they verified it with experiments.
But you didn't, so you're just believing what they say.
That's just the genetic fallacy. Just because I didn't do an experiment doesn't mean the experiment is false.
They have verified in experiments that light does not move at a constant speed.
Oh, I'm not talking about the light. I'm just saying, like, you guys are saying this, but like, at the end of the day, we're just arguing over someone else's articles that they wrote.
Sure, this is the mainstream science, though, that they believe in.
How did they do the experiment? How did they measure speed of light?
They used a certain type of mirror that they shot the light through, and this changed the structure of the light. It kind of changed the momentum of the light. So, like, to use an analogy, if you and I were running a race towards the finish line, and you ran, like, let's say we were, like, in a tunnel running towards the finish line, you ran in a straight line towards the finish line, but I ran from the bottom of the tunnel to the top diagonally towards the finish line. You know, I'm covering a longer distance, even though we're both traveling along. Yeah, we both headed in the same direction, but I'm taking a longer distance to get there.
It reminds me of like on a race.
Speed of light.
You know, like on a running track, like a racetrack where you've got multiple people and you have the inner rim and the outer ring. Reminds me of that, where the people that are on the inner ring have to start further back. You know, like when they
kind of.
Yeah. If you have to travel a greater distance, then if you're going at the same speed, then it's going to take you longer. I mean,
exactly. That's exactly what's happening.
Jeremy, same speed.
That's exactly what's happening. But according to Jeremy, because the time taken is longer, that means the speed isn't constant.
Well, he might be right.
Yeah.
I
if
mean,
the speed was constant, every meter would be X. It's not X.
It's a weird
plus or
interpretation.
To calculate speed, you need to know the time and the distance covered.
Yeah,
So,
distance 1 meter.
If you
time,
had to use the speed
not
of
constant.
light in a distance,
Yo.
if you had to use the speed of light in a distance time triangle, distance time speed triangle, you would keep S constant, and you would if there's a change in T, you need to make the same change in D, but your S will always stay constant. You know, you can't change S when using the speed of light in that triangle.
This paper that you linked to, Jeremy, is talking about
Use the triangle then. Hold on. Let me respond to at least one of these people real quick, Brenda, please. So you're not going to use the time, distance, speed triangle to figure out how fast the light was going over a meter.
That's not what I said. But what I said is, if
That's
you
what
did use
Rams.
it,
I know. I
Jeremy,
was.
Yeah, not
oh,
anymore.
okay.
Yeah, I would say not anymore. It can't be done, which is why they're
Yeah, you wouldn't use it. But if you were trying to use it, you would have to keep speed constant, and then that just
No,
means that
you would.
triangle's not going to work for you.
No, what you would do is you would see the distance it traveled, which would be 1 meter. Then you would time it, how long it took, and then you would get the speed. That's how. That's how that
If you
triangle works.
if you're working with the speed of light, that triangle wouldn't work because you would have to keep S constant, Jeremy. You wouldn't be
No,
able to
the
change
triangle
that.
doesn't work because you guys have some fucking befuddled belief about what light's doing. Your
Okay,
psycho
okay.
belief.
If that's what you believe, bro, it's cool. I mean,
Well,
I'm not
no,
trying
we
to
know how
argue
this
with you about it. I'm just
Nate.
telling you that you can't use the distance, speed, time triangle when calculating the speed of light. Because if you had to try and use that triangle for light, you would have to keep your S constant. So it kind of defeats the purpose, you know. So you wouldn't use that triangle to calculate the
So we
speed of light.
can't figure out. We can't figure out how fast things are moving.
I didn't say you
using
can't figure
distance
how
and time.
fast things are moving. I just said you can't use distance, speed, time triangle to calculate the speed of light. If you want to
Why?
calculate
Because
the
you
speed of
say
anything,
so.
because it won't work. If you want to calculate the speed of anything else, you can use that triangle. But when it comes to light, light is very different from other things, Jeremy.
Dude, that's how we figure out speed. We get the time and we
That's
get the distance, and we
for
figure
light.
out speed.
Not for light. No one
Why?
uses
Who
that
says
for
that?
light.
You made that up.
Nobody.
Yeah, so
Because
hang
the
on.
properties of light.
Why
All
can't
right,
you just
Jeremy.
turn on the light?
You do it.
Why can't you just
do it.
turn on the light and time how long it takes to get from the
That's not
source
going to work. It's not going to work because the light's going to hit you before you're even able to turn your clock on.
So okay, so you need instrumentation incredibly accurate or sensitive
accurate.
to be
That's
able
why
to
that
measure it.
triangle is
So-
not going to work for you. Yeah. Because the speed of light, there's not a formula for it. It's a measurement. We just measure light to be at that speed. There's not a formula that gives you C. You just measure it. But if you think you can use that triangle to calculate the speed of light, go for it, bro.
So
Dude, that triangle is what we use to figure out the speed of things.
Then
That's
use
how
it,
we,
Jeremy.
that's how we get
Use that
speed.
triangle to figure out the speed of light and get back to me.
That's how we get speed,
Actually-
bro. They did it with this experiment I posted about how light slowing down in a vacuum. That's how
So
they
in this
figured out it was moving
experiment, they
slower.
used that triangle to calculate the speed of light, did they?
That's how they figured out it was moving slower. They had a meter. They knew how. They saw how long it took for it to go a meter, and that's how they figured out it was going slower.
No, if you read the paper, Jeremy, especially the last paragraph, it doesn't support what you're trying to claim.
Constancy is not about displacement over time. It's not what it is about. So showing something else isn't constant is completely pointless.
It talks specifically about the group velocity.
Oh, it's so cold.
And by the way, Liz, is that how your name is pronounced?
You can pronounce it any way you want, bro.
Sorry?
That's what.
Alright. So yeah, we can't no longer measure the speed of light. We can only measure a meter, right? Because now a meter is defined in terms of the speed of light. So if you try to measure the speed of light, you're actually measuring a meter. Speed of light is not changing anymore.
Exactly. Yeah. That's why now, like, our meter's kind of fixed. We really got to worry about it until we find something weird about light. Then we're gonna have to change what we define the meter by.
Well, I don't think it even I don't think that light even travels. I would say it induces through the environments an induction.
What experiments have you done to what experiments have you done to verify that hypothesis?
Wait, that's kind of a unfair question because you haven't done any experiments either.
No,
all right,
well,
what
It's
experiment?
not unfair.
I mean,
it's not
you
unfair
can
to ask. It's not unfair to ask for an experiment to confirm an assertion.
Well, hang on. Doesn't optical fiber communication, isn't that based on the time that the lights take to travel down that fiber?
Yeah.
So the travel time of that light is used to
Right, but it can be faster or slower depending on the angle at which you bounce the light, because the light bounces back and forth. inside of the cable.
Yeah, it bounces off of the walls of the or the edge
So
of the.
if you're at an angle closer to perpendicular, it'll take longer to get there. Whereas if you're at an angle more parallel, then it'll take shorter amount of time.
Yeah, but doesn't that debunk what Gio was saying about light inducing and not actually traveling?
I really don't.
Induction. I would say that the induction has a rate. There's a rate of induction.
Well, what do you mean by induction?
Speed, right? So a speed that it travels.
Well, and I'm just trying to understand what you would mean by induction here. Because I can understand like an induction heater, a stovetop uses induction. It has a magnetic coil under the stove and it heats up my metal pan, right? But that's not what you mean, though. So I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's more of an infrared, a heat type of induction.
No, that's not infrared. It's induction.
Yeah.
Well, there are some that are infrared. There are some
It's literally not infrared. An induction oven, an induction stovetop doesn't use infrared.
There are infrared induction tops.
Yes, there are infrared. Yes, they use a light underneath. They don't use a magnetic coil. Induction stovetops use a magnetic coil.
Yeah, and if you use the wrong type of metal, then it won't work.
That's right. That's right.
The infrared spectrum is involved in all heat. So when you mentioned about
no, it's not
infrared. So that's all I was saying about it. But the point is that no, I'm not referring to that. When I'm referring to induction with light is my viewpoint, instead of the idea that, like, let's say you flick a lighter. Let's say you're in a dark room and you turn the lighter on. Boom, you flick it. Your area is going to light up. Of course, there's going to be some on the walls, depending on how big the room is. You're going to see. A flame from
like a Bic lighter? You mean like
yeah, exactly. So what happens when that is ignited? The gases are ignited, the spark, etc., and then the flame is going, and that's a whole other question of what is fire and what is light in that sense. Nonetheless, okay, we know what it is. It's a flame there. So when the light, the question is, does the light travel? So does it start at the flame?
Yes.
And literally,
yes.
Let me finish. Hold on. Does it travel from that flame outwards and then hit all at a specific? Oh my gosh!
Well, you're asking simple questions.
Hold on, just let him finish, Brenda.
Trying to actually say something.
Let him finish.
Or another induction would be more like that. The actual environment itself, the atmosphere, the ether, whatever one would want to refer to it, that the light actually comes out of the ether. It induces from the ether.
Yeah.
Because of the activation of the flame, the environment is induced, and so the light actually comes out of the ether rather than coming from the flame.
So the answer,
the light there is just what's activating the rest of the ether to light itself.
Yeah, I understand the question. So the answer is no. It travels. Because we can know this, right? Because light travels through a vacuum where there is no medium.
Well, that's yeah, of course. I mean, if you suck the air out of something, that doesn't change that there's still a medium.
No, there's nothing in there. It's a vacuum, and you can have a light. Let's say a flashlight in the vacuum. The light will still travel, and you can measure how long it takes to get from one place to the next.
Brenda, can you define vacuum, please?
The absence of anything.
Anything? I thought it was just the absence of air pressure.
The absence of air, sure, if you want to go that route.
It's just it's just a lower.
No, but what is it? Can you define it?
Yeah,
is it the absence of air or absence of anything? What is it?
A vacuum is it's an area of extremely low pressure.
So it's just about air.
Couldn't you describe it as an area void of particles?
No, because it's not void
of particles would be.
There's no way it is, because there's always all kinds of dust and flakes and everything. Even in outer space, they say there's space junk and all that. So it's definitely not absent of that.
But you get like maybe 1 atom per meter.
The entire Earth, you guys say, is inside of a vacuum. Every particle on Earth, you guys say, is in a vacuum. So of course, particles would exist in vacuums.
Of course.
It seems that hang on, just
Wouldn't you just say a vacuum is any space that's devoid of matter then? Like, aren't you guys happy with that? Any space devoid of matter. Like, can't you live with that? 'Cause it's a vacuum.
It seems that light doesn't need any medium through which to propagate.
That's correct. Light does not need a medium in which to
But
propagate.
hang on. How do you know?
Unlike sound, of course.
Oh, honked. Yeah, light doesn't need like an ether or something.
Hang on. So you get a vacuum, you take all the air out, you run light through it, and then you try and say, oh, look, light doesn't need a medium.
That's right.
How is air all mediums?
No, well, you take everything out of it.
How have you taken everything out when you just checked the fucking air
devoid
pressure?
of matter? Because if there's
it's
no
devoid
matter,
of
what is
pressure
causing pressure?
from atmosphere.
What's causing pressure if there's no matter inside this
So
vacuum?
you're saying there's no static? There's no static in there. There's no EM fields. There's no anything in there.
That's correct.
In a vacuum,
How
there's no
would
EM
you
field.
have how would you have an EM field in there if there's no matter and therefore no charged particles to create this current for this EM field to exist? You can't have electricity without a charged particle.
Hang on a minute.
And charged particles only consist within particles of matter. If there's no matter, there's no charge.
But a vacuum is a place that's void of particles. Any
Void of
particles
matter.
of any
Exactly.
kind.
So if there's no matter,
Void of
how can
air.
you
Just
how can you
air.
have electricity in that vacuum if there's no matter?
Low pressure. Have you heard of a vacuum tube?
Yeah.
Yeah, a vacuum tube doesn't
Right.
have any air in it.
But does it have matter?
Fuck,
Does
so
the particle?
a vacuum
I don't know. Is it a partial
an area
vacuum?
devoid of pressure.
Exactly.
That's the definition of a vacuum.
Okay, so
Nothing else.
how do you have pressure without matter? That's what you need to explain. Because I agree. You could say it's
No, you guys say that light can travel through an empty space.
Yes.
But to prove that, you get a vacuum, which just removes the fucking air. It removes nothing else.
Yes.
No, it removes everything.
So if it removes the air, what are
it
you saying
removes
is left inside?
everything. What other devices do you use to test? So you've got air pressure. What other devices do you check to make sure you've removed everything else?
Oh, they haven't removed anything else. No, nothing else. All it is.
I don't understand. Hang on. If
No,
you
I know you
remove
don't
air from a
understand.
vacuum,
You're
are you guys
paranoid.
saying there could be stuff
You
left
can't
behind?
even think.
Well, there are no
My
vacuums in
God.
nature. There are no vacuums in nature. So any vacuum.
Yeah, but Gio.
Hold on. Every vacuum that's being made is being made by a human, and all they're doing
That's
is
not
sucking
true.
the air out.
There's vacuum in space, and that's natural.
Yeah, but I mean, you can make a vacuum chamber, and light will still be able to pass through it, reflect off things within there. It doesn't seem to bother light.
I know.
Whereas,
And
like,
yet
a
you seem
sound-
to assume that light requires no medium. How do you
correct.
get? Okay, so
Yeah.
you remove
What's
the
wrong
air.
with that
That's
assumption?
That's one medium. You remove the air and then go, oh look, light requires no medium.
What's
Why
the
wouldn't
other
you say
medium?
light requires no
Yeah, what is the
air
other medium?
to travel
We
in?
remove air. What is left behind? Like, because it sounds like that's what you guys are saying.
Hang on.
There might be
Are
stuff
you
left behind.
Are you assuming that there's nothing? Is that your assumption that when you remove air, you've literally got empty
I would
fucking
think so.
space?
I would think so. I would think so. That would be my assumption. That would definitely be my assumption.
Right.
So prove my assumption wrong.
Okay. Do you remember?
If I've removed
Do you remember
air,
the
what
period
is
of
left?
time when we didn't know that uranium gave off invisible energy, and it wasn't until we come up with some sort of detector to detect it? And do you think it's possible, just possible, slightly maybe, that we're just not
That
detecting what's
uranium-
left once we remove the air? Do you think that's possible?
I don't know. I mean, you tell me because you feel there's something
But no,
left
do you
behind.
think
What
it's
is that?
possible? Or are you
I
ruling
don't
it
think
out?
so.
Is it scientific fact that there could be nothing
But you
else
have
there?
but you have the positive claim, so the proof burden of proof is on you to prove that medium.
It's not a positive claim.
The question is,
are
why do you
positively
think?
saying removing air is every medium? That is a positive claim.
But let's say you've removed the air. Okay, now what medium do you think light requires in order to propagate? In order to
No, that's not the question. The statement
Okay.
is that when you remove the air, light can now propagate through nothing, as opposed to light can propagate through an airless space.
Right. Yeah, I would say that there's a base. Yes. The medium is still there at the base level. You're just changing the pressure. Just like if you go further down in the ocean, you get greater and greater pressure. Just because you're getting greater and greater pressure doesn't mean that the environment is changing other than just the pressure. And of course, you're in water in that case. So a vacuum is just where you've pulled that pressure out. It doesn't pull out. It doesn't suck matter out of it. You know, that's why you can still see. You can still put stuff in it.
But if it doesn't suck matter out of it, then there should still be a pressure reading, Gio. Because matter is what's causing the pressure. If we take all the matter out, when you say it's devoid of pressure, you're saying it's devoid of matter. It's the same thing. So if we take all the air out and we don't have a pressure reading anymore, you guys are saying that there might still be something inside there. So what is that something still inside this vacuum?
Well, I mean, even your
No,
model
not-
says
not-
there's no such thing as empty
Fucking-
space. You got. My
Doesn't
bad.
even
Go ahead,
understand
bro.
what we're talking about.
You're not answering the question,
sorry.
Jeremy.
He's just missed the whole point.
You guys are
Keep
running.
going.
You guys are running.
So,
Yeah.
so we know that light does not require a medium. That's something we know.
That's not true. Even in
That
your own
is-
model, they say there's quantum foam everywhere, and there's no such thing as empty space.
But we know that light doesn't require a medium.
Then why does your
You're
model
joking.
say that there's no such thing as empty space?
We know that light doesn't require a medium because it's been experimentally tested and verified. That's what the Michelson
know it
No
doesn't
medium, because there's no
require
such
air.
thing as empty space.
Be honest.
That's what the Michelson-Morley test and subsequent tests showed, is that there is no medium in which light travels.
Yeah.
You actually haven't done it, and because you can't,
actually have.
you can't actually pull an absolute vacuum. So it doesn't matter how good the vacuum is, there is always going to be a slight medium in it because you can't pull an absolute vacuum.
But you don't have to.
Well, here's what I'll say. I'll say this, and I'll throw a little bit of metaphysics in what I'm going to say as well, which is that, okay, there's an idea spiritually and metaphysically of the void, and when people have the experience of it, it's referred to as a place where there, like, literally nothing exists. It's completely void. However, it's also in some way they feel as though it's like pregnant with all of existence, but it is the void. So that idea where, like, there's no physical matter, there's virtually no consciousness other than this, like, pregnancy of everything. So, but when we pull a vacuum on Earth, that's a similar idea. The idea you're sucking everything out to where you would have a total void. But I would say that when we pull a vacuum, it doesn't create that. It's not like a black hole void thing. All it is just the same medium we live in with lower pressure and no breathable air.
Yeah, you don't need to make a vacuum to know that light doesn't require a medium in which to travel. That's what the
So there's definitely a medium there that everything is traveling through.
No, you don't. Listen, you don't need.
Why do you equate air to medium?
You don't need
That's
a
what a
medium.
medium is.
You don't need a medium to test whether or not light requires one.
Why?
That's what the Michelson-Morley test showed.
No, it's using a medium that light is traveling.
It doesn't matter. That's not what the test showed. The test showed that there isn't a medium for light.
How? If there was a medium, how can it show that there isn't a medium?
By testing in different directions.
So because light moves in different directions, that means that it doesn't need a medium.
No, by rotating. They rotated the instrument, the table it was on. They rotated it.
So now, if you rotate a table, that means you don't need a medium. That's in a medium.
Because there would be a difference if there was a medium. There wasn't a difference, therefore there's no medium.
You're double speaking.
No, that's logic.
It's not logic. It's anti-logic.
No, it isn't. It's logic.
No.
Let me spell it out for. Let me spell it out for you.
What'd you say, Jeremy?
Let me spell it out for you.
Okay.
Right? If there is no medium, right? If there is no medium, then if there is a medium, then there will be a difference depending on the orientation of the instrument. So the instrument
No.
Didn't show
No,
a
you missed the whole
difference.
point of that.
Therefore, there's no medium.
But Brenda, what if it's the same in all directions? Then how would you find a difference?
It is the same. That's the point. The speed of light is the same in all directions. That's the point. That shows that there's no medium.
But how do you know the medium was the same in all directions?
What?
I don't think you understand the fact.
We pulled the air out.
The fact that the speed of light doesn't change no matter what direction you measure it shows that it doesn't need a medium.
If you can't test light in no medium, you can't with absolute certainty say that light doesn't need a medium, because you can't test it. You've got to be able to test this thing to be absolute.
I just told you how you can test it.
You haven't tested it.
Yeah, and that was bullshit.
No, but that's the Michelson-Morley experiment. It's the
Yeah,
most famous
and you
failure.
misunderstood it.
No, I didn't.
No.
It
You
shows.
did. You
No, I
misunderstood it.
didn't. It shows that no matter which direction you measure the speed of light, it's always the same. Therefore, light doesn't require a medium.
Because the light is tested to be moving at the same speed in a medium, therefore light doesn't need a medium.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said since all directions, it travels at the same speed. All directions. If it was in a medium, there would be a direction in which it would be different. But it wasn't different.
Why?
So therefore, there isn't a medium. Therefore, there isn't a medium.
It was tested in a medium. It was tested in a medium.
Yeah. Yes.
Exactly.
In air, they didn't use a vacuum.
I'm not saying that they used a vacuum. I'm saying they tested.
That's begging the question.
How is that begging the question?
Well, you said that there's a medium that the light travels. You said that there's a medium the light travels in. That's begging the question.
Help me out, someone.
The whole point of the Michelson.
So if light couldn't travel through without a medium, then wouldn't that mean that in a vacuum chamber you shine a torch and that something just in front of that torch would not light up?
Yeah, it would be black. Every vacuum, a vacuum would be black because light couldn't travel through it.
You'd see the source, but you wouldn't see the light
That's 'cause
reflect.
you think there's nothing in the vacuum.
Because it wouldn't be able to travel from the source to anything to reflect off.
That's why I was mentioning. That's why before I was mentioning the void. That because it's a very ancient concept of the void, and that's a real environment of consciousness where there really is nothing.
That's just religion. That's just religion. We're talking about reality.
But in this, we're talking about the medium we live in.
Yeah, we're talking about reality, and in reality, light does not require a medium because the speed of light is the same in every direction. That shows that it doesn't require a medium.
I think, Brenda, a better way to say it is to say that the medium doesn't influence the movement or speed of light.
If it's a medium, it would have to influence the speed of light. It would be different in a different direction.
If light was affected by the medium, then yes. But if it's not, then no.
If it's not affected by a medium, it's not a medium. Because that's what a medium is.
Can we dial?
Okay, Brenda, just a minute. What happens if you don't know that it's affected by the medium and there's a baseline medium right throughout the fucking universe?
If light requires a medium in which to travel, then you can't have what we find experimentally, which is that in every direction, the speed of light is always the same.
No, but if there's
That's
a
not true.
baseline medium that is exactly the same, that's constant, a baseline, a background medium, then light would permeate through that at the same speed fucking in all directions. And then any other interactions with other mediums, it would slow down.
No, it wouldn't, because think of like waves on the medium of water, right? Water is the medium. Water waves require water as a medium, right? And the wave travels in different speeds depending on the direction.
But it needs that medium through which to travel.
Yeah.
Whereas
waves-
light doesn't need one
That's
through which to travel.
That's right.
Just
Water-
just a spatial area. That's all.
Well, that actually gets to the root of what
That's
we were
the
talking
point.
about before. Like that actually gets to the root of whether whether light travels, and then you get into the whole particle wave thing that they've fabricated too. But what I was saying is that whether light travels or whether it induces, because if it's inducing through the medium, that means that it is indeed part of the medium. Whereas if it's traveling, then technically you could shoot it through something, which is why they've then created the outer space story.
I don't know what you mean by induces in that sense. I really
Yeah,
don't.
Gio, can you elaborate on that term? Because you keep using that term, but you never expand on it. What do you mean by the medium induces light?
Essentially, one way to explain it is that whatever source is creating the energy source, either electricity in a light bulb or the sun, whatever the sun is, or a flame, we know what that is, fire, the element of fire. Whatever is creating that quote unquote light source, what it's doing, in my viewpoint, it's actually activating the medium itself, and then the light induces out of the medium. And that does have a rate of induction, but it isn't traveling from the flame outwards. The energy of the flame, what fire is, and the light source that it is, activates the actual environment itself, which then the light induces from that at a rate.
You could think
so hang on, Gio. Let me
Yeah.
stay back to make sure that I understand what you saying. You saying that the light source activates the medium around it. So if I had a stronger light source, I'm activating the medium in a stronger way, and therefore I'm going to see more light in that medium.
Say it again. Sorry, I had to tell Bobby had a hot mic. Bobby had a hot mic. But yeah, sorry, say it again.
So if I have a light source, right, depending on the intensity or the strength of that light source is going to activate the medium, and the stronger that light source is, the stronger that activation effect is going to be on the medium, so the more light I'm going to see.
Yes. Yes, those are correlated. Absolutely. Yeah. And the sun being.
So what is
what
is that mechanism? How does my light source activate my medium so that my medium can propagate light?
Well, if it's a flame, it would be the size of the flame. If it's the sun, it'd be the position of the sun. And if it's an electric source, obviously there's tons of particulars in terms of the types of metals that are used, of the amount of electricity. That's why certain flashlights.
But what is the mechanism going on here? Like, light is a plasma, charged particles. How are these particles activating all of the air around it, even the air that's like, a mile away? How is that light source activating air a mile away instantaneously?
Well, what do you mean? You mean if you put a big spotlight or something? Is that what you like?
Yeah, if I have a spotlight a mile away from me, the moment that spotlight goes on, you saying that spotlight is activating all of the air around me. It affects the entire medium instantaneously.
Yes.
How is it doing that?
And the light comes out of the environment. Yes, the light induces from the actual environment rather than the light traveling and bouncing off of things. Yeah.
Whoa.
And the activation of the light source, whether it's a flame or a light bulb or whatever it may be, that is what's actually activating the ether or the environment to actually emit light and induce light through it.
Yeah, but we know that
I
there's
put
no
on the light source and the medium itself lights up.
Yeah, like the idea that stars.
You're gonna need to prove that, Gio, because I fully understand what you're saying now, and it's crazy. You're gonna need to prove that.
Well, one of the things that links to it would be sonoluminescence, where essentially you're creating using a sound wave. Sound waves do travel, but the sound wave is activated within a liquid, in a bubble in a liquid, and then light is what is emitted from that. So anyway, that's kind of a somewhat side, but it's the way that sonoluminescence is the way that light is emitted, essentially out of thin air. I mean, the sound waves are not light, but they become light.
No, that's not what happens.
Oh my God.
Are you saying light is plasma? Can you explain that statement that light is plasma?
Yeah, Lise,
No,
actually, I wanted to comment
I
on that.
think fire is plasma. I think fire is a type of plasma. So it's charged particles. I didn't say light. Light itself, pure light, is not a plasma, right? It's not made of charged particles. It's not made of electrons and stuff. It's made of photons. But fire is a plasma.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. So we know how light is actually created in the world. It is that, you know, you have energy that is given to an atom of some kind. The electrons are boosted into a higher orbital, and then when they decay, they emit a photon. That's how light is created.
Okay. I mean, with all due respect, I absolutely do not think that's the case.
Yeah, but well, with all due respect,
Can we
you don't
demonstrate?
have any. You don't
Can
have
we
any.
demonstrate photons?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
I think that's a whole false model that is like the micro version. It's the micro version of balls rotating balls, as the heliocentric is the macro version.
Well,
So you feel quantum mechanics is a lie too?
Not all of it. No, there's some quantum mechanics that are absolutely tapping into very real things, but there's also a lot of it that is false, even some of it faked, some of it only theoretical.
How did you
See,
come to
that
this?
does have a big problem with double slit, quantum eraser, and those experiments.
Yeah, that's all bullshit.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh,
Well, look, good hypothesis, but don't try and say any of it means fucking.
It seems to make logical sense to me as far as, I mean, yeah, the results are fucking wacky and seriously, yeah, okay, but the experiment still seems to be valid. I mean, it's repeatable and repeated and tested.
They can test individual photons. They can test individual photons, and the individual photon will travel through both slits in the double slit experiments.
Sure.
Yeah, it's been verified.
Sure, and the cat can both be alive and dead at the same time. It's fucking all retarded.
That's the real head fuck is the quantum eraser experiment. The delayed choice. That's the one that's fucking.
Well, theoretical
that'll
physics
trip your
is
mind.
actually pseudoscience by definition.
Well,
no, because it's repeatable. Because it's repeatable, man. That's the quandary it poses.
Theoretical physics doesn't just mean it's theory. You know, it does. The word theory doesn't have the same context in layman's terms as it does in scientific terms. You know, a theory needs to be backed by
scientific theory,
and that's not theoretical. That's quantum mechanical experiments that are repeatable.
Yeah,
and just the results are very, very confusing.
Yeah, the results are real, but it's our interpretation of these results that we need to work on. Because at the end of the day, we really don't understand what's going on when we see these things happen.
Even
you shoot one photon, and this photon somehow goes through.
Have a story.
Well, Lise, let me say one thing on that. So here's the thing about that, like photon, right? That's like a model and the theory, the idea of the orbiting atom, all of it, the component of the whole atomic theory as well. But nonetheless, what I'm saying, what I want to say with the photon, when they have these photon ray guns, I've looked in somewhat to what they're made out of, but I mean, essentially, it's a fairly complicated piece of machinery that uses an electrical pulse. At the end of the day, it's what it is. That uses electricity that's charged in a particular way to quote unquote shoot. Now, are you really shooting? Is that really a photon of light? Not necessarily. Yeah. It's a charge of the electrical because you plugged it into the wall and there's a power station. You know, it's using that particular spectrum to shoot something, which they're then claiming to get analysis from. But what I'm suggesting is that when we really get down to what it is, it's some kind of an electrical impulse. Does not mean it's light the same way that we see light from the sun or something like that.
No, it's the same way you see light from a light bulb. You use electricity to induce and heat up the coils within the light bulb, and then this emits light.
But they don't have any. There's no way to know that it's light rather than just the reading they're getting. There's no visible. There's no
What
way
do
that
you
they
mean?
can pick up or detect that it's actually light and not just some electrical impulse. Because there's a
They
lot
have
of.
a
And what is
they have a
what is the point
detector.
of
They
that?
have a
What is the point
photon
of that?
detector.
Photons. What's the point of it?
There's
What's
a
it proving?
photon detector within the whole apparatus that detects the photon as it passes through the slit, Gio.
Yeah, what's
I'm
the
almost
aim?
laughing because
What are they trying to prove?
I'm imagining that you're like in a back alley. You're like, yo, I got a photon and I got a photon tester. I got a photon machine and a photon tester, man. $10.
Yeah, man, $10.
Oh, you mean the detector
I've even
plate?
got a vacuum
at the
here
back?
with no medium in it.
Are you talking about the detector
the air
plate
out.
at the back after the slits that
No, that
recognizes?
detector plate is just where we see the interference pattern, whether it's the interference pattern of a particle or a wave. But right by the slit,
it recognizes where the quanta of matter that was fired registered.
yes. But right by the slit, they put a detector so that they can see which slit the photon went through. So when they turn on the detector, the photon only goes through one slit and acts as a particle. But when that detector's off, it mysteriously goes through both slits and acts as a wave.
Yeah, but then you go to the quantum eraser delayed choice experiment, and that goes to try and work out whether it's the detector being there or the knowledge of the which path that determines whether you get collapse of the function or not. So, and the results of that are
Actually
out there.
suggesting that the photon or whatever it is fucking like aware of people fucking observing or not. Is that what is the
Yes.
suggestion?
That's one way
Fuck
you could interpret it.
Light's
You could
sentient.
interpret it that way.
Light is
It's
sentient
open to interpretation. It's open. Yeah, listen, no one really knows what's going on. That's why you have different interpretations as to what's happening. You have the Copenhagen interpretation. You got, all of these different ideas as to what's really going on. You have the hidden variable interpretation. There's so many different interpretations as to what's going on, but we all see the same phenomena. It's the same way we all see things falling down, but we call it gravity, you guys call it relative density. It's just different interpretations of the same phenomena.
And then there's the even wackier part of the delayed choice that they've been able to do recently, whereas we're halfway through the thing being fired and it going through the slit, they're able to suddenly bring in an observer, and then this is the wacky part. Then these particles go from being a wave, and they go back in time and become a particle.
Yeah, so that kind of defies causality because you have the future affecting the past. Yeah.
Yeah, and the sister particle thing. There's a few good little videos about it, but it's definitely crazy.
Yeah,
but
these
the
guys,
thing is, it's
I mean, these
repeatable.
guys don't believe
It's
any of this is
repeatable.
true. Yeah, but these guys don't believe any of it is true. So.
Quantum
None of it's
mechanics
true,
is
exactly. I can't. It's not in the real world, is it? I mean, what's it proving? What's it actually proving?
It's proven that's how cell phones work, and that's how devices that use qubits and quantum technology work. Your phone that you use, your smartphone, uses this technology to work.
So I hope
I don't
none of
think
you
it
have
quite
any
does, though.
confidence in the security of cryptocurrency then. Because if you actually think this quantum computing and shit's real, then there is no security. There is no fucking cryptography. There is nothing secure. That shit would hack it in a fucking second. A blink.
No.
So you either believe it or you don't believe it. Yeah.
Cryptography. They use quantum mechanics to secure things. Yeah, quantum cryptography is a thing.
Quantum mechanics.
What, and it can't just be undone.
You try and undo it. Try and unlock something with a quantum password. Go ahead.
What?
Since
With
you
even a
feel
quantum computer couldn't do it.
Try and
A
do it.
quantum computer couldn't unlock a quantum password. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying it couldn't do it, but you would have to program the computer to do it. The computer's not going to do it by itself.
Okay.
So you need to
and there's
know how
people
to
out
do it.
there doing this shit. So do you think
Definitely, there's
IBM's
people
not
that
trying to
know
fucking
how
hack
to hack
everything that
things.
fucking Apple have got?
Definitely, bro. Yeah,
Hold on,
there's
but
hackers out there,
but there's a
and
couple
they
different
hack us in the real
categories.
world. Like,
There's a couple
duh.
categories though of what we're talking about, because there's a model and the theory, and then there's the actual thing at the end of the day. So for example, if you can build silicon, chips, and you can create that type of electrical device like a cell phone, we know what in physical reality what it takes. You got to put the silicon in, you got to put a battery. We know all of that of what that takes. But there's theory or a model that they've built around that, and that's why I think there's been a conflation where they've built this model of the atom and photons and all of that to explain why the silicon and the battery will create a phone. So just because they have that model and just because the phone exists,
That's
doesn't
not
mean
true,
that
Gio. That's not
doesn't
true.
mean that the
That's
model
not true.
actually is why that's happening.
No, Gio, they had the model long before we were able to make smartphones. They had the model, the quantum model of the atom in the 1920s. There was no smartphones in
Did
the
they have the
1920s.
model of soap? Did they have the model
Yeah.
of soap and the chemistry of soap before they mixed the two things together? Or did they stumble across it?
What do you mean?
Well, exactly what I just said. Did they have the chemistry
Could
of
you
soap
elaborate?
down pat in a model or a formula before they stumbled across it?
They had a model. They had a periodic
No,
table
don't.
of elements. They had a model for elementary particles of for elements. They had a model. They had a periodic table of elements. They knew what different elements were before they started making soap. That
They
way,
didn't
they
have a
know
model. They
how to
didn't have a
make
model.
soap.
They just stumbled across it. They didn't have a model. They stumbled
Who
across it.
stumbled across soap?
It was made
Who
to
stumbled
describe.
across soap?
It was made to describe experiments.
Don't talk for an hour on soap.
Right. So the model is made because of experiments. Right? You do experiments and then you come up with a model to try to explain them.
Yeah, that's why they had
Try to
a
explain. There
repeatable
you go.
method
Key
to
point.
make the soap.
Try
You
to
know,
explain.
they knew that if they burn certain fats in animals, they're gonna come out with soap, and that was based on a model. It's an
No, they
ancient model, a
didn't.
very old
No, they
one,
didn't.
but they knew how to make
stumbled across
soap the same way repeatedly.
All right, well,
They would
Lee,
do the same
It was
thing all the time
accidental.
to
That
make the
was.
soap. You
Elise,
know,
let,
so I
let
mean
me ask
that's the
you this.
model.
That was
Let
an
me ask you
accidental
this.
discovery. Soap. Accidental discovery. It wasn't. They didn't have a model for that.
It wasn't
They
an
were looking for
accidental
something
discovery.
else.
Well, let me ask you
You're
this.
stupid if
Let
you
me ask
believe
you
it.
something,
Don't
Lise.
worry, Jin. These people
Hold on.
don't know anything.
All right, let me ask you
Yeah.
something, Lise. All right, do you think that matter, physical matter, Lise, do you think it's made up of this idea of the electrons, the protons, the neutrons, and the orbiting, and they're jumping? Is that what you think is going on at that level?
I have to agree with what the empirical evidence says, and the empirical evidence says that's what's going on. So, yeah.
So
Why
you
would I
feel,
deny what science proves?
so you feel as though
Well, not,
you've come across empirical evidence that that's the case.
yeah. Let's go with that.
Okay. Is it anything? I mean, anything you could post or anything you remember that you could share with us? What that was?
Isn't there
Oh,
a
this
big
is.
hole in that
I mean,
with
I
the
could post my
dark
notes
matter
from
and
class
all
and
that?
stuff. I don't know if you guys would understand what's on it. You know,
But isn't
I
there a
could
big
post.
Explain
hole?
yourself.
I could post a random paper
Why don't you
off
explain
of the
it?
internet. Would you guys believe it?
Isn't there a
I
big
mean,
hole in that model though, with dark matter and all that? Like you don't have a complete picture yet. It's just
Theory.
Yeah, definitely. With the Einstein lambda model on relativistic scales, you know, big scales that we live in, definitely they're big holes. No one is saying the model is complete. We
We don't
know
live in
that
big
there are
scales.
errors
What big scales
with
we
our
live in? We
models.
don't
You
know we
know.
live up there. It's all
Well,
theory.
but even for
There's an incomplete flat Earth model too. Boom.
Maybe you should let us be the judge whether or not we
All right.
understand the paper or not.
If there's an incomplete flat Earth model, could you show what you have so far?
We don't have a model. We never
People
said. We
have.
never made that
Someone
claim.
just
You
said
keep
you have an
forgetting that.
incomplete model,
of
Jin.
course,
Someone
We
just said
don't
you have an
ever claim to
incomplete
have a
flat Earth
model at
model.
all. We don't make any claims like that. We're not
Yeah,
that
if you
Whoa,
arrogant.
whoa, Jin! Someone just made the claim. Did you not hear him?
well,
No, who was
there's
that?
hundreds.
Jin, I said quite happily there's an incomplete one, just like there's an incomplete ball model.
So could you show
Oh,
us
okay.
what you have so far? Your model isn't complete, but that means that there's parts to it
I
so far. Could you show us?
I haven't I personally haven't made one. I've seen like there's a pizza where it's going up
All
up
right,
through space.
could you
That's an
post what
incomplete
you've
flat
seen?
Earth model. So there you go.
All right, could you post that?
No, just go
The-
to the flat Earth. What's it called? Not Scientology. Fucking Society. Flat Earth Society. Head
Flat
there. You
Earth
get all the
Society.
factual flat Earth
Okay.
model information.
All right,
Flat
I'm
Earth,
there.
Dot
Flat Earth
com.
Society. That's the one that everybody thinks is controlled
Yeah.
opposition.
That's
Yeah.
Oh,
I
but
thought you
that's
guys
an
don't even
incomplete flat Earth
So
model.
you're
That's what he was
you-
asking for.
So
An
you're controlled.
incomplete flat Earth model.
Oh, so you are controlled opposition then, huh?
Yeah. Do you guys trust this guy?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Me.
Do you guys trust this guy?
Why would I be controlled opposition?
Do you guys trust time is real?
Because that's who you're citing. That's who
He's
you're
pulling.
citing.
He's pulling your guys' chains.
I cited them for an incomplete flat Earth model. Can you not fucking hear me?
Do you believe in that model, that incomplete model? Like, do you subscribe to it?
Of course
That's
not.
what he.
Do
That's
you
what he was
do you believe in the globe model?
I mean,
So why did you
Do
why
you believe in the globe
bring that
model?
up then? Why did you mention it?
I mean, you might as well have said, "Here, look at this CIA document."
Well,
Yeah,
that's what
everybody,
you're saying to
everybody
us,
knows the
in a
flat
way.
Earth. Everybody knows the
Was
flat
I
Earth.
not asked for an
CIA.
incomplete flat Earth
You're
model?
asking
But
us
what
to
was the
believe in
point
things that's
you were
not
trying
been
to make
proven.
in saying there's an incomplete flat Earth model? What was your point? Why did you bring it up?
I think
Because
you
you
have
said there were holes. It was stated there were holes in the globe model.
Uh-huh.
Of course there are fucking holes in it.
Yeah.
And it's claimed that there's no flat Earth model. Of course there isn't one.
Why? Wouldn't you think there would be one?
Well, why? We don't need to do that, do we? We don't need to
Yeah,
do
you
that. We
do
know
need
it's
to.
flat.
But there's not even a
It
globe
doesn't require
one.
a model. It
You
doesn't
can't-
require a model.
You
Sorry.
can't just know things. You can't just
Of course
know
we
things.
can. Of course we can. We
No, you
can
can't.
prove. We can. Of course we can. Of
No,
course we
you
can.
can't.
Of course we can know things. Of course
No.
we can know things.
You can't just know things.
There's an incomplete globe model. They're always trying to invent things to patch things up.
What's
The
a
globe
worry?
model. The globe model consists of the globe being in 95% of nothing that they have no idea what it is.
I don't have a model of the globe. I just know it's a globe.
Well, I would say.
Yeah, you don't see it.
I just know it. I just know it. The globe.
Yeah,
Earth is a
you
globe.
want to
I just-
believe in
yeah,
fact.
I just know it. I just know it.
Yeah,
Just
that's
like you.
fine.
Yeah,
it's
I just
not
know
there.
it.
It's not. We
Just
know it
faith.
doesn't exist. You see.
Yeah, I
It's
just
just
know it.
faith, isn't it,
This is
Brenda?
where.
We
This
heard
is
you.
where
Well, Brenda, there are other things that you are confused about, so
Yeah.
I
No,
would
no.
suggest maybe
You're
just
wrong
rethink.
Psychologically,
because I
it's
just know
cognitive
that it's.
dissonance, as we
I
know.
just know that
That's
it's a
the
globe.
case.
I just
And
know it.
separation anxiety disorder.
enough.
That's what that is.
I just know it's a
Separation
globe.
anxiety disorder.
No, I just know it's a
That's
globe.
what you're
I just know.
exhibiting, sir.
Well, I would say
No.
when it comes to a model, the idea of a model. I mean, if I was a graphics designer and I had the ability to really do some amazing graphics, I mean, there's been many people that have made models. Steve Torrance has made a lot of good graphical models. But if you take like the general layout of the AE map as the layout of the continents, the North Pole, we could try to. Well, I mean, going to map the North Pole would be best, but I mean, the 4 islands and the 4 rivers is very universal since the dawn of humanity as being what's at the North Pole and the large magnetic mountain. So I think there's no reason. Well, yeah. So I mean, in terms of that, and then you would have whatever the Antarctic region is on the outer. But of course, if we can't go explore there, we'll just kind of end it there for the moment. And then you would have the tropics, the Tropic of Cancer, the equator, Tropic of Capricorn. You'd have the sun, moon, and all the wandering stars like Venus and Mercury and Saturn, and all of those wandering stars. They're all just expanding and contracting in and out between the tropics over the equator throughout their cycles, as well as the sun and the moon. And they all do it in their own cycles. So the sun does it once a year. It goes from the Tropic of Cancer, the inner ring, out to the equator, and then out to the Capricorn on the outer rim, and then back to the equator, back to the Tropic of Cancer on the inner rim. That takes 1 year. It takes the moon 28 days, etc. All of these different wandering stars do that in a different time cycle, and that's exactly what we observe. We see them in their position, in the tropics, in the sky above us, and then you just have a planar surface Earth, and yeah, it's a pretty general layout.
That sounds like a model, Gio. That sounds like a model to me.
Yeah. Like I said,
I mean, because I could take exactly what you've said and draw a model of that, either on a piece of paper or like 3D model that on a computer. And then I could get consensus from other people as to whether or not they agree or disagree on facets of that model. You guys have a model. I just don't think there's consensus on what's within that model. Some
Well, I
of you
don't
have a
think
dome, some of you don't.
Yeah. Well, one of the issues is that the AE
There's
map.
no consensus for the globe either.
Like the AE
Sure,
map
there
is not necessarily accurate. That's one thing. I'm not suggesting that the AE map is completely correct. I'm suggesting that the general layout of the continents, they do come out like spokes of a wheel in the four directions, four corners of the earth. They're all magnetically attracting out from the center. So you've got the whole South America, North America line. You've got the Europe, Africa line. You've got the Australia, that whole line, and then you have the one in the South Pacific, which would be like Hawaii and
Aussie. Oi.
Yeah, the problem with your model, Gio, is it doesn't work. It doesn't describe reality.
Disappointed, Dinosaur.
Right? I mean, if I have a map of London and it doesn't describe London, it's not a good map of London.
I'll tell you what, Brenda, the weather patterns make way more sense on a flat Earth model than they do on a globe model. Way more sense.
The layout of the continents doesn't make any sense.
I didn't say that.
Right. So it's not a good map.
Well, it's very good when it comes to explaining weather patterns, and because it makes way more sense. It actually seems, because they seem to take a logical path. Where on the globe model, they're all whichever way they want to go, but on the flat Earth path, they seem to have very distinct paths, and you can see how that works with high and low pressure systems, hot and cold, and all that sort of stuff. It makes way more sense. Yeah, Gio's just posted something. It makes way more sense.
this is how it doesn't match the tilt right here. But there's other ones where, yeah, on a globe, the weather patterns they're going up and down and they're swirling all over the place, very chaotic. Whereas on an AE type, they're beautiful concentric circles.
Why would it have to match the tilt if the tilt is the axis of rotation of the Earth? So winds and all the Coriolis effect are dictating what's it's going around the axis of rotation, not around the orbit ellipse.
Well, it should correlate with the bands of the way the sun would be hitting the Earth, and it doesn't.
Yeah, so misrepresenting the globe Earth model doesn't falsify it.
How's that misrepresenting it? Those images.
Because the bands of the equator, right, are perpendicular to the axis of rotation.
Okay.
And
I'm waiting for the end. I'm waiting for the end.
So how is that a problem? What's the problem? I don't get it.
See what I just posted that. Well, it's not that there's on which one? There's two problems. One is that the band of heat that we see on the Earth is not aligned with the tilt the way that it would be if the Earth was a globe tilted. The other thing is that the weather patterns on a globe are very chaotic and inconsistent. They look like they're all squished together and looping. Whereas like the very last one I just posted, that's from the original nullschool.net. So what I was suggesting, that model, the idea of like the continents coming out like the spokes of a wheel, and Polaris at the center and all the stars, and then this band, which would be exactly what I was referring to, the Tropic of Cancer on the inside, the equator's in the middle of it, Tropic of Capricorn's on the outside. So all of these wandering stars, like the sun, the moon, and then also Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, etc., they're all moving in that band.
Yeah, Gio, they stopped showing that projection on the weather site.
So why would the equatorial region tilt with the Earth? Why would that tilt? Crickets.
Well, if the sun is hitting a ball with parallel light rays that are all hitting the ball, and is focused within the tropics, then the heat band would correlate with that. But it doesn't.
Yeah, I don't think that that's why the equator is warm, is because it's pointed at the sun.
The tilt of the Earth, right?
Yeah, I don't think that's why it's warm there.
That's the tilt of the Earth.
Certainly got a lot to do with vitamin D levels in that area, Brendan.
That's your model. It's the tilt of the Earth.
But I don't think that that's why the equatorial region is warmer.
Isn't it warmer because it's more perpendicular to the sun?
Brr.
I
Generally?
don't exactly know, so I
Man,
don't feel like I can
the
say.
sun is always somewhere overhead.
Love it.
Sorry, what do you mean? On the equator, right?
Yeah, isn't it?
Or yeah, if you're talking about the equator, then actually no, just half of the day. The other half you can see it. We call it night.
If you run
It's also
really
explains
fast,
why there's diverging star trails as well.
Oh, by the way, I'm pretty close to the equator right now.
They barely even have much difference in the seasons either at the equator.
Oh, we don't have winter here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the different, like, okay, if we have like this type
We have
of
summer and summer.
if there's like this AE map type layout of the Earth, and you've got the sun, like that really makes sense with the seasons. I think everybody can admit that. In terms of like the sun is closer to you when it's in the north, and as it moves south, it's getting lower in your sky and moving out, like the way a heat lamp heats up an area. The idea that it's like a ball, a little tiny marble, a little speck ball with this huge, massive sun. Like I've seen when people do like proportional size comparisons, the sun is this massive thing. So it's just lighting up this ball. And then this teeny tiny little tilt is going to cause that level of temperature change. To me, that has never made sense.
and somehow it's not just boiling off as well.
So
well, it's not tiny.
Summer
23.
Summer isn't because the sun is closer. The sun is farther away in the summer.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with this. Actually, there are. I mean, in the winter, depending on which hemisphere you're referring to, the whole Earth is closer than in the summer. But that doesn't give
about the appearance. It appears to.
It's counterintuitive that in the summertime in Australia, the sun is actually further away than our winter time. That's counterintuitive. When when our main heat source is actually further away and it's actually colder, that's counterintuitive and illogical.
I agree.
No, it's not illogical if you know the values.
Doesn't mean that it's illogical. It just means it goes against your natural intuition. Because natural intuition would tell you if it's closer, it should be warmer. But that's not how the sun works. It's based on the angle at which the sun hits you.
Let me explain that, please.
Natural intuition tells you when it gets closer, it will get warmer, and when it gets further away, it gets cooler. Your story says that it gets further away, but we get warmer.
No, let me explain
so intuition
that,
is
please.
correct. Your story goes against intuition.
No, let me.
Basically saying if I stand next to a fire, right, and I'm a meter away from that fire, and then if I change my angle to that fire, right, it's going to be cooler. Where in actual fact, all that's going to happen is that the left-hand side of my body is going to be a little bit warmer. Right-hand body. That's what that means.
Let me.
Let's let the other guy explain.
Right. So, I mean, as you get further from the sun, there's you can expand the sphere around the sun of the energy that it's producing, and depending on apparently you don't. I mean, one way to get a smaller portion of that sphere is to push the Earth further, right? So that sphere is going to get bigger and when it reaches the Earth, so you're gonna get a smaller arc of the whole sphere. But another way you can decrease that is tilting. And given the distance that it already is, a change in distance is completely irrelevant for that. But a change in tilt is orders of magnitude more significant than a change in distance. And one way you can test it, one way you can test it in a room, for example, is instead of using fire, the problem of fire is because it heats up the air as well. So it's hard to isolate for how much energy is getting radiated from the fire. So what you can use is use a very strong light and a dark sphere. For example, you get a plastic black ball and you put it against the light, and the part that is right pointing to the light gets much warmer than the upper and bottom part because of how much energy is getting to that part. The tilt makes a very big difference. That in the further the ball is, the bigger is the disproportion between the tilt and the distance. The distance is going to be less and less relevant. And actually, I can send you a visualization of this.
I understand it. I understand it. Right? But in Australia, it very much appears, though, in wintertime that the sun is further away. And then in summertime, it gets fucking hot. That's because the sun appears as though it's fucking closer. And yes, it is more above your head as well. So there's the feeling that it's closer and the feeling of the angle change. But your story says that it's actually further away. Even though it appears closer, that's just, we can't trust our eyes, remember, in your story. Can't trust eyes, can't fucking, can't trust your own senses. Just have
So
to go by what
you're eyeballing the angular size of the sun, and you can notice a difference when you're in Australia?
No, just how it looks. I'm not eyeballing angular size. Just to me, my intuition tells me in summertime that it's closer. I don't know what my intuition is measuring. I don't know how that works. I couldn't tell you that.
Well, I would say that I agree. It's similar for me, although I feel like I can detect it through my skin, like the infrared throughout the different times of year. The amount of infrared that is hitting my body changes in proportion with the inverse square law and makes complete sense with the sun being on a local surface above the earth. Meaning, and even as the sun sets, like I can feel it on my body and skin, like the actual. I mean, I also feel tuned in with the energy of the sun, even just like electrically as well. But even just from the heat level, the heat levels dissipate due to the inverse square law, due to local light, in a way that correlates with my understanding of how the physical world works and how heat works with distance.
Can you guys check the link I sent?
When I open up my device,
it's a simple loop animation. It makes the sphere closer and further from the sun, and it keeps tilting just a part of the sphere, and shows how much of the sun's energy is reaching that same area. So as it gets further, it also tilts away from it, so it gets a smaller area of the sun's energy. Even though it's
but see, me personally, in summertime, right? So me personally outside, I can't absorb more area. Like I can't take up more area in summertime than in wintertime. But it feels fucking heaps hotter, like Gio was saying, on my skin here in Australia.
Yeah, because
Now,
the
some
ground
people
that
say
you're
it's
above
the
is
atmosphere or whatever.
area.
No, on my skin. The ground has no effect on my skin. The sun's direct effect on my skin.
Well,
on the skin. So that's not bouncing from anywhere. That's coming straight from the sun onto one's skin, not bouncing from anywhere or reflecting from anywhere.
Yep.
Right, like the difference. If you had a huge,
if
you had a huge, massive light source that was blazing heat, the way they claim the sun is, and you had a tiny little marble ball that was at a particular distance from that light source. Let's just say that's what it is for the moment. This huge sun, and you have this tiny little marble globe Earth that's way over there. No matter whatever the inverse square law would be, like we'll even go, okay, it's outer space and it travels differently in this magical space medium. Let's even give it that. So whatever it is, the energy is hitting that ball. Just like if you have a ball next to a heat lamp, it's hitting that ball evenly all the way around. Now, if you spun it the other way around, yes, the other side would not be being hit by the light. It would still be hot. If you have summer on the one side of that ball, the other side would still be summer because it's still in the same region. It's not thousands of miles away or anything. It's still in the same region. But the fact that it's not facing the light, it might be a teeny bit cooler. It'd be like being on the back of a ball that's on fire. But if you're on the other side, but the whole thing, and if you tilt that thing a little bit, you're not going to get dramatically different temperature ranges upon the surface of that tiny little ball from that distance, from any distance. You would never get that. And that's not you can't show that in any small scale environment either. It's all just this fabricated model.
Well, did you test it inside a vacuum or something like this? I mean, did you try to make it more close to what the model is claiming? And there's one thing you might be forgetting. When, at least about the argument of, like, I feel the sun burning my skin when it's summer, I'm not tilted away. So you have to remember that if the light is getting more vertical, there's less atmosphere. If it's entering the atmosphere diagonally, so it's tilted, there's more atmosphere. So of course it's going to dissipate. It's going to, the light is not going to get as strong as it would if it was right overhead. So even
that's only
the fact that
that's only at 15 degrees.
Yeah, that's
you're
you're
going
talking
to
about the
pull that
angle.
refraction, that's at 15 degrees above the horizon or fucking less. So,
But apparently it seems to make
come
a
back.
difference because, guys, we all do recognize that it is hotter in summer and cooler in winter. And in winter, the sun rises lower in the sky and sets lower. And in summer, it goes up right above our heads, and and it's way hotter. So it's definitely got something to do with the angle of the sun's light. The angle of the sun's light coming in.
If you guys just look at those three
It was
images I
only
posted
a few more words, mate.
No,
My bad. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, go ahead, Lise.
Oh, okay. If you look at the images I posted in Livestream, you'll see it's all about the angle at which the sun hits the surface. So at the equator, the sun is hitting the surface at the equator, at a very strong angle, almost 90 degrees, but I think it's like 60 or something. So the more intense that angle, the more intense the sun is going to be, because it's covering a smaller surface area. If it's covering a larger surface area, the sun's intensity is going to be spread out, and it's not going to be as hot wherever you are. So the tilt of the Earth
But you're
has
talking
an
about
effect on that
atmospheric
angle.
temperature, not temperature on your skin, like I said before.
Yeah, but
You're
temperature
talking
on your
about how
skin
much
is
sun
affected
hits
by
an
all
area.
of these things. It's affected by atmospheric temperature. It's affected by cloud cover. It's affected by, if it's raining, the temperature on your skin is going to be different.
Okay,
All of
my
these things
example
affect.
is directly on me. So if I'm sitting in an automobile with the air conditioning on and I've got my arm against the window, now I can feel in summertime that sun has heaps more fucking power through that window on my skin, right? Whereas through wintertime it doesn't. So I'm giving you a direct example of the sun feeling more intense, even though apparently it's fucking further away. And
What about
my
on
skin
those?
is actually
What about on
receiving
those
less
odd days
light due to the
What about
inverse
on the
square
odd
law.
days when in summer when it's not that that hot, and then the next day it's way hotter? What has changed in that one day?
Clear blue sky.
That would come down to atmospherics, definitely.
Weather
But
conditions,
winter versus summer is different.
Yeah, I would say
Meteorology
weather
is pretty
conditions
chaotic.
would cause those fluctuations day to day. But generally, averagely, summer's going to be hotter than winter, and it's due to the angle at which sunlight is hitting the Earth's surface.
Yeah, but we might argue what causes a different color
Exactly.
sunset.
Yeah.
So if you've got a different color
What causes?
sunset, that's telling you there's different stuff in the atmosphere. So
What
the
causes
atmosphere
different
changes
color
very,
sunset?
very rapidly.
Yeah.
Sunset.
I'm confused now. Well, what does that got to do with like winter and summer and the distance of the sun?
We'll know from day to day in summer how it could feel more intense or less intense.
Yeah,
Right?
definitely.
And how could that be explained?
Atmospheric
How that's just crap
conditions.
in the atmosphere. And summer versus
Yeah.
winter, that's distance. And it makes sense. And I mean, it makes sense, obviously, on a flat Earth model because it's distance and angle, right? It goes the same because the angle gets more vertical in summertime,
What does
and it's getting
distance
closer.
have
So
to
it's like a
do?
double whammy.
What does distance have to do with different types of sunsets or sun colors? I'm so confused.
No. Distance doesn't. No. The colors have to do with how it might feel different. The colors in sunset to do with how it might feel different day to day in summer because of atmospheric changes, the sun's intensity.
Also, with the light that comes from the sun, with it comes heat, right? But none of that heat gets absorbed in that journey from the sun to the earth, right? The heat starts manifesting when it gets to the earth. You know what I mean? It doesn't get absorbed at all by the journey
by the
to the
vacuum.
earth.
By the vacuum. Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. If there's nothing in between us and the sun at that time, nothing will absorb the heat. But if a planet's in the way, if the moon's in the way, they'll
Would that
absorb some of it.
Sorry. Would that mean that if the sun was much further away, that we would still feel just as much heat as long as the angle?
It depends now. Obviously, if we were closer, like like Venus closer, yeah, we would, like, our atmosphere would, like, boil away. So definitely there is a point where distance starts mattering, but because we're talking about these large scale distances and 92 million miles away, you need to move over a big distance for the sun's heat to start being affected by the change in distance.
In a way that you can feel. I mean, if you push it further, it will change. But I mean, how much you have to push it further?
Yeah.
So you can start feeling it. So you can start feeling it's a big push. Yeah. But this idea of the sun making circles above the surface, I think there's a much worse problem, which is that you end up with the sun being closer to a position that where the sun didn't arise yet, and further from a position where the sun didn't set yet. I mean, this doesn't make any sense for this model.
What? Hang on. So you've got a spot where you can see the sun, and it's just about to set, and then you've got a spot where you can see the sun that's just about to rise. What do you mean?
The sun didn't start rising yet. In some spot, and it didn't set for another spot. But if you would say that the sun goes around the North Pole, then that would imply that the place in which the sun didn't rise yet is actually closer to the sun than the one which it didn't set yet, which it doesn't make any sense for this model.
Well, no, it does, because light, as we know, has the blue and red shift, like a Doppler effect, but with light. So the perturbation coming off the front is a much shorter distance than its lingering light out the back.
But I'm not even talking about the color. I'm talking about it being set or being or have rised again. It doesn't matter the color. I'm referring to the fact that one
draw a
spot can
picture.
still see the
I'm not
sun.
quite understanding you. Can you draw a picture? I'm just not quite grasping what you. I can't picture it. I'm doing washing, believe it or not. It's distracting me.
All right. Aren't you live streaming?
Well, maybe. Go on.
All right. Let me get a map. You can draw on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that we'd have to have the exact layout of the continents to really have a map to start to compare to things. And that's where it gets challenging in terms of actually having the real distances in the oceans between the continents, because the way that those are laid out is going to make significant differences. Like even a small adjustment of that will make a significant difference on any analysis that you're going to try to do in terms of...
No, actually not in this one. I hope you'll make it clear. But the only assumption they take is that the North Pole is the center, and the southern hemisphere is further from the center than the north hemisphere. That's all. If that's on your model, then you have this problem. Doesn't matter exactly what the distance are.
Did you post something there, or?
No, I'm setting up the drawing here. Let me.
Oh, good.
Okay, I'll share my screen. Right.
This is nice. I like that we actually, sitting down and going through models. I've never done this before.
So here we have Oslo. And
You better send Geo some cash then.
And where is Wellington? Or somewhere on New Zealand. I think it's around here. Right. So
New Zealand's so small, isn't it? How the fuck do you guys not just know everyone over there?
Let me put a line here. And the line here. Right. So during Southern Hemisphere summer, New Zealand has more than 12 hours of daylight. I think it's about 15 hours of daylight. So it covers like some area like this. So of the arc of the arc of the sun has all of this path here. Through all this path, New Zealand can see it. And Oslo has much shorter daylight, and starts after it sets in Wellington. So something like this. And before the sun sets for Wellington, and before it rises for Oslo, when it's around
Around what?
hello?
Yeah, g'day.
Yeah, I don't know. Did you cut out or?
I don't know what happened. I was anyway. Well,
Good demonstration.
all right. And until what part you guys heard?
Oh, you were just about to get to your point. No, it just cut out.
Right. So when the sun is like around here, so right before it sets, it must be closer to Oslo than to Wellington. It doesn't matter where you put Oslo here and where you put Wellington here. Given the time difference between their solar noons and their sunsets and sunrises, you must follow this line here. And when the sun is here, it's always going to be closer to Oslo than to Wellington. But it's still day for Wellington, and it's still night for Oslo. So yeah, there's this. I can give exactly when this happens.
Because the front edge perturbation is shorter than the back. Didn't I explain that?
Sorry?
I bet you they see different colours. Like, I bet you when the sunrise comes up for Oslo, it's a colour than it is when it was setting for Wellington.
Oh, I said I don't. My argument doesn't rely on the colors. It's just about the fact that it didn't set yet for Wellington, and it didn't rise yet for Oslo, and it's closer to Oslo than
so
to Wellington.
Still, yeah. Okay, so the light hasn't got to Oslo yet, but it is still visible in Wellington.
Yeah, I mean, not just it's not just the sky that is being illuminated. We can still see the sun. So we see the sun from further away. We cannot see the sun very closely. I don't see how you can make that work. What?
Okay, an ambulance, right, traveling towards you. You hear a very high-pitched sound. Then when it goes past you, you hear a low-pitched sound. It's called the Doppler effect. The same
All
thing
right, so
happens with light from
what
a
about on
moving
the other
object.
side? What about in the other side? Because in the other side, the same thing happens. Here, it's still closer to Oslo than to Wellington, and it's still be seen on Wellington and no longer being seen on Oslo.
Yeah, also the Doppler effect with light does not happen within our atmosphere. You need, astronomical distances to see the Doppler effect with light. Like light coming from distant galaxies.
Is that what the model dictates? Does the model dictate that?
No, you don't even need to rely on that. The fact that in this point it's going away, in this point it's going further, but you still have the same effect for both of them. Just refutes that on the spot. You need a better excuse for this.
It just backs up what you just said. So you're saying there's somewhere on the Earth that's opposite?
Sorry? The Doppler
You're saying
effect.
there's somewhere.
Yeah, the
No,
Doppler
you're
effect
saying
depends
there's
on the
somewhere
direction.
opposite what you just claimed.
If because it's getting away, getting towards Oslo, it takes longer to be seen from Oslo. And when it's getting towards Wellington, it should take longer to be seen in Wellington, and it should take longer to stop being seen from Oslo, because that's what happened to Wellington here. But somehow now it reverses. Why is your effect just flipping in how it
The
works?
opposite happens. Okay. Okay. I'd like you to verify that, because I mean that's a claim that you're making.
Oh, so
I'd like to see evidence of that.
all right, yeah, I can give you the timestamps. You can ask anyone from Oslo or Wellington.
Times it's not. What,
Yeah, I can.
timeofday.com?
No.
Verification
It's
is fine.
sure. Yeah, if you're challenging the data. Okay, so now you accept that if the data is true,
Because 2 years. No, hang on. It was 7 years
you're
ago.
free to do
now.
it.
There was a chasing the sun challenge, and time and date was shown to be not very accurate at all. Anyone else remember that when that was 24-hour sun tracking thing?
Sorry?
Can anyone else remember when the 24-hour sun tracking, like 7
what?
years ago now, or 6 years ago?
I can understand you. The thing is, let me ask you something before we proceed. So you're accepting that if this data is correct, because now you're challenging the data. So I'm as far as I understand, if this data is correct, then you agree there's a problem for this model, right? Otherwise, it doesn't even need that.
I would agree. Definitely, there's an issue with the map, and where in that AE map that you've presented, where the continents are located, without a doubt. If that can be verified, that
this doesn't matter because the position of this angle here between Wellington and Oslo, you can remove this map here and just use the time it takes for the sun to get from solar noon here to solar noon here, or to sunset here to sunset here. You're gonna get the same angles, and unless the sun is speeding up at some point and slowing down just to match the distorted version of this, you're gonna have them in the same positions here. You can rotate this map, but they're going to all rotate together. These angles here cannot change because they're being defined by the sun itself. So it's not about the map.
Yes.
The only thing you can do is play with.
Verifying, because right now it's speculation. So get verifying, and then when you verified it, we can discuss what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I got people in Oslo that can. I mean, we have people from Oslo on the server. They can tell you this part of the map. If you find someone from New Zealand, we can now confirm this part of the map. Or you can just go to any live cam on Wellington, see when it gets night and when it's day. It's pretty easy to verify. And if you want to know exactly which period of the year this happens, it's in December 21, which is the middle of the southern summer, of course, because that's when you get the biggest difference between those daylights, and that's it. I can even give you the list of the time in which the sun starts setting and start rising. I used 2 different websites, and I checked those different websites against the Stellarium just to be sure. But if you want people to agree with that, you can feel free to find them. I'm actually looking for them as well.
So we've just missed the optimum time, is that correct?
Sorry?
We've just missed the optimum time, is that correct?
Missed what?
The optimum time.
What do you mean?
Seriously, what do you mean? That's what I mean. 21st of December, didn't you just say that was the time to do it? Have we not just missed that?
Did I say what? Really not getting. I think it's the audio quality. I don't know. Yeah, I have a more precise position for those points that is not using their position on the map, is only using the time of the sun.
I think the reason you can't hear Whites is because he's in Australia, you see, and you're in South America, so it's a longer distance, a longer southern region.
I'm not sure if that's how it works.
But the delay is just a little longer.
All right.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure why that wouldn't be how it works. If it is further, why the fuck wouldn't it be delayed? If it was closer, it should be a better connection. It does work like that. Even with fiber optics.
So I think one thing I'll say, Bacon, about everything you've shared, I've been listening, but I think one thing is that it sounds like you're assuming the way the sun would be emitting through the environment. Sounds like you're assuming that part of it and then making an assumption based on that, and also based on a not yet concluded positioning of the continents.
That doesn't actually matter. And the position of the continents doesn't matter, because I can use just the time of the sun it takes for the sun to rise and set in each of those spots to get.
Yeah, but you have to know exactly how those spots correlate with each other over the actual layout of the Earth to come to any conclusion on that.
No. I'm under the assumption that the sun is making circles above the surface, and I'm using the sun to spot which degrees they are related to each other. I'm not putting them anywhere on the map. I just have like from solar noon of this spot to this spot. This is how long it took from one to the other. So that's the amount of arc length of the circle of the sun. It doesn't matter where you put them on the map. This won't change.
Well, so these observations are very low on the horizon as well, aren't they? Obviously.
Sorry?
These observations are very low on the horizon.
Well, it's before the sun sets, so the sun is closer to the horizon yet. But also it's closer to the horizon to Oslo, because it's about to rise. So I'm sending a picture. I think it's going to be hard to read. Let me put a background.
Are you comfortable with understanding that, like my ambulance example, right, that when the ambulance is coming towards you and it's high-pitched, it's at a frequency that's high that we can hear, right? Now, there's probably a dog next to me that heard that ambulance coming 100 meters before me. They were hearing frequencies that I couldn't hear. Now, our eyes are limited to the they can see. So it's possible that the sun, with its forward momentum, frequency of light that comes out the front of it, initially at a certain distance, just is at a pitch that we can't see, or a frequency our eyes
There's
don't
two
pick up.
problems. There's two obvious problems with that. One is that if you're describing that we can't see it because the frequency of the light is not being seen by us, it wouldn't affect its direction. It would just make it invisible. So when you get to see it, it would just fade into visibility. It wouldn't rise. What I'm referring to is it rising. So it's direction, not it fading into visibility. And there's another problem with
it would do the exact same
thing. And the second problem, which is much worse, is that that's when the sun is getting towards you, when the sun is getting away from you, the opposite happens. That would make the complete opposite when the sun is in the other half of the path. So you would expect the opposite, and you don't. You still see the same thing. So no, this effect can't help you with this situation here. And I send the picture.
You do see the opposite. You feel the opposite. Everyone here can understand that when the sun is rising from the morning to midday, it is a very different feeling and sensation from midday to the end of the day. Everyone here can verify that.
Sure. It's morning. You just woke up. It's colder because it was night for. I mean, you didn't have sun for hours, so it's a colder temperature. The atmosphere is different. All of that is different.
No,
But
there's even a mood about it. There's a whole different atmosphere if you really let yourself get into
yeah,
it.
but the speed in which the sun is going through the sky isn't changing,
No, we
and
know this. Just an ambulance doesn't change either, but the sound you hear before and after changes.
yeah, because with the sun does, yeah. So, but the position and the speed it's traveling is not changing. So at best, you make the sun fade away from visibility further because the wavelength is no longer being seen. But yeah, it would make it fade away, not just rise faster, set faster. To set faster, you would have to speed up. And if
I think you need to verify a few things, and if you do verify them,
no, you're adding too many weird ad hocs that obviously makes no sense. But what I'm pointing out is that
okay. First
I'm
of
not
all,
saying this
prove
refutes.
the fact that you can see the sun from one place while you can still see it from another when you shouldn't.
Sure, how would you like me to prove that? I mean, you're not gonna take websites or Stellarium, are you? Sorry?
No, of course I'm not going to take GPS or fucking Stellarium or anything.
Didn't
based on
mention
Of
GPS.
course not. Well, no, but I'm just saying it so you can't say, "Here, look, I've used GPS. It's not Stellarium." Accounting for that. If you
Okay,
physically prove
so you just need to find someone from Wellington.
people standing somewhere, with an icon, a known icon in the background, so we know that there's someone at a certain location, and they can, have their phone up, show their fucking direction they're pointing, on a compass, all these things, on a video, set that up, and then someone else in the other location.
Yeah, we can do that. And
Can't do any more than that, can you?
Sorry?
Can't do any more than that, can you? Really?
I don't know.
You personally can't be in two locations at once. I can't be in two locations at once.
Okay, sure. The thing is, once I present the data, are you going to accept this as a problem?
Well, no. No, if you present the
So
data,
why would I trouble? Why would I spend my time trying to prove that to you just for you to reject the argument?
No, I think I misspoke then. I would accept it. If it was good enough data, I would accept it.
All right, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, no, please do. That's what I've said. I'd like to see this phenomenon. There's all sorts of claims out there, so.
Sure. Just, I mean, I already have people. I already have people. I already have people in Oslo that are willing to do it. Just need one people from New Zealand. That's all.
Well, I think Carlos or Basil might be able to
And
facilitate
messaged Carlos. Who's the second one?
that. Basil is Carlos, I believe. Yeah.
Besides Carlos, is there anyone else?
I can't think of another Kiwi right now. Feel ashamed. There are more.
Okay. Yeah, I messaged him. I'm waiting till I see him around. Didn't happen yet.
Sure, no, that'd be really good. Just make sure that everyone agrees and understands what they need to have visible in the video to verify location, etc., etc. Yeah, and time and whatever else. Where you're facing. Don't really think we need to worry about the bloody angle from zenith. I don't think that's crucial. But hey, if you want to do it, it's not that fucking hard to do. You could do that. That would just help with the data, wouldn't it? Just more data to back up the narrative.
Well, I still think the websites are already good enough because people from New Zealand can look at the website and say, why the fuck this is saying it's sun here if it's night, or the opposite, right? I mean, you would have people complaining. You would have people complaining that Stellarium is not working on Australia, or not working on Oslo.
I think 9 out of 10 people assume that they've got something wrong before they question that Stellarium's got something wrong.
Sorry?
I think 9 out of 10 people who might think there's an issue with Stellarium, probably rightly so, question their own mistakes before they think the program's wrong.
No, they can just. I mean, there's a button that instantly synchronizes the time of the stellarium with your time, and if it tells it's night and it's not, then there's a problem.
Oh, sure, yeah. It says it's night and it's not. Define night. There's a whole scale of fucking light time which could be defined as night.
Right. If it says the sun is set and the sun isn't set, there's a problem.
But that could just be atmospheric refraction that's in a distance from your location. You're seeing a bit more of the sun than you should.
Sure.
It's never going to be definitive, mate.
Yeah, but the refraction of the sunset changes like some minutes. If you take the diagram I sent, and you can measure that angle, some minutes are not going to do it. Some minutes are not going to do it. Still going to be a problem.
Okay, but timeanddate.com and Stellarium aren't necessarily going to match up to everyday
I
observations.
didn't mention timeanddate.com. That's not what I used.
Okay. But you said if people can't check a website and expect it to be dark at a certain time or night, okay, you might not have referenced timeanddate.com, but you referenced the internet. You go, hang on a minute, it's not dark when it says it should be. Like, yeah, it's... Oh, if you're not referencing timeanddate.com, what were you referencing off the internet?
Oh, I don't remember. It was specific for sunset and sunrises.
Okay, I thought timeanddate.com did that quite specifically.
Oh, we can check that one as well. I'll give you the timestamps. 1 second.
Hey, Gio, are you still listening?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, do you remember the bloody 6 or 7 years ago, I think I was breaking up before, sun tracking observation? I think Nathan Oakley did it, but I can't remember fully. It was just over 24 hours.
Yeah, there's been a couple different ones people have done throughout the years. Also, Antonio Subarats did a big one with it. It got a lot of people involved as well.
Okay. Well, to my memory, that clearly showed the time and date with regards to the sun wasn't always accurate.
Yeah, there's been a lot of just inconsistencies with timeanddate.com that people have found. Yep, and recorded clearly. Yep. So, yeah, it's wild because how many people are actually verifying that? That's the question. And
yeah, who's got the need to? You're right. Crazy flat earthers demanding evidence from ballers. Look forward to your video evidence.
yeah, and I think any of the mainstream responses to timeanddate.com not correlating, the mainstream type responses would be like they just kind of do what they do with the Selenelian eclipse. Oh, like some atmospheric refraction. They just kind of leave it at that. If anything, I don't know that I've heard any other explanations for it, but
Well, there's more into the Selenelian than just refraction. Refraction only accounts for you being able to see both. Oh, it depends on your altitude as well. If you're high enough, you don't need refraction. But the direction of the shadow is just the misconception of that the path that the moon is making is actually the orbit of the moon when it's actually the other direction.
well, there's no way geometrically it works because the sun and the moon are 180 degrees from each other. Measurably
You're not in the center of the Earth.
No, you're not in the center of it. No.
Right? No, yeah. So you're not in the center of the Earth. So geometrically, you can.
Well, then if that was the case, if you could just see the sun and the moon above the horizon, like easily, then we'd be able to see it for every eclipse. It would just be normal.
No, because not every eclipse happens right when the moon is setting.
A lot of
or
them
the
do.
sun setting.
Yeah, a lot of them do. Those lunar eclipses last quite a while. So I mean, yeah, they land on that time for way more frequently
Yes.
than their selenelians. The selenelian is more rare. What I was saying though, like the sun and the moon they're 180 degrees from each other in the sky, the actual degree that they are in the sky. And on a globe Earth model, you guys have to bend them, warp them. So let's just say that's happening for a minute. Let's say they're bending and warping to make the selenelian visible, because that's what you guys claim. I mean, I don't think anyone baking on that side that thinks the Earth is a globe. Nobody's trying to say that you can see it geometrically. They admit you could not, but they say that they're bending, they're warping, essentially, like literally bending lines. But the thing about
the
that,
light?
yeah, the light. But if you're going to do that, you have to change its position in the background sky, and then it would have to change back. It would then have to change back into position. So you would sort of like if you use a mirror to like bend something to actually warp something like that. You know how like when you move it, like if you move it a little bit, that you're reflecting light. If you move it a little bit, then the actual effect. Let's say you're reflecting light onto a wall. The actual effect on the wall is much larger, but it moves its actual position. So if you had these two things that were warping, they would actually be changing their position in the sky and then moving back into position, but they don't do that.
Well, what do you mean they're moving back? When exactly you're expecting them to move back into position? Because they do that when they're setting, and you're going to see them again when they're rising, right?
I'll use this example. Imagine like the face of a clock, and you've got one hand at the 12 o'clock position, the other hand is at the 6 o'clock. Okay, so they're 180 degrees from each other. Are you with me? 12 and 6?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, and let's say that they're right on the 12 and the 6. They're right there. Okay, that geometrically is similar to the sun and the moon being opposite, and then the globe Earth would be in the middle, and you would not be able to see the sun and the moon. They say the reason we're seeing the sun and the moon is because instead of the hands being at 12 and 6, they are bending and warping. So now they're at 12:05, or meaning now they're at 1 and 5. You know what I mean? So now like the 12 o'clock position is now in the 1, the 6 o'clock is now in the 5. You know what I mean? So now they're right. So okay, that's what would need to happen. But then after the eclipse is over, they would have to go back into position because they bent and warped just for that refraction event. They would have to go back. The thing is, they don't go back in position. They don't change.
They do. Yeah, they do.
And in the degrees that we can view, they're on the 12 and the 6.
They do because one is rising, one is setting. The one that is setting is now going to speed up, but it's set, so you're not seeing it because you have the Earth in between you and what you're looking at.
But nothing.
And the one that is rising,
they're not speeding up, slowing down.
They do.
They're changing their degree in the sky.
The sun speeds up right after it rises, and it slows down right before it sets. And not just the sun, but the stars as well. And that is exactly the correction you make with the sextant.
Well, that's because they're moving away over a planar surface. They'll do that, but that's not what I'm referring to. And
Because they shrink vertically.
If you're just going to interrupt, forget it.
Go on. Yeah, they shrink vertically. So that's not perspective. That's not they getting further.
Well, you were talking about changing speed.
Yeah, the speed of the parent speed. Yeah, the angular speed. Let's say.
So, in the idea of the hand at the face of the clock, if you have the 12, one hand at the 12, one hand at the 6, that's like the sun and the moon opposite each other. What you're claiming happens, even though they're at the 12 and the 6 in the sky, measured, amongst the backdrop of the fixed stars, at least measured to that degree. You're saying that just for the selenelian, the 12 and the 6 are no longer at the 12 and the 6 visually. That they change their positions, and now it's at 1 and 5.
Not only for the selenelian, always. That is the refraction that we account in the sextant. That is exactly that. It's not anything extra for the selenelian. That's exactly what happens. Because if you account for refraction when you're using the sextant, you get the position of the star being actually lower than it actually is. So you're seeing them higher on the sky than they actually are. but that works for a star on front of you and on the back of you, same as the sun and the moon. There's no special exception for them in the selenium. It's the exact same thing. Someone is using the microwave?
Yours, Sam.
The best, I think the best thing they pointed out about the selenium that really tricks people is to show like the shadow is in the wrong spot. So the moon is going down and the shadow is up on the moon. And you think, well, if the sun is entering the shadow of the earth, why is the shadow in the other side? That's, I think, it's a good argument for the selenium.
Oh yeah, no, that's a whole other set of problems.
It's still wrong though, but yeah, but the path that the moon takes on the sky.
I just posted a chart. Can you see it?
Oh, let me take a look. Where is it? Okay. Oh, what is that?
Okay, so up on are you looking at it?
Mm-hmm.
All right, up on the, let's just say roughly the 1 o'clock position, you see the little, on the middle ring, it's a circle, a yellow circle with a dot in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And then next to it says 4 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's start there. In this case, this is a chart for a lunar eclipse back in 2018. So that's the sun, and it's at 4 degrees of Leo. So that means that amongst the fixed stars, it's in the 4th degree of Leo. So Leo, each of these are 30 degrees. So the Leo constellation, this would be at 4 degrees of Leo. Okay, so that's its position in the sky. So fixed stars, sun is in up against the fixed stars, 4 degrees of Leo. Right next to that is that little horseshoe looking thing to the left of it, that black thing. That is the
Leo symbol.
No, the Leo is the red thing. Yeah, it's the red with the little circle and then the loop.
Right. Is this the Omega symbol you're referring to now?
The red one, okay, yeah, next to you've got the sun and then 4 degrees, and then yes, that is Leo. That's the sign it shows. And so it's 4 degrees and 51 minutes. Those are the minutes. So it's 4 degrees, 51 minutes. There's 60 minutes in each degree. So, okay, so you've got that sun, and then right next to that horseshoe looking thing, the black thing, it looks like a horseshoe. That is the north node. So there's the north and south node. So that's the nodes of the moon, the lunar nodes. So that's one of them. And because it's an eclipse, that one's at 5 degrees. So this is only 1 degree apart, very, very close, 1 degree. Okay, and then you go 180 degrees from that. Just take your eyeballs, take that red line that's in the middle, and go all the way down to the other side. Now, the one on, you have all those things in alignment because there's a lot of things there. But if you just go to the one on the bottom, you've got the moon. See the yellow thing that looks like a moon?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then that's 6 degrees of Aquarius and 1 minute. And then next to that, you've got the south node. So that's the other node. You've got the north and the south node. So the reason this is an eclipse is because the sun and the moon are opposite each other, and they line up with the north and south node. Therefore, we get the eclipse phenomenon. So these are actual degrees, like 4 degrees of the sun, 6 degrees of the moon. That's only 2 degrees apart. Well, actually, it's 451 and 601. So it's really more like 1 degree. It's like 1 degree in 10 minutes, technically. And then you've got the nodes as well. So what I'm saying is that geometrically in the sky, these are actually 180 degrees from each other as measured by degree in the zodiac. And they're always in these positions. They don't jut around, or they don't just bend and warp.
Yeah,
in these
because
positions.
that's the celestial sphere, which isn't affected by refraction. Like if you're using the stars as a reference, when the sun bends, the stars also bend. So the position of the sun isn't changing. The right ascension and declination of the sun isn't affected by refraction.
Okay, well, let me just finish. I mean, I think I hear what you're saying, but that's kind of a different part. Because that brings in a whole other factor. But what I'm saying is that these are actually, I just want to finish saying what I was saying, which is that they're 180 degrees from each other. They're in these actual positions. What would have to happen on a globe Earth, if this were, like, if I were to believe that the Earth was a globe for some reason, and then I was going to understand this, what I would have to think is that the light coming from the sun that's reflecting off the moon with the Earth in the middle, that the moon and the sun's position is able to literally, like a boomerang.
Oh, I think I get your point now.
It's able to bend. Yes, it would be bending. But these things are not bending. They're still in their 180 degrees measurable geometric opposite position.
Yeah, I think I got your point. I think there's might be a misunderstanding here, because when I said that the sun and the moon are lower than 180 degrees, that's for the observer, not for the center of the Earth. And what matters for the eclipse is when the moon, the Earth, and the sun are aligned, not exactly the observer, because the observer is on the top of is going to be on the top of the Earth or on the bottom of the Earth. So to him, sun and moon aren't exactly 180 degrees. They're actually below or above, depending on which part of the world he is. But in reference to the Earth, then yeah, they are actually 180 degrees. But that's not where the observer is. So yeah, that's the difference. So when I said they're not actually 180 degrees, that's just for the observer. And that would be before and after the eclipse. Then they also not 180 degrees, not even for the Earth. Only in the middle of the eclipse is that when they're 180 degrees in the perspective of the Earth.
Well, for the time period that the eclipse occurs for, they're definitely 180 degrees. I mean, it might be 179 or 181, but they're not bending and warping. Because the thing is, you have three balls that are lined up. Built, like, imagine three billiard balls or just three balls. And yes, you would be on the outside of the sphere. I agree with that. Obviously, you'd be in North America or wherever you are, Australia, wherever you are. But geometrically, you're not going to be able to view. I mean, even mainstream science admits this. That's why they call it the impossible eclipse. They literally title it that. And their explanation for it, or the best one any globe earther seems to come up with, they're not saying that you could see it geometrically. They're admitting, yes, you wouldn't be able to, but this refraction is bending and warping it. And what I'm saying is, okay, I understand that concept. I'm even willing to entertain it for a minute. Let's say it's bending and warping. But what doesn't match with that is the actual degree position of these objects, and that they don't change in their position. They're not bending like a mirror in and out of their positions. They're actually in their geometric position of 180 or 181 degrees during this event.
Sure, but that seems in the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere is set by the stars. It's not set by the view angle of us, of the observers.
It's set by the stars, yes, but it's a 360 degree circle that has a degree. There's 12 signs of the constellations. It's split into 12. 30 degrees each. So 12, 30, 360. And so just like the hands of a clock, or like, they're going to be in their geometric position. You can't change that. So you can't bend them and warp them out of a position that they already are in.
Let me give an example then. Suppose I put marks on a paper every centimeter. So I draw a ruler on a paper, and then I just pick a random position of this rule to mark an X, for example. So now the X is fixed on the position, let's say 3.5 centimeters. If I use a magnifying glasses, I can shift the position for the observer, for the person who's seen the X. I can put the magnifying lens and make the X shift the position.
But you can't. Yes. I'm totally with you. Sorry to jump in. I'm totally with you. But you can't change the position of the X on the ruler. And what would have to happen if this was occurring, instead of the sun being at 4 degrees Leo and the moon being 6 degrees of Aquarius, they would have to be at 12 degrees Leo and 14 degrees of Aquarius. You would have to actually change the geometric relationship, which isn't being done.
Why?
So I agree. You could, yes, if you haven't, that's a good thing. An X with a ruler and it's drawn, at 3 inches or whatever on a 12-inch ruler, you've got an X drawn there. Yeah, you can bend and warp that all over the place, but you can't move the X out of position. And when you have a 360-degree circle, imagine the ruler is now a 360-degree circle, and instead of being 12 inches, now you've got 12 entire sections of the pie, that each have 30 degrees. And each of these objects is in one of those degrees, a 360-degree circle that can be verified by its position and by its position in the fixed star system as well, and in their geometric relationships between each other. So you can...
I got lost, sorry. Can I draw so we can be sure we are... just to make it very clear.
Well, just to finish that, the analogy of what you made is a good one. But what you would have to do to make this work is from everything I'm saying and understanding, the X drawn on the ruler, the equivalency is that you would have to move the X on the ruler in order for the selenelline to be visible on the globe Earth. You would have to move it into position. But if you do that, it would change its position on the ruler. Now, instead of being at 3 inches, it's at 2 inches. Now, if we observe that in the sky, then that would maybe correlate with that phenomenon being possible. The fact that that's not observed in the sky and that these objects are still in their degree and always have been in the clockwork of the sky, it isn't possible.
Yeah, I don't understand why you would have to change the position of the X in the ruler.
Because that would be like moving the sun from 4 degrees Leo up to, let's say, 10 degrees of Leo to make it visible, to be curving, to be able to have that straight line of your viewing angle to be able to see the sun and the moon when the 3 balls are lined up.
That's just the fact that the observer isn't in the center of the Earth, and also the selenelline doesn't happen in the middle of the eclipse. It happens like in the beginning or in the end of it.
Okay, so then
in the middle, you can't see the moon.
Okay, then are you claiming that on a globe Earth, if you're on the equator, let's say, the furthest outside of the ball, are you telling me that on the equator during a lunar eclipse in your globe Earth model that you are seeing a straight line from the sun to the moon? No, correct. None of you guys say that. You all say it's a bending line. If it's a bending line, then the positions in the zodiac would have to bend to accommodate that, and they don't do that.
They wouldn't need to, because
see that straight line of that red line? That's a straight line. The actual straight line on that chart between the sun and the moon, that red line, 180, well, this is like 79 degrees or whatever it is. That actually is a straight line. So you can't, that isn't bent in the sky, but you have to make it bent in your mind or geometrically in the mind of the heliocentric model to make it work. So that these two things are completely incompatible.
No, this drawing just show their alignment in the celestial sphere. It's nothing related to the position that we see it when it's close to horizon. So the celestial sphere or the stars are the ruler. The sun and the moon are the X, and our atmosphere close to the horizon is the magnifying lens. So the magnifying lens allows you to see X before it even gets completely into the shadow of the Earth. It doesn't require that the X is in a different position of the ruler, and the zodiac signs.
Yes, something would have to. Yes, it would geometrically have to.
Well, I have to draw it because
it would have to bend and warp. Yes,
I think we're picturing different things. Like we can't be picturing the same things, because to me it's pretty clear that this isn't required.
Well, okay, so you agreed that on a globe Earth, it's not a straight line from the sun to the moon during the lunar eclipse, right? That there's some refraction going on?
When it's close to the horizon, it's never a straight line.
Okay, so you're saying it's a bent line.
Yeah.
Okay, then do you see that line on the chart that I have, the zodiac chart? Do you see how that line between the sun and the moon is a straight line? It is a straight line because it correlates with the geometric degree in the clockwork of the sky. So the fact
that's the middle.
That's a straight line, but you're viewing a bent line is what's incompatible.
No, because that straight line, I'm missing a word. It's not related to where it looks in the sky. It's not related to refraction. It's how the celestial bodies are aligned with the celestial sphere. and they go through the same refraction. So the refraction is not changing how they're aligned.
So if you had a circle sphere and you had two x's on it, 180 degrees from each other, that would be your x's. That is not geometrically possible to view, like you said, if there's three balls lining up. Even if you're at the equator, you're on the outside of the ball, that wouldn't be possible. So you would have to change the position of those x's, which they don't change like that. They're not bending and warping through the sky. But that's the equivalent of what you're trying to do is the x's are changing position.
They are being bent up in the sky, but this wouldn't affect where the x's are on the ruler. Like you have a circle, and you have the ruler marks on the circle. You have the sun and the moon also on the circle. If you have no atmosphere, when they're right, one is exactly in the horizon, the other is also in the horizon. You can only see half of them at the same time. As soon as one rises, the other sets. And without changing their position on that circle, I can introduce lenses on the two ends of the horizon that allow me to see further down on that circle. Now I can see both of them without changing their position on the circle. So I'm not getting, like, why would I need to change their position on the circle?
Because they no longer would be a straight line. If they're a bent line, then they're not a straight line. And a circle...
They would still be in the celestial sphere. Because the celestial sphere doesn't care about the refraction.
Well, I think I've exhausted about everything I can say, so...
Like, the celestial sphere is a fixed sphere.
It goes back to, like, a straight line can't be a curved line. It's kind of that simple. Like,
no, the celestial sphere is independent from observation. It's like how, for example, if today is very cloudy, I can see nothing. The position of the sun in the celestial sphere doesn't change. So if I have refraction, it also wouldn't affect the position of the sun in the celestial sphere. Because if you bend the sun, it bends the celestial sphere with it. So it bends the whole ruler. The x is still where the x is. So from the observer point of view, it is bent. But if you plot the celestial sphere as a circle, of course it's not going to bend because you're just putting the positions in a circle. You're not replicating what's happening with light. You're just putting what's the alignment between the ruler and the x. Oh, anyway, it's getting late here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what you're suggesting is a bending and warping of the entire sky, but that would temporarily change the position of the sun and the moon. They wouldn't be in the straight line anymore. They would be in a different position. Even if you warp the stars along with it, they still would be in a different geometric position. Even if they warped to where, I guess I see what you're sort of saying. Like, okay, let's say you've got, and the whole thing's bending, right? The whole thing is like a boomerang, just going like bending. I get that concept. That's as a kind of sci-fi idea. I get the idea, but what that would do is it would change the geometric relationship between the sun and the moon, because it wouldn't be 180 degrees anymore. It would be 130 or 140 or whatever it would be. Probably not that low, but it would be like significantly, I don't know what it would be. I mean,
and it is when it's not in the middle of the eclipse, when it's before and after, it isn't 180 degrees. It's more or less.
No. That's like 1 degree. That's not what you would need it to have three balls lined up. You would need, I mean, offhand, I would say at least 15 degrees, if not 20 or more. We're talking about, I mean, you've seen those drawings, right? Like when people have done the Selenelian drawings, like it's a significant bend and warp. We're not talking about 1 degree. In that chart I showed you, that's 1 degree. That's literally nothing. It's geometrically opposite.
The whole, you think the whole eclipse takes only 1 degree? Because that would mean it only lasts
at most.
So it only lasts for 4 minutes.
No, it lasts for like anywhere from 40 to an hour and a half, sometimes 2 lunar eclipses.
So it can't be 1 degree then.
Well, it's an alignment of all 3 bodies. It's 4 bodies. It's the sun, the moon, the north node, and the south node. This one right here, this is at the time of this 4, 5, 6, 5. So those are all basically within 1 degree.
Okay, well, was that a full lunar eclipse?
This looks like a total, yeah, because of how tight the degrees are. Although I don't.
You have the timestamp there. I can actually even see that in Stellarium here. Let's see how it shows. Just curious.
Yeah, so if you pull this up on Stellarium, there's going to be, within 1 degree, which is literally almost nothing, the sun and the moon are going to be, almost exactly opposite each other. But the amount of bending and warping that has to happen for a selenellium to be visible on a globe Earth is not 1 degree. It's all theoretical, so it'd be hard to know what that degree would be.
It's not hard actually, because we have the values. The radius of the Earth is fixed. The distance from the moon to the Earth is fixed.
Yeah, but the 1 or 2 degrees of change between the sun and the moon in the actual celestial sky, in the celestial clock, no one that I've ever heard of ever in the history of these discussions has claimed that 1 degree is why the selenellium occurs. That's never a thing. It's not.
I'm not sure.
It's very clear that it should not be possible, but it is, and they have to, like I said, make a bending, warping sky. And again, if you bend and warp the sky, then you can't fit that geometrically on a circular clockwork anymore. So it's just fundamentally incompatible. I think I've shared everything I can. If you're not able to see it or whatever, that's cool.
Well, we can put that to the test. We can get the values of radius and see if what you're saying actually matches the model. Because we can't play with the model to make it fit, because we have fixed values. We can change the radius of the Earth. We can make the moon further or closer. And we cannot play with refraction more than, for example, what we already know how to do with the sextant.
This one, see this I just posted
Yeah, this isn't a very good scale of it, because the sun is small and very close to the Earth, so it doesn't give you an actual analogy to the angle. It would be.
Right. But the point is that they're trying to say apparent actual position. Do you see how one of those is a straight line and one of them is a bent line? That's what I'm saying is incompatible with them actually being in the celestial sphere in their degree. Like in the chart that I put above there, the 4 degrees Leo, and then the moon's at 6 degrees Aquarius or whatever, or 5 and 6. That would be I guess in this thing, the actual position. Like that's actually where they are in the sky. So you can't bend a geometry.
Yeah, but that is not. That would be exactly when it's the middle of the middle of the eclipse.
Because at the end of the day, what you're talking about doing is this. Like, let's say you and I are standing opposite each other, 20 feet from each other, and we're just standing looking at each other. Physically, we are a thing. We actually are like 180 degrees from each other. We could even draw a circle on the ground or whatever. We are 180 degrees from each other, and that's actually what's happening. So, but what you're suggesting is happening is that instead of me seeing you directly forward, you have to be bent and warped around, to be not at 180 degrees, but 150 degrees. So now you have to be at a completely different angle for me to be able to see you. And that's what you're claiming. That's what even this image shows: apparent position, actual position. So you're saying it's bending and warping, but in real physical reality, we are 180 degrees from each other, and that can be measured. So people that are not seeing the bending or whatever,
but you're conflating.
Are 180 degrees.
You're conflating two different moments of the
In that comparison, I would be the
eclipse.
One of us would be the sun, one of us would be the moon, 180 degrees from each other. But you're saying that they move out of their actual position into this quote unquote apparent refracted position. But again, like the geometry of you and I is actually opposite, and the degree that you're in within that circle doesn't change. I think I've exhausted my ability to share it. So yeah, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think there's a conflict of like when the Selenium is happening and when they are 180 degrees from each other, because those aren't the same moment. And I think that's the conflict.
They are. That's why it happened. They are. They're 180 degrees from each other, and it just happens to be right when the sun.
But at that point, you can't see. You wouldn't be able to see the moon in daylight because it will be completely dark. And if the sky is still clear, you wouldn't be able to see the moon. So when you see a selenium, you still have part of the moon outside of the Earth's shadow. So it didn't complete. It's not in the middle of the eclipse.
Have you seen how bright they are? Have you seen how bright it is? Look, this one's during the selenalian. Have you seen how bright it is outside? That's how bright.
That's my point.
That's at the moment of a selenalian right there.
All right. Yeah, but you have the red moon there. So there's. Right.
So your horizon is supposed to be the curve of a ball 8 inches per mile square that you can't see around. So this moon should be way down on the other side of the ball. Then the sun should be completely 180 degrees opposite. And that's where that's why they call it the impossible eclipse, even in the mainstream.
Yeah, but because of refraction, they're always lumped up when they're close to the horizon. So they might be exactly at that point in which they're opposites. And then you can still see them.
Well, I'm bored.
Well, there's nothing I can do about it.
I think we've exhausted that one.
Yeah, I'm still
good
playing
effort,
this
guys. Good effort. You tried.
Thank you.
Well, I enjoy thinking about it. It helps me I enjoy thinking about it and.
It's good. It's good cognitive exercise.
So
We were all
time is in
very
review.
patient.
If you're still there, I'm sending the timestamps of the issue I pointed out. Just if you want to take a look. Oh, we can do in the end of this year again. I mean, this happens every year.
What is this for? A selenalian?
No, it's for the Oslo and Wellington, let's say, paradox.
Okay, this is the other thing you were referring to.
Well, I'm on the east coast of Australia, so I'm not too far off Wellington. Few degrees.
So there's a way in your mind just to finish it. Well, just to finish the selenalian thing. I mean, actually, if you want to present this again, because I actually was only half listening because I was busy. I was doing other stuff when you explained this. And I actually have to step away now, but I can listen and I will be able to listen. So actually, if you want to repeat this one, I'd like to hear it again. But just to finish on the selenalian thing, I think at the end of the day, we're talking about the idea of the clock and the positions and how there's no way in my understanding geometrically that you could warp that to make the geometry align with the actual position of how they're viewed. I know that's kind of repeating what we were saying, but yeah, that's just kind of the end result. But Bacon, you're thinking somehow there is a way that they could bend and warp, and the sky bends and warps, and somehow it's all bending and warping to somehow make this possible on your globe model for yourself.
Yeah, well, this is what we account for in the sextant.
You add in a calculation for proposed curvature based on a radius value.
No, that's that's not related to the curvature. It's not related to the curvature.
The Haversine formula. All right, well,
that's not related to the curvature. What I mentioned about the sextant isn't related to the curvature. The thing is,
all the corrections and some of them that involve radius and all that.
no, it's pretty. You can take the measures yourself, and you can see how that is completely like agnostic about the shape of the Earth. There's no assumption there. You can just, for example, you get a position of the sun when it's very high in the sky, and you get how many degrees it travels every minute, let's say. And you'll see that when it's very high, or for most of the daytime, it goes on a constant speed. So every minute it covers the same amount of degrees. And when it gets very close to the horizon, it starts to slow down. And the same thing when it's rising, it rises low and then speed up to that average speed until it gets to the horizon and slows down. And so you can just take that speed of the sun and think, well, what will happen if that speed was constant? Which is what we believe is happening. So we don't believe the sun is actually speeding up or slowing down. I think none of our models would assume that. So to account for that shift in position, you just get that speed, then get the position that the sun would be if the speed wasn't changing. That would be the actual position of the sun, and that's exactly what the formulas we use to account for refraction are doing. They're just taking, well, if it's close to horizon, it's actually lower, and it comes from a very easy observation. It's just like, let's see how much the sun gets slowed down, and that way we can know how lower it actually is. And this doesn't assume the shape of the Earth. And you can even use stars instead of the sun to do it, or the moon. Anything that is in the sky is gonna go through the same distortion when it approaches the horizon. So you're gonna have the same shift, and that's the shift that people, who use the sextant is doing. So yeah, we're not coming up with this to solve the selenium. It's been used since like hundreds years ago when they used the sextant. Actually, I think that's a nice experiment to do. I think I'll do one of it. It seems to be easy. So far, I tried 2 experiments. Only one worked.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just the bottom line, when you have objects that are in an actual degree of a circle, they're in that position, even if they bent and warped, like if you were able to somehow bend them and warp them, in the way you're describing, they would change their geometric alignment into a curved line instead of a straight line. And then they would also be changing their position in the celestial sphere. Now, even if you wanted to say that the celestial sphere is bending and warping with it, okay, let's go with that. So then let's say that's happening. It still would be a curved line and not a straight line. The other thing with that is that if the celestial sphere and the sun and the moon were warping like that, they would warp into position, but then they'd have to warp back into the other way. They'd have to get back. They'd have to like warp out of position and then back into position geometrically. So the line would have to go from curved to straight, and that also isn't observed either.
No, because that happens during night. If you remove the Earth and try to get what the atmosphere would do if the ground was transparent, that's exactly what would happen. You would get things speeding up and getting back to their position. So let me check here. The moon, the shadow of the Earth just touches the moon at, let's see here, 11:23 and 50 seconds p.m. So let me note it down. Let's see how long it took. And then it enters the sun, the shadow of the earth completely. About 12:30 and 6 seconds. So yeah, it's almost an hour. It's not just for a minute. The moon doesn't stop during an eclipse, and the moon doesn't move a single degree in an hour. The moon is much faster than that. I think 12 degrees an hour, 13 degrees an hour. So yeah, the idea that after an hour of eclipse, you only moved 1 degree, I don't think that's true. I think you got that wrong. So it took almost 3 hours. It took almost 3 hours. In this time,
The moon moves about a half a degree a day, or sorry, half a degree an hour. So it's roughly a half a degree per hour. The sun moves 1 degree a day. The moon moves about.
What do you mean 1 degree a day? Oh, you mean in the celestial sphere?
Yeah.
I'm talking about for an observer. Like the sun covers 15 degrees an hour, right? In the path of the sky, and the moon is a little bit lower than that, which is like 14, 13 degrees an hour. I think it's 14. I don't think it's that much lower. So if it moves in the sky,
Oh, it's higher. It's higher.
no, the moon is lower. Otherwise, we wouldn't get the growing moon at night. And the reason why the moon grows during night and shrinks during day is because, the next day the moon is further from the sun. The next day it's further, but it goes in the same direction of the sun, so it's actually slower.
Well, the moon moves faster than the sun.
No, it doesn't. What do you mean? From an observer perspective? I mean,
Yeah,
even
I guess I'm not sure. Maybe I'm talking about something different. Maybe I'm not fully catching what you're referring to. Are you talking about in the sky or in compare? I guess I'm not.
In both cases. Like the sun takes
the movement through the sky or the movement through the actual celestial sphere?
Both. The moon completes a circle around the celestial sphere. The sun makes a revolution around the celestial sphere in a year. So not in the celestial sphere, for the observer, for an observer in the surface, in the sky. Like the path for the sky.
What I was referring to is that the moon moves faster through the zodiac than the sun.
Right, in the celestial sphere. Yeah.
The sun is cooking at that speed. It's like half a degree an hour, whereas the sun is 1 degree a day. So,
but what you're referring to is if we can or can't see the moon. And that is not defined by the celestial sphere. That is defined by the degrees from the observer. Because the celestial sphere is also rotating. So even if they keep opposite to each other, we would still stop seeing one and start seeing the other very quickly. Even though in the celestial sphere they aren't moving. So it's not about where they are in the celestial sphere, it's where they are in the sky for an observer on the surface of the Earth. And in that case, the moon is moving a bit less than 15 degrees an hour. And yeah, after the duration of the eclipse, it would have moved many degrees. Not in the celestial sphere, but in the perspective of the Earth, of an observer. If you take a point on the surface as a frame of reference, that would be the speed of the moon and speed of the sun. The moon is actually slower. Anyway, as I pointed out like an hour ago, it's getting late here, but now it's even later. So, see ya around.
Rams, hot mic.
Sorry.
So what do you think, Whites? Are you convinced by Bacon's bending and warping light theory?
No, not in the slightest, mate.
It's a lot of.
I'll give you 10 out of 10 for your patience. But yeah, no. Stories, mate, stories. I love a good story though. Like anyway.
I stuck with that to explain it as thoroughly as I possibly could.
Yeah, I don't know that he grasped the light frequency thing I was talking about either before. With with the ambulance analogy. He might have, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like with him sometimes, like, well, I mean, I don't want to talk about him. He's not here, but I just sometimes he responds to something that I didn't say, So like, it makes me wonder if he was listening to what I was saying directly, or maybe he just was wanted to say something different in response. But it always just kind of seems like he's saying some different new thing that wasn't really related to the, or it is in some way, but not directly.
Yeah, it's hard. Like, I suppose that it shows the importance of letting people like actually finish their point, because sometimes when you jump in, you assume that you know where they were going, and so to save time, you're going to like preemptively interject and then get on with the next part of the conversation. But just sometimes it was going in a direction you don't quite realize, and it sort of it makes more sense. But
Yeah,
I think
or you might assume they're overlooking something that they're not, they're going to get to that. But yeah, I know what you mean. Good.
Yeah. I mean, if we let everyone say everything they wanted to say, I mean, fucking hell, 3 people would speak each day. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I know what you mean, though. Sometimes when it gets fast back and forth and there's things that are quickly being said and then quickly being, either disagreed upon or parts that are agreed upon, then it can, in some cases, it can get to the point where the people are talking past each other to some degree. I don't think that was quite happening right there when I was talking to Bacon, but because we were both just going quick, but I was also kind of really trying to, say that particular thing I was saying and to sort of almost like hold it to the point to where to see if he actually had a response for it, which he did. He had many responses.
I hope I see some videos, from Oslo and wherever else, Wellington. Hopefully he goes through with it. I get to actually go, oh, okay, yeah, look, there we go. Bit of a conundrum. How do we explain this? And
Yeah,
I know all the maths in the model. All the maths in the model say that it's the case. But imagine if he tries to prove it and it's not the case, and his friends don't see what the model says. He'll be like, oh, fuck. Why can't I view what I'm told I should see? Because this is actually verifying that particular part of the model, isn't it? He thinks it's true.
I'm late to the party, so what's the conundrum?
Well, we just had a marathon. Like the last several hours have been. A couple hours earlier, it was just on fire. There was like a bunch of we've gone through multiple topics. Like what I mean on fire, there was just like the conversation on light and that was. And then after that, we did a whole session with Bacon about the Selenelian and a whole bunch of things. Yeah,
Okay.
It's been a lively last couple of hours.
Yeah, but you just mentioned conundrum. So what was the conundrum?
Yeah, Whites, do you want to explain that one? Because I actually don't. I was going to ask him to. He was going to explain it a second time because I think when there's a couple of things. We were talking about the Selenelian, but then the other thing is this inconsistency that Bacon thinks exists on an AE type map layout between Oslo and Wellington. That's why he posted that in the chat there. But Whites, you think you can summarize it? Because I actually don't know that I fully heard that one.
Yeah, you can see the sun setting in Wellington still before the sun sets in Oslo. And yet the sun is closer to Oslo than it is to Wellington. And then the opposite occurs after the sunset occurs in Wellington. In Oslo. On an AE map, that's theoretically not possible because of distance, apparently. And I asked him just to verify that. And he said he will do it if we can get someone in New Zealand to play ball.
Where are the two locations?
Wellington and Oslo.
Yeah, but I don't know where those are.
Close to the Northern Hemisphere, North Pole, Oslo, or closer than Wellington. And Wellington right down the outer edge of the flat plain.
Okay.
South, but outer edge. you know the jizz.
So is this? Yeah, but see, to me, I don't know. Is this like a convoluted point to make? Because are they like? How did someone put these two observations together?
Purely by like time and day and sun up and sun down calculations. He is no doubt saying that it is an observed phenomenon, but obviously no one person can be in two locations at the same time.
So it's not.
So,
it's not. It's just a. Yeah. It's just a. It's a data. It's a data observed phenomenon. Like you got to look up the data. And
it is. But I said to him, I said, get 2 people in the locations. Do it as definitively as you can on video. Showing the angle that you're facing and the time and
Make sure that in the background of the video there's an icon that everyone can recognize and geolocate, and just as much evidence as possible. Now, obviously, we're trusting GPS and distances, but if he can do that, and the sunset is still clearly visible from Wellington just before it's visible from Oslo, and physically during the equinox, the sun is physically closer to Oslo than it is to Wellington, that does create a conundrum. I suggested frequency of light and different things like Doppler effect. But anyway, so I asked him to verify it. And apparently the opposite happens. So when the sun sets in Oslo, they can still see it. They lose sight of it before Wellington sees it, and Wellington sees it at a much further distance than it is to Oslo when Oslo loses sight of it. So it's like the opposite effect after it goes past Oslo. Anyway, so he needs to verify that.
And so what is his point? Is his point that the globe does fit that?
Yes.
Yes, of course.
Because during that time it's southern summer, so the Earth is tilted. The southern part is tilted towards the sun, so it gets a bigger arc of day, while the north gets a smaller arc of day. That's why in the Arctic Circle, in the middle of the summer, in the middle of the winter, you have a full length 24-hour night, and in the Antarctic Circle, you have the opposite, which is a 24-hour day, and in 6 months later, you have the opposite. So it's pretty symmetrical, and yeah, that's it.
So are you just going to try to prove your point by data? Because I think that the criticism would be that you would have to actually have physical observations, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you're contesting all the websites and all the sources, then of course we can find people to check that as well. That would be nice to do. I was trying to do it. I am still actually just trying to find someone from Wellington.
Mm-hmm.
But I can try to use different spots on the Earth, but Wellington is the southern one, the one more to the south. So if I get closer to the equator, this becomes harder to find.
How far up? What's the latitude for the Oslo?
Oh, Oslo, I think it's 60 something or 50 something. Yeah, it's close to 60 degrees north.
60 degrees north. That's okay.
Close to the Arctic Circle.
Yeah.
Actually,
okay.
there's a part of Norway that is in the Arctic Circle, and there's a city there, and that there you have a complete full 24-hour night.
So here's my question: is what's the difference between the climates there?
What do you mean? Oh, it's winter for the north and summer for the south.
No, that's not just all that I mean. I don't mean the seasons. I said the climates. Like the air. Yeah, well, it's important. I've heard that in the Arctic that you can actually have an extended view along the x-axis because of how clear the air is. Like you can see for shit tons of miles.
Well, that makes things even worse. Because the problem is, sun would be closer to Oslo, and they cannot still see it. So you have to have that in the opposite way.
Okay, but my point is that I think part of the data that needs to be considered still, it would be the conditions of the medium. Because you're looking through a medium that's going to affect
the air.
What?
Without a doubt. And the angle is so low to the horizon. It's a huge effect. You're very correct.
What effect you're talking about?
Okay, listen very carefully. It's not difficult, Bacon. you are looking through a medium that is dynamic and active and has a density. Okay? So it affects the way the target is presented to your eye. Okay? All I'm saying, I haven't evaluated anything. I'm just saying that if you don't take into account the conditions of the day, the observation is being made.
This happens every year. The time in which the sun sets and the time in which the sun
I wasn't
rises.
talking.
Oh, I don't have that much patience. You speak too slowly and you spend too many times saying things that aren't part of the point.
Slowly right now. I'm speaking slowly right now because you don't seem to understand the significance of the point I'm making. So I'm trying to make sure that you're listening. If you don't have the attention span of a gnat, so that you can follow this line of argument, which is very sensible, logical, and reasonable, then I don't think you should be even performing this.
Right, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Did he leave? What a tool.
Sorry,
Yeah, it
I
was
think
already
the
late for
server
him
rules is
earlier.
no name calling allowed. Tool would be one.
Okay.
Yeah, he was gone before.
Karen.
That'd be ridiculous. Those rules aren't for flat earthers.
What? Your mic was a little bit wonky. What was that?
That was like yelling at someone out of a window from a driving car.
Oh.
You wanker! Like really tough.
Laurie, would you have preferred I said, what a closed-minded person?
I think that fits the server rules better. Apparently, the line is close-mindedness is a thing, so you can say that.
So is being a tool.
Well, the server rules aren't clear. That's what I've been trying to really talk about for the past few days.
I do like how when after he said that I was talking so slow, I picked up the pace. Did you notice that? That was intentional.
Should have slowed down even further.
Yeah.
I actually totally missed the argument. What was the topic?
He's talking about making two different observations, one near the Arctic and one at a lower latitude, and how there's a discrepancy between when the one sees the sunset and the other. Okay. Now, no one's made this observation. This is just data from websites on when the sunset was recorded. So, all I was suggesting was because you have an Arctic region, that the climate is going to be a significant factor to take into consideration. That's all I was trying to make a point of. And when I even said that, he's like, I don't understand what you mean. Like, so you don't understand that you have to actually consider the medium through which you're looking as a variable as to why you're seeing what you're seeing.
Okay, thank you for the explanation.
Sure.
Yeah, the fact that these observations, or apparent, calculated observations, are, well and truly below 15 degrees above the horizon, also brings it all into question as to whether you're actually seeing light from the physical objects or just light from refraction, and the physical object is actually out of sight, whether it be because of curvature or just sheer distance on a flat plane, one or the other.
Yeah, I mean, the whole internal refraction thing is an interesting discussion with miraging because you can't be out there in the, it's like the observations that I've made. There was a Fata Morgana on the Chesapeake Bay, and there was a guy in a kayak out in the event, right? So I'm watching this guy get stretched upwards and just magnified, and I'm thinking, does he even know he's in this event? Huh?
Of course not.
You know what I mean? It's like
That's funny.
It's like what's going on around him, right? So I that's what always amazes me about this phenomenon, and it's like I'm only on the one side. Like I could never go into the event, like it's a tornado or it's like a storm chaser, right? So you can watch it at a distance, but you're like, man, what would that be like to be in the event? But my point really is
It was
that
sort of, yeah.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was going to say, sort of like as a kid in a rainbow. You always wonder what it would like to be within the colours of the rainbow, but you can never get there.
yeah. That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, but
let alone the pot of gold.
But anyway, yeah, that's the whole thing. Is just like everything that goes into why this event is happening. So just take a smaller target like a channel marker. And if you look out one day and you can't see the channel marker, but the next day you can see the channel marker, my argument would be that the condition of the medium the day before was preventing the light from getting to you. There wasn't any curvature. The target wasn't over the curve. The light was creating the obstruction. It's a very simple explanation of the observation. But see, that what happens though is, and this is the thing that I've got to try to figure out. Like, I wish that I could do computer graphics, but the thing that I've noticed is that the entire field of view is affected by the medium itself. So, if which is what has given me problems with Sean G and others who, when I show them the same observation side by side, and the one is dropped down and farther back into the distance, they're like, there's no way you're at the same place, man. There's no way your focal length's the same. There's no way. I'm like, dude, this is the medium doing this. You know what I mean? So in the one, it's like the medium brings it closer to you, and by doing that, cuts off certain targets around the field of view. And then when the other conditions are present, you've got a wider field of view, but everything's dropped into the background, smaller, and possibly even lifted up. Fuck. These ballers, this observation is so obvious, completely easy to understand, simple to explain with refraction, and they do not want to have it. I have never had a competent interaction with someone who's at least open to discussing this ever, which is mind-blowing.
Yeah, you won't. Fuck, now I've just disturbed a fucking spider's nest. Oh, little fucks. There are some people who I believe come onto this server. They think they're confident. They're 99. Well, in their own mind, probably 100% confident, but their brain has questions. So they keep coming back for the discussion. Because if you didn't, you would not be here. I can understand there might be a couple of people who think they're doing the world a favor by trying to correct our, you know, I don't know, fucking poor thoughts, poor rationale, poor logic, you know, saving the world. But they're few and far between. Like everyone else who comes here on the baller side of things has got either questions or fucking issues. Simple. Like psychological ones, I mean. Aside from the physical ones.
Yeah.
Personally, because again, I'm not in any other server where people are talking crazy fucking shit about anything they want. I don't think they're dangerous. I don't think, you know, that they should be, you know, stopped or the world needs saving from them talking about whatever they're talking about. I just don't want them pushing their shit on me. Yet these guys come in here with the opposite attitude. You know, like they're saving someone or they've got questions themselves and they're just not honest about it yet.
Yeah. Well, I think weren't you there the other night when my contact from Facebook came on the show for a while?
Excuse me.
Weren't you on that the other night?
I think so.
Yeah, it's Paul. He was from New Zealand, but I think he was living in the UK. Was he living in the UK? He was a New Zealander.
Yes.
The physics teacher. Yeah,
yes, we had a good conversation actually. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
I had to go to bed and
it was.
Yep.
It was interesting because the interaction on Facebook, he was a lot more aggressive, as was I, because you know he just came at me and was like, "Are you have you ever even thought of this? Have you ever even thought of this?" I'm like, "Dude, I have been doing this for 4 years with refraction, man. You're not going to tell me anything new, right?" But he's coming at me like I haven't ever looked at something, I haven't ever considered. So he was like really stepping up his game. But then when he came on the show, you know, he's pretty laid back. So I took it laid back. You know what I mean? And it was a good conversation.
Yeah, it was. I think he was. I think maybe his thoughts, or maybe what he's heard, is that these type of situations are just, you know, very aggressive, and a lot of them are, you know. So maybe he felt he needed that attitude. But I think he was quite pleasantly surprised by the cordial conversation that we were all having.
Well, yeah.
You know?
So that's right. So I'll just tell you when I sent him the link and said, "Hey, you know, if you want to join this discussion over here, you know, it's a pretty reasonable group, and the moderators try to do a pretty good job." And he said, like, "What is it going to be? A bunch of flirfs who don't like math and they don't like equations and blah blah blah." I'm like, dude, if that's going to be your attitude, then don't even come. But you know, like, whatever, man. So yeah, I think he was.
He gave it a shot.
Yeah.
I hope he comes back.
Yeah.
Even if he was just humouring us and being polite and doesn't come back, that's fine.
Right.
It was better than someone coming in and just being dogmatic and just saying the same shit over and over again with no proof of any of it, you know?
Well, yeah, I mean, even the questions that I was asking about his source material, right? You know, hopefully that's something that's going to stick in the back of his mind.
Yeah, no, exactly. Because, I mean, shit, without that, you've got nothing. It's just trust or faith, if you want to put it that way. Simple. And I'm not saying you can't have that, of course, which is what they'll say straight away. Oh, what, can't you trust anything? How do you know your mum's your mum? Like, you know, that sort of fucking argument.
Yeah, I
from,
know, right?
You know, and they call that logical. They call that logical. Like, you know, that's when you know they're broken. You've got a broken person on the other end of the conversation. How do you know your mum's your mum? Jesus, guys.
I think sometimes, though, that might be a valid question to ask.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe, how do you know you even had a mum? That could be a question. But not, how do you know your mum's your mum? that question doesn't even mention biology. So your mum's the person that raised you. Doesn't even mention biology. If you're just going to ask, how do you know your mum's your mum? That's a very broad fucking term. Very broad question.
Yeah, I think
sorry.
it depends on how you interpret the question.
Well, you need to define things if you're going to ask questions. If you want certain answers, you have to define every word in your question. Otherwise, you can get answers that aren't going to even be relevant to what your question was.
Yet at the same time, people quite often do ask questions without defining every term.
Yeah, and that's like, I suppose, pseudoscience. Because if you define all your terms, you've got an experiment, really. Oh, sorry, that was probably loud. Currently cleaning out a 99-year-old house. Which probably fucking isn't even that old for a lot of you people around the world. In Australia, that's a fucking old house. All right? I just put that into context. It's all relative. I appreciate that. It's not a cave. It's an actual house with bricks. Actually, a lot of stone.
I lived in a house for 2 years that was built in the late 1800s.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's got some history to it.
Yeah, man, that thing was solid as a rock, man. That was a good looking house too.
Yeah, they don't build them like that anymore, mate.
No, I mean the ones that do come up.
Unless you pay them.
Yeah. I mean, there's some architecture today that I really like, but it's not it doesn't have the same class, I don't think. Like I was going through, where was I? I think that was New Jersey. Was it New Jersey? I can't remember which state it was, but it was just a couple days ago. Anyway, it was really interesting. It was really interesting because the right side of the road had all of these brick houses with like what's the word I'm trying to look for? I used to live in one too. What was it? It's not a colonial. It's not an A-frame. It's just like a really old style, just beautiful brick house, right? And the right side just had all of these different, and they weren't cookie cutter. They were all different, even if they had the same, symmetry and whatnot. But they were just beautiful brick house. On the left side were shanties and just these prefabbed homes and whatnot. But it was just like, wow, what a contrast! It was really interesting. Like the other ones must have been built in the early 1900s. And the other ones were built in like the 70s.
Yeah. Yeah, way to devalue a fucking street. Putting that crap in there.
Yeah.
Well, some would say probably increase the value, but way to fucking, take away the character. Yeah, my childhood was spent in a part of Adelaide where there was all these beautiful stone homes built to house what they called like the I can't remember the term they called them, but the people that basically built the city of Adelaide back in the day, they created this little suburb for them all to live in. And these homes were like beautiful. Some of them were attached, two attached to each other. Some of them were separate, but these were, had multi-generational, families living through them while Adelaide grew up as the city. And then slowly but surely, as I've gotten older, I've seen, people go in and buy those and completely just bulldoze them and put like 2 or 3 story like units and, shit on there. And it's just like you drive back down that area, that's like fucking, it's just ruined, completely ruined. The kids can't play cricket on the street anymore because there's fucking cars parked everywhere and no one's got a garden because there's no space. It's just All the trees are gone. It's ruined. Sad. And for some strange reason, in more demand and worth more. Go figure.
Whites or Travis, do you guys think that in this lifetime, this truth about the Earth is going to come out on a larger scale, or do you think it'll always kind of be that only some know about it?
Well, look, I'm of the opinion, if the truth comes out, they'll want it to come out, and they'll be guiding that narrative in a way that suits them anyway. So it won't matter if we hear the truth. It'll still be very controlled.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting way to look at it. It's almost like, yeah, it doesn't matter what we do, they're still gonna be able to manipulate. But I think it seems to me, I mean, I'm not a numbers guy or a stat guy at all, but it does seem to me that the information is growing. People are more aware of it now than they were before. I've got a conversation with a PhD today. I've had a conversation with him before, and so you know, I don't know if you know this or not, but he's the web master for the Georgia State University Department on Physics, and he's the one who put together their Mirage pages. Well, I finally found his name and contacted him because there was an error in one of his diagrams that he created. So he took my criticism and corrected the diagram and made it the way it should be, and then gave me credit for it on the site.
Good work, mate.
That's cool. That's sweet.
And so
we can imagine how much else is wrong. Good work.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm just going bit by bit. I'm just going bit by bit because there is more, you know, that I see. Because I remember when I came across the website, it was actually Jose JG Gonzalez who covered the website on his show. So he found all of this information. So then when I went and started looking at the information, I loved it. I thought it was great. I'm like, this is a great website. But then there were certain things when I'm looking at it, I'm like, this is not, like, there's something off on this diagram. Like the way that he's presenting this and trying to communicate what the Mirage is doing is off. And so anyway, but all of that to say, he's a PhD. He has heard me explain the Aether Band and concepts that I have regarding Mirage, and he's totally cool. Not like he's not like in complete agreement with me, but he's having an open conversation and he's not closed off, right? So
that's awesome.
Yeah,
that's awesome, because that suggests that he's actually interested in that topic. He's got a genuine interest. You've piqued his interest. You know what I mean?
Well, here's the crazy thing, dude. So the website that I'm talking about, he used a another PhD from Wisconsin. This guy wrote a book on optics and light, right? And so he used all of his information and just re-presented it on his website. So I contacted the original author. That guy was in the field for like 40 years. He was in this field. He gave lectures for free to the public on this topic. He would not talk to me. And all I did was say, "Hey, I'm a hobbyist. I take photographs, and I've got a lot of really good. I've looked at your work. I watched your video. I've got some questions." He's like, "Yeah, I've been out of the field so long. I don't think I can contribute to this conversation." I'm like, "Are you fucking kidding me? Like, how this was your life's work, dude? How could you like not want to talk to somebody about your life's work?" But like, I couldn't get him to. So it's not that easy coming across people who are willing to return your emails or even have a conversation with you.
That reminds me a bit of Buzz, doesn't it? Buzz Lightyear does all the interviews. You know, the man on the moon. He does all the interviews and whatever, but he's fucking really angry when people want to go up and ask a fucking question.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, why so angry? You should be stoked to just talk to people about space.
Well, Travis, is he ignoring you because of the inevitable that he's going to end up being confronted with inconsistencies, or does he know that about flat Earth and stuff? Like, is he?
All I can say is that I came at him as a hobbyist who had questions about refraction. I mean, I didn't mention flat Earth. I didn't mention, hey, I noticed some, discrepancies in your work, and I've got something to say if you want to listen and learn something. Like I tried to come at it as, amicable as possible. And so
that's how you should.
Okay, yeah. So maybe he just really is disinterested, or
Yeah, I get that, right? Yeah, he was completely disinterested, but that's what blew me away. What was like, it's like 60 years, well, not 60 years from now, because I'd be too old, but I'm like in 30 years, if like someone wanted to say, "Hey, can I talk to you about the ether band?" I'm like, "Yeah, that was another time and place, Sonny. I don't think I really have anything to say about that." I'm like, "No, because refraction is the same." It's like, are you kidding me? Even though the guy's been retired for 20 years, refraction's the same, bro. It's like his point was, I haven't been in the field for 20 years. I don't think what I would say could contribute. I'm like, well, I'll go whatever. But here's the opposite, right? So I had extensive emails back and forth with Andrew Thomas Young, and right at the beginning, I guess, was it the beginning, or maybe it was in the middle of 2020. I was going to be in California, and I said, "Hey, can I come down and interview you?" And he said, "Well, you'll have to be 6 feet away and wearing a mask." And I'm like, "Yeah, thanks, buddy. I'm not doing that." But we kept corresponding with each other, and I was trying to lead him into a discussion about flat Earth without talking about flat Earth, and his whole opposition, his whole argument against where I was going was trigonometry. Like, if you can't do trig, bro, if you can't do all of these equations, you're not going to get far in this discussion. So when he kept giving me that stiff arm and about maths and equations and stuff, that's where I got a little bit more aggressive, because I wasn't going to go anywhere after this. There's no way we're going to go anywhere in this conversation. I can't remember how I upped the game at all, but as soon as I upped it into the flat Earth discussion, he was gone. He will not return any of my emails now.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, look, if you're not going to listen to me, this is why this is important. It's important because if this is true, then this is the consequence, But
yeah, it's funny when I was first thinking about my line test over the beach. I was asking a couple of people that I know in the engineering field a few questions, you know, blah, blah, blah. Can you work this out for me? Can you do this? Can you do that? You know, here's the material, here's this. And they'd, you know, give me back, you know, answers and whatever. And I'd sort of put it into things and have a look. Excellent. There we go. And then I'd put it to them in a different way with a couple of other little components and get the answer that I'm looking for back. Yeah. And they're all happy to discuss all of this stuff until, you know, one of them said, "Oh, by the way, what's all this about?" You know, like just, you know, off, you know, while we're talking about it, all this maths, what's it all about? And, you know, one I chose to mention what it was about to. And it was like, "Oh, nah, it's never going to work." Straight away going against his own maths, right? Just because it was about a flat earth test, or not a flat earth test, but a test for curvature. Right, I'm testing the curvature to see if it's there. Straight away, it's just like, "Oh no, you know, there's other things you're going to have to overcome." And it's like, hang on a minute, we've just been through all the maths. We've basically figured out that all of this stuff's going to work. And now, just because the purpose is to test some geometry of Earth, you've changed your mind. And another one I never mentioned it to, and still to this day can communicate and, you know, get feedback from for different things. So it's pretty interesting in that regard.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
Just the thought that it might be for something that goes against what they believe. They don't like the idea of it. They don't want to be involved in it.
Well, plus, I mean, the stigma of anything related around flat Earth is so severe, especially at that level, at the sort of PhD or any of those levels. Or it's like that's one thing that.
Sorry.
I mean, they'll blackball you. Like people know they'll get blackballed and so quickly and be completely lose credibility, whatever that credibility is. Obviously, if the credibility is built on lies, and who really needs that? But people that, you know, are in particular fields that depend on it for their finances and whatnot.
Yeah, well,
just look at the medical field now. Same thing.
If you watch the first interview that I have with him, one of the points that I bring up, he says, "Well, what about the curve of the Earth?" And the fact that he asked that question and the fact that it followed the comment that I made is, I think, the simplicity of the natural observation that they are not considering, right? So there's certain things that Andrew Thomas Young has said in his writings that have implications against his position. Okay. And he either isn't aware of them or he is and he is going to ignore them. Now, I can't say either way because he doesn't address it. But for instance, he says in his article on improving the model of an inferior mirage, he says that the limit of the inferior mirage at sea creates the horizon. Okay. So that one statement, what's the implication? Okay, let me see if you guys can be led down this road, right? The limit of the mirage, that is where the mirage stops, creates the horizon. What's the implication of that?
Horizon on a flat plane.
Okay. Put it in a negative. If it's the horizon that's creating the limit, and so the way that I try to go at it, and Ruhif still never gets it. He's like, "I don't get what you're saying. I don't get it." What's the reason why we can't see any more water? Why does the water stop at that point? If there's an inferior mirage, why is the water stopping? Or okay, so I can now I'm totally butchering it. Okay, so the implication is this: that's not Earth curve. It's not Earth curve.
Yeah.
Okay, So if you're looking out into the distance and all you can see is sky and water, but above the water there's an inferior mirage and you don't know that, you're not looking at a horizon created by curvature.
No, you never are though.
I know
It's
that.
always apparent. Yeah, yeah.
No, I know that, but I'm trying to say that Andrew Thomas Young hasn't even considered the implications of the statement that he made, trying to educate people on what the mirage is doing in the distance. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay, I'm with you. Yep. Yeah. Well, that's right. You've pointed it out though, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, optics, man. And here they are thinking they can get us the Odolite out, line those crosshairs up with fucking something in the distance, and
Yeah.
get some sort of accurate, like, fuck.
Yeah. It's insane.
But I mean, do you think Andrew Thomas Young is legitimate? And I mean, you do or don't have to answer that. I'm not trying to get into shill calling, but I've looked over a lot of his, his articles and his website and all the information on there. And I mean, some of the wording of some of that stuff, like it almost looks like it's coming out of like some Flat Earth Society kind of literature, in terms of saying, just these specific little statements, like because of the curve of the Earth, but it's not.
Yeah.
But there's a bunch of stuff like that, and then there's just seems fishy.
Yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying now that you pointed that out. All I can say is that he was. I only ever had communication in email, and so I will say he was very quick to respond, and he would give you an elaborate answer. I mean, just like he would just go, bleh, So he came across authentic, and he was willing to meet with me in person. So
yeah. It could just be, I mean, whether or not he's sort of, some kind of agent or not, probably not. I mean, but it could just be that he, all the information that he has sort of received in this topic is geared towards that to such a degree that, some of those wordings and writings kind of come in to where he's just like it could just be sort of like a top student of it, and therefore kind of is just repeating or regurgitating a lot of that information.
Yeah. But I mean, he's up there. He's probably in his 80s, I think, as is this guy that I'm going to be talking to today. If he's not in his late 70s, I think he's in his 80s. He's an old guy. But I mean, I even have criticisms of Andrew Thomas Young's diagrams and ray tracing bullshit because he doesn't give you any actual footage. He just draws a diagram. And that's not what I see when I go out and take pictures, man. He shows a ray tracing diagram of towering, and then I've never seen anything that looks like that out in the distance, right? And even the page that he has on looming, where he shows you a picture of looming, he doesn't break the picture down. He shows you three different images. He shows you three different images of a target. It's the same target, and he shows you three different pictures, but he doesn't tell you which one's looming, and they're all different. And so, to me, he's got a lot of book smarts, but his attempt to correlate nature with his diagrams, and the guy doesn't have a clue. Oh, that's what it was. Now that I said that, when I was explaining that to this guy that I'm talking to, and I said, this is what I think is wrong with Andrew Thomas Young's diagram. And when I went and explained, and I said, this is what's happening in my observations, and this is what I think is wrong with his, that's when he said, well, what about the curve of the Earth? Because he thought that the limit of the mirage was the curve of the Earth. And when I was explaining what was happening with the inferior mirage, that the water was extending into the distance behind the mirage, he said, what about the curve? That's it. That was it. Wow. I just put that piece together.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like they've been trained to analyze certain observations, whether they've even observed them themselves or whether they're really just looking at other people's diagrams and pictures. But either way, and they've been trained to interpret them with this curve of the Earth factor. And I know with Andrew Thomas Young, he's got all the different, astronomical horizon, and there's all these different layers and horizon levels. So it's like some way of interpreting the information in a way that fits this proposed model, and then they somehow think that that means it is representing the truth.
Right.
From what I can follow of it, it also sounds like a reasonable counter possibility is the explanation, like your observations would be different if you factored in the curvature of the Earth, and that's what he's telling you. Like relate to the curvature of the Earth. It sounds like what you're saying is.
That's kind of what I'm saying, though, that it's a calculation that they're just trained to add in. They do this with geodetic surveying as well.
Right. That would make sense both if there was a cabal telling them to, or if the Earth was curved. Now, somebody comes to you and says, hey, these things don't match up, and the Earth's curved. It makes sense that somebody goes, you haven't factored in the curve of the Earth.
Right. Dude, I totally made this, and I'm not an artist, I wish I were, but I totally made this comic strip with these two guys sitting on the beach looking at the island, and the one's a flat earther and one's not, and they're like, hey, let's do the calculations for the distance and figure out blah blah blah. And so then they make a prediction about something, and they both have the same result, right? So the flat earther gets the same result as the baller, and then the last line the baller goes, oh wait, I forgot to factor in the curve. But they got the same result, right? Before they factored in the anyway. So it's funnier in my head.
No, that's funny.
There's a lot of calculations on Andrew Thomas Young's website incorporating the radius value.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think that he's just, do you think that he has just been misled in terms of what the?
No, he's just not passionate.
Yeah, I guess that's a good criticism. He's not passionate. I mean, he's an astronomical physicist, right? So this is kind of like where the PhD that I'm talking to, he does optics with what's the word when you do the spectroscopy? So he does a lot of astronomical observations. That's his field. So one of the things, if you watch the video, my interview with him, is he will say quite often, I don't understand what Andrew Thomas Young is doing here. Now, my intuition tells me it's because you can see through the bullshit, but you don't know it. Like you can, like your intuition tells you, yeah, this doesn't sound right, right? So he's coming at it from an open mind, but it doesn't make sense because the information, in my opinion, for him conflicts with what he understands and knows about reality. But he just doesn't understand it at that time. But my point also is that both of these guys, their field is actually looking up at the stars. So Andrew Thomas Young apparently, started all of his stuff with the green flash, right? And the green flash is up in the astronomical horizon area. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to answer that one. Unless White's, right. It's just he's not passionate about it. It's just all clinical.
Well, I mean, I think that's a lot of the health system these days. You've got people who are happy to go through the process, learn what they learn. If the symptoms fit the bill, they hand out the prescribed tablet that goes with, the treatment protocols, blah, blah, blah. And then there's people out there who take the time to go and sit in all the latest seminars and lectures from different people around the world and look at all the latest research papers and make their own protocols to try and help people that the standard protocols aren't helping. So you've got people that are passionate and you've got people who just don't care.
Good morning, you lovely people.
Good morning.
What is up?
And it's not that the people that don't care have been misled. It's just that they're not passionate to go above and beyond.
I'm surprised Gio is still here. What time is it for you?
I'm on Pacific time, so it's like midnight right now.
Okay.
The real question is, why am I awake?
What time is it for you?
3:00 in the morning. But I'll tell you why. I went to bed at 6. Oh.
Oh, 6 p.m. You slept at 6?
Yeah, I was wiped out. I was like, man, I need to go to bed.
Coffee will help you there, but it will last you like 6 hours, so it can ruin your sleep schedule.
Well, I was drinking coffee by the buckets all week long, so I decided not to do that.
Yeah, I'm unfortunately addicted to coffee. I start getting headaches if I don't drink it.
Yeah, that's funny. I have never had a coffee headache, and I drink it like an addict. Honestly, my joke, when people say, it's really important for you to drink like 8 to 12 glasses of water a day. I'm like, I do that. I do that, but it's flavored with coffee.
Interesting. I don't know why I'm addicted.
Yeah. I'm not addicted to drinking. I just don't want to stop.
You like doing it, yeah.
Like, I tried drinking tea in the morning instead to try to transition myself out. I'm like, this is so boring.
No, the morning's the best time to have a coffee if you're going to have one.
I don't understand how British people love tea, because apparently they do. A lot.
Like, when I tried to transition myself even out of drinking coffee, I bought the darkest tea that I could because I wanted it to be strong, because that's how I like my coffee. And I still couldn't do it. I don't know. There's something about coffee.
I prefer putting milk and honey with it. Sometimes sugar. Well, whatever makes it sweet.
Are you talking about tea or coffee?
Coffee.
Yeah, I use coconut milk now. I'm pretty much on that. I don't use milk or cream or sugar or anything, because coconut milk's got a natural sweetness to it anyway.
More and more people are waking up to the curse of sugar. Not the curse, the fact that it's a poison.
Oh yeah, white sugar. Yeah, I mean that's a bio weapon, really. In terms of
all the sugars they make, Gio. They make a lot of sugars, but yes, all the things they call sugar, even refined from fruit, that's fucking no good for you.
Why would sugar be bad? What would it do to you?
Well, we don't need any dietarily, because we produce what we need in the form of glucose, and anything more than what we need
like on an on-demand basis, right? So if you're a high-performing athlete and you're oxidizing heaps of glucose in your muscles and you're feeding in glucose at the rate you're using it, it's fine. But if you go above and beyond what your blood can tolerate and what your cells need, it actually starts to glycate all your cells. It's like it's not good for you at all.
And
that's what happens over.
Isn't it meant to also stuff around with or is that carbs? I'm thinking. No, I think it's glucose. Like a high sugar diet's also meant to cause neural degeneration and reduce production of myelin, which can make you like dumber and more forgetful and more likely to have neurodegenerative conditions like Alzheimer's.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
well, there's well,
but
look,
I use
dementia's now called type 3 diabetes, right? So it's definitely related to the sugar. But it can happen from two ways: through glycation of those cells, right, and fucking up your brain that way, and through the lack of absorbing all your essential fatty acids because you're fucking up the Randall cycle, you're activating the Randall cycle and blocking fat metabolism. So you're not
why don't you
absorbing
use
fat.
honey for it?
Say that again.
Why don't you replace sugar with honey?
Oh, well, honey's fructose, mainly fructose. And that's really bad for your liver. That has to be basically metabolized pretty much fucking like alcohol. And because you don't get any effect in the brain, you think you can have more and more of it. And that gives you fatty. That's why kids these days have fatty liver. It used to be associated with alcohol poisoning, or not poisoning, alcohol excess and abuse. Right, but there's 12-year-old kids now with fatty liver, and that's because of the fructose. All the high fructose fucking corn syrup and shit.
From natural, yeah. Well, corn syrup can, yeah, for sure, corn syrup. But you're even but not natural honey, in my understanding. Like, are you saying natural honey does
Yeah,
it?
no, it's fructose. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm not saying you can't have it, but you can't have more than you actually need to use. So if your liver's already full and you have more of it, you're not doing yourself any favors. And 9 out of 10 people have already got a fatty fucking liver. Put them in an ultrasound, they've already got a fatty liver. They don't even know it. Even the people that look fit and healthy. But anyway, it's just one of those things. You can't have too much of something that your body doesn't need and expect, if your body doesn't have a process to piss it out or shit it out, that it doesn't do damage. The first thing it does damage to is your red blood cells. As soon as there's more than about 5.5 micromoles per liter in your blood, which you can look at a glucose monitor and do that, as soon as there's about more than that, you start fucking up your red blood cells. And although they've got a 120-day life cycle, and you do get new ones, while they're fucked up in your system, they're not performing their job for you. They can't fit through all the really small capillaries to do their job. So the amount of red blood cells that can do their job are reduced, and you can imagine the effect of that.
Where do you get this information from, Time? So that I could read it as well.
Look up glycation or advanced glycated end products. Look up cellular glycation. There's lots of information. Look up the Randall cycle. That explains very clearly that you can't have glucose or fructose and fat at the same time. If you have them at the same time, you activate the Randall cycle, and one or the other will be metabolized depending on which one is in excess. Now, if you have excess fat over the glucose, you'll metabolize the fat first, but the glucose is detrimental to you. So that just builds up in the blood, and you end up with all this damage that you didn't need to have. So there's lots of people out there who think they're doing the right thing by their body by having a low-fat, high-carbohydrate diet. And when I say high-carbohydrate, I mean sugar, because that's what carbs break down to. But some people think they're doing the right thing by having vegetables and fruits as their carbs. And little do they know that while they're having all the carbs, any of the fat that they're also having is not really being absorbed properly. And because
the worst thing I found from Googling stuff about honey in terms of its benefits or harms would be weight gain. That's the worst thing I found, which isn't that bad. It's got a lot of health benefits. Like it helps with healing wounds.
Sure. I'm not denying that. Plants are medicinal. Plants are our medicine. Plants are not our food, right? If you're going to eat a plant, it's because you're fucking desperate and you're about to die. Otherwise, and it's helpless. It can't get up and run away. You know, but that plant has so many things in it that you are not meant to consume on a regular basis, which is why plants are medicine. Medicines should not be consumed all the fucking time because otherwise medicines can be toxic to you, right? So you've got to understand that, say, like, take kale, for example, or spinach, lots of calcium, right? But there's also oxalates. So when you chew up that spinach or whatever it might be in your mouth and swallow it, the oxalates bind to the calcium. So you don't get the calcium from that. It's not actually bioavailable in the form in a plant. Sure, if you do analysis on it, it's got calcium. And oh wow, I can eat this and get X amount of fucking daily intake. No, you can't. The oxalates bind to it and you don't fucking get it. That's why people that go vegetarian and these fruitarians and shit, they might go 5 or 10 years, but they slowly deplete themselves on some very, very essential fucking things that they need. It's quite sad actually, because it takes a long time to reverse. When if you just look at the physiology of the Randall cycle, it's fucking plain as daylight can be what you can and can't do when it comes to putting food in your mouth, in the macros. It's fucking plain as day. If you want to go against it, you're going to have all these fucking problems that go with glycation. You don't go against it, you're going to be fucking happy.
What was the cycle you said?
Randall, Randle.
If you're interested, I'm offering this to you not to convert you, but I've got a friend.
Sure.
I've got a friend who's on a very serious trek. And he's basically all raw, so he just eats unprocessed, uncooked foods. Okay, and
including animal products.
No, he doesn't eat any animal products. So it's not
any saturated fat.
I don't know. You'd have to ask him. That's why I'm off, because he and I have some really extensive conversations, and his whole trek that he's on is that he's going to be 150 years old looking like he's 25. Now,
he's going to brown off.
Okay.
He's going to brown off.
No.
Yeah.
That's okay. Look. That's why I'm saying something to you, because I don't know how to, interact with him in a critical way, because I don't, and listening to you, I'm like, man, this guy would be amazing. So what I'm saying, let me get around to what I'm saying. My friend Michael just told me yesterday that he thinks he's ready to start making videos on his content that he's been researching for the past 5 years. And so he told me that he would let me be the platform for his content. So if you're interested, I would love to set you up as a guest to have a conversation. That way, shit that he would be, I know that he would be able to respond to you. And I'm not saying respond to you in a way that would be to correct you, but he would be able to have a conversation, because I know he would know what you're talking about. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that's fine. That sounds like a good idea, because at the end of the day, the more people who don't understand or appreciate the Randall cycle and can learn about it, will go and get. It sort of takes away all the opinions. You know what I mean? There's all this opinion out there that this is good and this is bad and blah blah blah. But when it comes down to the Randall cycle, you cannot argue against it. And one fuel source blocks the other, and you've either got glucose or fucking fats as your fuel source. Glucose has nothing else that your body can use, whereas saturated fat has everything your body fucking needs. So if you're going to lock one fuel source out of your metabolism, which one would you choose to lock out? I would choose to lock out the glucose and let the fats go through. If you lock out the fats and go for glucose, you're going to feel great for a while, especially if you've decided to go all raw vegetable after having a really fucking shitty diet. You're going to feel like you're fucking doing your body the world a favor, because the standard diet is fucked and will fuck you over real fast, way faster than being a vegetarian or a fruitarian. All right, but that doesn't change the fact that it's deficient over time and will fucking glycate every cell in your body over time. You can look up the fucking not Millard. I keep thinking Millard. The Maillard reaction, Maillard. It's the browning of cells via glycation.
Yeah,
Get a
I mean,
glucose meter, guys. Check your glucose. If it's above 5.5, you're glycating. You want to get it down. Anyway,
yeah.
go on. I'm happy to do
No,
that, mate. I'll chat with your friends, sure.
yeah. No, I'm just saying, even what you just said right now, I was like, yeah, this would be an amazing conversation, right? I would just be a fly on the wall. So yeah, I'll just keep it in mind. I don't know what his schedule is and when he'd be ready to maybe have a guest to talk with in terms of a healthy back and forth. So I'll just keep that in mind. Thanks.
Does he want to talk with White's word or time isn't real? What sounds more legitimate?
He would. I think he
I'm
would go.
joking.
He would go definitely with time isn't real.
Nice.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people. I mean, if he's doing videos and you're going to host them on your channel and it's medical advice, even if it's, you got to be fucking really careful, hey? Like you really do. I mean, not for the legal ramifications, but just in case you're wrong and you're actually affecting the lives of people.
Okay, I was in the other room. Say that. Start over again.
If your channel is going to be the host of potentially his medical advice,
right?
And I know that's a touchy topic. Yeah, you really want to be careful, because obviously there are people who hang on every word that people say and change their lives drastically because of what people say. And if it's wrong, it can fuck with people. And that's aside from the legal ramifications, but just the fact that you're influencing someone's life.
Right. Yeah.
Even if you think you're doing it for the positive, obviously the right intentions there.
Hey, if time isn't real, then what do you think time is? What is time for you?
Time is something that we have all agreed on to conveniently measure interactions on a linear scale. Hang on a sec. Yeah.
I like this question about what time is. What is time? I've been thinking about that many times. Many times. That's funny. But did I just call my own accidental joke funny? Anyways, yeah, I often don't know the answer to that.
Well, it's not real. There's no question it's not real.
I know what physicists say about time, but it's I think there's also a philosophical question to it.
Well, only in the sense that it's sort of semi-required in the current model to be real. Space-time. It has to be. If it didn't have to be, it'd be no more real than a millimeter. You know what I mean? There would be no conversation over it. It is only because there's this underlying presupposition that time actually causes shit, but it doesn't, because then it causes everything, but it does, because it has to be real, because of, blah, blah, blah. So that's the only reason, mate.
I mean, treating time and space as this one geometric fabric. It doesn't, for me, it doesn't necessarily prove that time is this geometric fabric connected with space. It more proves so that it works mathematically and in terms of physics, that we can think of it as that, we can treat it like that, and things would work in terms of predictions and whatnot. Which doesn't necessarily mean it is like that. It just means we can treat it like that.
No, I completely agree, and that's what a lot of things have been agreed upon for, is to do a calculation and come up with like a distance, and then so you can calculate a speed, and then you can do some maths and you can work shit out on a practical level, right? Or you can bake a cake. I can send you a recipe, and you bake that cake at a certain temperature for the time that I've worked out, right?
I was talking about general.
There's no. You what?
I was talking about general relativity, where you treat, you don't talk about space, you talk about space-time. So together, space and time, you treat it as this four-dimensional fabric.
Well, I mean, you can think about it however you like, but just don't try and tell me it's going to cause something, or it's the cause of anything, or it's needed to be so things like it needs to allow for things to happen.
Why
Like,
would
you can
time cause
whatever
something?
you want to do with time, go for it, but don't try and say it's a cause.
Who says that time causes stuff though?
A lot of people. Like, you'll have foolish decisions, and a few other people try and say that time is part of what causes a turkey to bake in an oven. It's nothing to do with the temperature, or hang on, it's half to do with the temperature and half to do with the time. Like, time has nothing to do with it. Time is something we ascribe to it so that you can tell someone, hey, look what happened over an hour in the oven. Bake your turkey for this long so you can get this result. I can guarantee you, at no point, if you remove the temperature and remove the heat source, you could add 1,000,000 years of time and that turkey's not going to fucking cook. But you can take all the time away in the fucking world, remove all the clocks in the kitchen, and add heat, and it will cook still.
And you do need to keep it, for example, for 1 hour, whatever that means.
Well, that's what we ascribe to how many interactions. So instead of 5 interactions, there might have been 1,000,000 of them. And on a linear path, we ascribe what we call time, just like a millimeter for a length of fucking wood. Doesn't make millimeters real.
Are you a flat earther, by the way?
I am most definitely a flat earther.
Yeah, and I think
Unless, of course, my test discovers curvature. If my test shows curvature, I'm probably going to have to rethink some stuff.
What's rams? Let me have a look at. Earth is flat. No, Earth is a realm. What does that mean?
It will be fucking interesting, Gio, I'm telling you. And Travis, if I do my tests and I get significant downforce, I'm going to be scratching my fucking head.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's going to have to be absolutely significant. But do you have a time frame on that at all?
Yeah, in winter time, still a few months away, mate. But it's getting closer. Fucking time is moving. Yeah, it doesn't even have to be that significant. It just has to be more than the overall weight of the rope, because there's nothing more that can be pressing down into the earth than the weight of the rope itself.
I forgot that.
If it's more than that, fucking hell, it's geometry.
I forgot that was your test. Yeah, I was thinking of something else. Yeah, that'll be really interesting.
Fuck nice.
You know, apples are great for when you're sick. Like I was really sick, and I had a bunch of apples every day for just like 2 days. That's it, and I already feel a lot better. There's just the headache and temperature now, but I can walk properly and whatnot.
Nice. Yeah, vegetables and fruit are medicine, mate. Definitely, they have a purpose. They're here for a reason.
I think the adage "an apple a day keeps the doctor away" includes eating the entire apple.
Correct.
It's just the wooden part that I don't eat. Is that called the stem?
Yeah.
Or maybe it's called the stalk.
No, it's the stem. Yeah. No, I was talking about eating the core, consuming the seeds as well.
I do it just for fun because apparently it has a poison, but it's too. The quantity of the poison inside the seeds is
it's
way
cyanide.
too small. Yeah, apparently the quantity is way too small to harm you. So I just eat the seeds anyways.
I remember hearing something about the cyanide in that quantity in that fruit is actually, a health benefit. So that's why I said,
that would be interesting. If that was true, that would be very interesting.
Yeah, it contains something called vitamin B17, amygdalin.
Yeah, that's along with the apricot seed.
Yeah.
I used to think you can't eat the core, so I wouldn't eat the core. But then after I did some Googling, apparently you can.
What's funny is
Good old Google.
my oldest son, from I don't even know when he started eating apples, he would just eat the whole thing. He just did it.
Yeah, a lot of people do.
I always
Not
thought that
think
was
about it.
funny. It's like, oh no, son, you're not supposed to do that. You're just supposed to eat around and throw the rest away. You know what I mean? Like I never did that, but I always thought it was so funny. I would always watch him. Like when he was eating an apple, I would watch him eat the whole thing. He'd just be amazed.
Yeah.
Gala apples are very nice.
Yeah, I like
Those
apples.
Gala, yes, they are.
Those are sweet.
Yeah. Yes, I've got absolutely nothing wrong with eating any of these things for people. Just because I happen to be a carnivore doesn't mean people, can't indulge in things. It's just be aware of how to go about doing it, so you're not
And
causing
hey, it's
yourself
got
damage.
natural sugars. It's got natural
What's that,
sugar
mate?
in it. The sugar in it.
yeah, there's natural
Yeah.
cyanide. Yeah, it's all about moderation, mate, and metabolism. That's all. Even alcohol, a small amount, your body can metabolize. You get a bit of an effect. It's all good. Too much, your liver can't handle it at a rate, and you'll poison yourself.
I mean, I wouldn't
Same thing
have
happened with water.
I wouldn't have 1,000 apples in one go.
No, but there's plenty of people who fucking juice heaps of apples and concentrate shit down, and they might not take the seeds out and stuff. People kill themselves all the time doing stupid shit, mate. You know that. Like ozonated water is really, really good for you if you're detoxing, right? To drink. But ozone gas, you don't want to breathe that in. But some people hear that ozone water is good, therefore ozone gas must be better, and they try and breathe it in and, do themselves all sorts of damage. And then, the internet gets blamed because, people recommended fucking ozone water.
How do you even get ozone? How do you get ozone gas?
You put plasma between two electrodes and pass oxygen through it, and you end up with O3 gas coming out. And you
Yeah, there's
pass that
actually a
into water.
there's a pretty big industry of ozone therapies. I mean, they do everything with it. They inject it right into the bloodstream. They put it rectally, like a enema with ozone gas, so it absorbs that way. IV, like there's a bunch of different ways, and people have all kinds of claims of benefits around it.
Hey, at least you can now
You're full
say
of
you can
parasites and bacteria. It's fantastic.
Say that again.
At least
If you're
now
full
you
of
can say
parasites and bacteria, sorry, I'll stop. Go on.
was that to me or was that to time?
No, it was the time. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, just if you're full of parasites and bacteria, ozone is really effective. Really
Okay.
effective because they really don't like the extra oxygen, without a doubt.
Well, yeah, that's the whole thing with cancer too. Cancer,
It is, but
the
cancer can also feed off the sugar. So you can attack, it gets to a certain stage, and if you attack it with oxygen, it doesn't really have much of an effect. But yeah, early on, fucking oath, oxygen. If you can get oxygen right throughout the body, you're gonna stove off cancer at the early stage, definitely.
Yeah.
At the metabolic level, yeah.
This is not medical advice.
No, I never said I was a doctor. No one should be taking this as medical advice. And people would be silly not to look into it.
Make sure you consult your primary care physician.
Doctors are pretty great. I was recently I was going through a lot of pain through my body, and the paracetamol that I was taking together with ibuprofen. Unfortunately, ibuprofen, you can't, apparently on the package it says you can't take it for more than 10 days. It can be very harmful for your stomach if you take it for too long. Whereas paracetamol, you can take it for a while. But the issue is the paracetamol on its own was not working. So what the doctor prescribed, codeine phosphate. I'll actually have a look at it. Codeine phosphate and paracetamol, yeah. And it's been working great. I've been able to eat, no pain.
Did they diagnose the cause of what you were experiencing?
Oh, I already know the causes. So the first cause, it was actually many things happening. I had tooth pain. Right, there was a toothache on both sides of my mouth. That's dental related. And the other issue was I had a very severe cold or flu case. So that was my entire body and headache and whatnot. And the other issue was joint pain, which might be due to a lack of vitamin D. Since I don't go out, I don't really get sunlight. Yeah.
But you're feeling better?
With the vitamin D supplements I'm taking and this painkiller, yeah, I feel better. And in the meanwhile, I was having apples as well, just to try and get rid of the cold or flu.
All right. Do you know what oral pain or tooth pain is from? It's from bacteria around the nerve. Okay, unless you've physically got pressure on the nerve, like major swelling or something, that will obviously cause it as well. But that would have been from bacteria, right? So you need to kill the bacteria. Apple might be making you feel good, but make sure that sugar doesn't fucking hang around in your mouth. Really rinse your mouth out. Otherwise, you're just feeding that bacteria, man. So that's crucial.
I'm not sure if it's related, but he gave me antibiotics. He gave me amoxicillin together with the painkillers.
Yeah, you should have just fucking gargled colloidal silver or fucking hydrogen peroxide 1% or even ozone water like we've been talking. Even salt water fucking is good for that. But antibiotics are the worst thing you can do. They'll help with the bacteria, but they will fuck your gut microbiome, mate. Big time. But probably too late now. Just don't do it again. Naughty boy. Learn your lesson.
What did I do?
Hey, Time. What brought you into all this research with this health? Because like I feel like I'm listening to my friend Mike, except you've got a different take on where he's going. But why did you?
Just family-related stuff. I've got a very technical background, mechanical background, and that particular sort of line of work that I was in led me into a very unique path into my research into health. And I would say probably from a perspective that not many people have taken things from.
Did you study medicine?
No, not prior, not originally, no. No, it was fluid analysis. Right, so I used to go out and look at oil from heavy industry. So big engines fucking all over the place, ships and shit. And I used to look at the oil under a microscope. Sorry?
Like in university or just on your own?
No, privately. Not through a university, privately.
Okay.
Right, so based on what was under the microscope gave you a very good indication on what was happening in the engine. Whether the oil was fucking, not viscous anymore or not. And when I was having issues with family health, not direct family, but indirect family, and doctors weren't finding an answer, I just wanted to look at the blood. And I looked into research into other people that have been looking at blood, not testing levels of this or that, but physically looking at the blood and what it can show you. And that has led me on quite a unique path. And I've discovered a lot. I'm obviously still learning, but what I've learned is unquestionably verifiable by changing things and seeing the blood change and then seeing people change. The blood change is always before the people. And when people see their blood change, it is a very powerful motivator because you can see that before the weight comes off. You can see that before the diabetes goes away. You can see it before the brain fog clears up. You can see that what you're doing has a benefit as opposed to just wondering and waiting for a sign. It's very powerful.
Wouldn't you need an electron microscope to look at the blood?
No, not at all. No, you can see down to 0.1 of a micron.
What did you use?
With optical. I can see down to 0.1 of a micron with an optical microscope.
What, did you see the actual blood cells?
Of course. Oh yes, definitely. And in different light fields, you can see different things going on. And I can tell you right now, what
what I show people in their blood, doctors like normal allopathic doctors refuse to believe that it is their blood sample. So there's a bit of an insight into the disconnect between allopathic medicine and what's actually fucking happening in people's blood versus dipping a stick in it and going, oh, it's low on fucking this, it's high on that. This number's not in the right fucking range. Like, that's fucking pathetic. You know, if all the blood physically looks fucked, but all the levels are right, and that person's physically telling you they're sick, but as a doctor you're saying, oh, I can't find anything, all the levels are good. You're a picture of health. Like, really? Like, as a doctor, can you really look at yourself in the mirror and say, I'm trying to help this person? No. And you think of all the people out there that don't have answers for their medical condition. They go to the doctor and they're just told, I'm sorry, we don't know what it is. You know, they're not even looking at the physical condition of the blood. It's not even a test they do. It's fucking crazy. But anyway, if you're all closer to me, I'd say fucking come for a visit.
How would you find a practitioner that would do that?
Where are you located? Send me a DM. You don't have to tell me. Send me a DM about roughly where you're located, sort of within a 100-kilometer radius, and I'll find someone that's close, mate. All right.
Okay, cool, man.
No
Yeah,
worries.
I feel like my eyesight's getting worse over the past 5 or 6 years, and I think, you know what? I'm sure that this is something that I could change by just tweaking something in my diet, and I just don't know, you know.
Dude,
So-
it's fucking glucose. That's one of the first fucking capillary branches that glucose glycates. Okay, is the fucking optic nerves. You got peripheral nerves. That's why people start losing their toes and their fingers with fucking diabetes and shit. Get off the sugar. Get off the carbs. Even if you think you're fucking low carb,
yeah.
get off them completely.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm lazy, because I don't eat. I don't eat bread, and I mean, the only thing, and I haven't had. I took 3 weeks off of alcohol, and last week I went out and bought a 6-pack because I just wanted to drink beer. So that's the only carbs that I usually take in. Otherwise, I'm trying to stick as best I can to just, you know, eating greens and whatnot. But
No, see, there's your problem. Greens are carbs, mate.
okay,
All right, there's all sorts of things in there that you just don't want to be having. I'm not saying you can't have them every now and then, but on a regular basis, it's really fucking bad.
All right.
Just, you know, in all honesty, and this isn't medical advice, if you want to fucking fix your eyes, or at least stop the fucking deterioration, which is obviously very key as well, get on fucking just heaps of red meat, mate, and heaps of saturated fat. Butter, bacon, fucking all the good shit. Just keep
all right,
away
I'm
from
doing
fucking
it.
sugar.
I'm doing it because that's the shit that I haven't been eating.
You need to. You need saturated fat, right? And within the saturated fat, there's 15 to 20% of unsaturated, you know, omega-3s, omega-6s and shit. So you're getting those. Don't think that you're not. You're going to get everything you need. Eggs as well, mate. Load up fucking on eggs.
All right. Yeah. I'm not to say, so look, so what I normally do is I'm a good boy during the week, and then on the weekend I'll eat meat. You know what I mean? So like it's not like I'm going totally zero meat, but anyway. All right, I hear you. But yeah, I'll DM you and hopefully, you know, I'll do some looking around in the area and seeing if I can just get a professional opinion too.
Yeah, no, it's what they'll tell you, because they'll look at your red blood cells and go, fuck me, check this out. Look how glycated they are. And you'll see it for yourself, and you'll go, fucking hell, that's not good. How can I stop that? The only way to stop that is to remove the carbohydrates from your diet, because your body produces all the glucose it needs. You don't need to give it 1 gram fucking more. All right?
So
On demand, it produces it.
What about fruit? What about fruit? I mean, do you think there's benefits to fruits, or do you eat fruits at all?
Of course there are benefits. Like I've said before, that there's a benefit to pretty much everything that's been provided for us. Now, I will caveat that with all the fruits and vegetables and a lot of the animals that we eat now have been hybridized to some extent over time. And ancestrally, you know, an orange today is not fucking what an orange was years ago. You know, they used to be bitter if there was such a thing. You know, like there was berries mainly, and you'd only every now and then come across fucking,
in the right season a crop of berries, and it wouldn't even necessarily be a crop. You know how berries fucking grow, right? So that would have been the limit of fruit. And given the Randall cycle, that's completely understandable, because when you load up on that shit in season, it's right before winter, and it will deliberately activate the Randall cycle and cause you to get a fatty liver first, and then start giving you visceral fat, and then filling up the fat underneath your skin. Right, so that's by design. That way you can survive through hard times in winter if winter's tough. But we're not meant to activate the Randall cycle fucking every day. You're not supposed to have carbs every day. That's where we're fucking up our metabolism. That's where the excess comes in. You know, we have the metabolic process for just before fucking winter. That's it. You know. Now, can you have shit any other time? Of course. Just keep in mind you want to keep your fat separated from your carbs, because when they go in together, you activate the Randall cycle. Think of a donut. Fucking, you got all the sugar plus all the fat, right, in a donut. That's the worst thing anyone could fucking eat. Anyway.
Bought a donut last week. I just wanted one. It looks so good.
The hardest thing for me, in all honesty, is when I go to a fucking standard dodgy supermarket and you have to go through their fucking bakery section to get anything. And their bakery section just smells like pure sugar. That's what it smells like to me. Pure fucking sugar. Like in fluffy bun form. And it's like that almost makes me want to have a piece of bread, but you know, it's pretty funny. How cruel is this too? Your pancreas, right, which is responsible for doling out insulin and responding to the glucose in your blood. So if it comes up above 5.5, it'll try and tone it back down to 5.5. And when that goes out of control, you know, people are diagnosed with diabetes, type 1 or 2, depending on which way it goes. But you've got this situation whereby if it's above 5.5 and your insulin can't bring it down because you just keep putting more glucose in, and you end up having so much that your pancreas can't keep up, and it creeps above. It actually, like, you've got these capillaries in your eyes, you've got some around your heart, you've got all this stuff in peripheral nerves like fingers and toes and just even like extremities of skin. But then you've also got issues, these capillaries that go into your islet cells in your pancreas. And these islet cells are responsible for producing the insulin. And so it's a fucking vicious thing that if you actually abuse the system for too long, you fuck your islet cells through glycation. They can't produce as much insulin, so it ends up getting worse and worse and worse, you know? And the real fucking fuck up is when these people go to an allopathic doctor, they say, oh, you're going to have to start taking insulin. So they give them fake insulin to inject. Instead of telling them, hey, just stop putting carbs in your face and start managing your fucking diet, they tell them, no, here's some insulin to inject. So we can just perpetuate this system for you even longer. Because your body's already given up. It can't do it anymore. So here's a fucking chemical to put in so your body can keep destroying itself for fucking longer. Like, it's so evil. You know, you just want to punch doctors square in the fucking face. But then you know that they're actually not evil. You know, it's not them inherently. It's just their lack of passion for their job that they haven't got off their ass to look into shit. Which is why I've come full circle back to that point.
They know what they're doing. To be
Not all of them, mate. Not all of them. A
really
lot of them
studied
think they're
medicine.
doing the right thing. If I break my leg, I'll go to the fucking emergency every day of the week, mate. But other than that, you won't catch me in a fucking hospital. No fucking way. Evil bastards. Not the people, the industry. It's a lot of good people. Don't get me wrong.
Who have you come across, even on YouTube, that you think would be a reputable person? I mean, because there's so many people out there that come across. I would even say, even talking to you, right? Okay, so talking to you, the confidence level of your and the fact that you can simply, just riff on the research that you've done. Like you could be on YouTube talking about this stuff because like it's your passion, right? So has there been someone on YouTube that you've seen that has actually, some really strong credibility in your opinion? That's
Look,
homeopathic.
there is some really good people and some really good advice. And I'll caveat this with anything. There's always some stuff that some people say that I don't agree with, and there's stuff that they do agree with. I do agree with, right? So at the end of the day, opinions are opinions, and agreeing is one thing or the other. So it comes down to you personally looking into the research behind what people say. That's why I tell people to look into the Randall cycle, because you can't deny that. You can deny what I'm saying, but you can't deny the biological pathway of the Randall cycle, right? So you can come up with your own opinion of the Randall cycle, sure. You can have a different story about how it works, possibly. But, it's hard to deny that actually happens within our body. But there's a YouTube channel called Low Carb Down Under. Okay. There's a number of doctors on there that are fucking phenomenal with being up to date with research and not worrying about epidemiological shit. And they're just looking at proper fucking studies, where there's an actual fucking a statistical inference that can mean something at the end of it, if not some hard data. But a doctor out of that group, Low Carb Down Under, Dr. Paul Mason, he is fucking above and beyond in his league with regards to sports physiology and consuming energy on a hardcore basis and being an athlete while consuming zero carbohydrates.
Dude,
and he actually he has a bunch of Olympic athletes under his belt and stuff like that he
what's the
consults. Say that again.
What's the address?
Just go to the Low Carb Down Under channel on YouTube. Low Carb Down Under.
It's on YouTube. Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then just look for Dr. Paul Mason and just have a look at some of his videos. Feel free to look at other people's, but just do your own research.
Yeah.
As well. Back up. Because like you were saying, people can have confidence and they can be on YouTube, but they don't necessarily have any expertise in the field. But that doesn't rule them out from knowing what they're talking about either. So it can go both ways. You can have someone with all the certificates and all the fucking PhDs and be talking shit just because they're not up to date with the latest research. And you can have people that fucking come from nowhere and tell you fucking facts because they have done research.
Yeah. Cool, man.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, like in any field, there's people who are dogmatic about anything. So there are people who will fucking say, in the carnivore space that you should never eat a plant because, we shouldn't have fiber and all this sort of stuff. It's like, well, no, we shouldn't have fiber fucking regularly, but, plants, they all have a purpose. So there's dogmatic people in every field, every walk of life. Even in the flat earth, there's people who fucking insist there's a hard dome. You know what I mean? Otherwise, what did that go fast rocket hit at 100,000 fucking meters or whatever?
So what do you think the ideal diet is? Like, you know, like you said, meats and fats and butter and eggs and bone marrow and bone broth and, you know, I'm sure, you know, I imagine the organ meats as well. So all of those and eggs and all that, dairy. And then you just think it's, you would say it's ideal to have like very minimal fruit, like maybe, you know, 1 apple a day or something like that, like a very low amount of fruit. And then what about like grains and beans and all that?
Nah, fucking stay away from all the fibrous shit. Like, again, you can have it every now and then if you want to. If it doesn't affect you, whatever, go for it. There's things in there that will fuck you up. Like, they're designed to fuck you up if you have them in the wrong state, if you don't cook them properly, etc. You know, lectins, all sorts of stuff in it. But, you know, here and there, fine. Now, with regards to fruit every day, if that's what you want to do, you can go for it. But just, I suggest to anyone, like, you don't need it, right, for a start. You only need the muscle meat, right, and the fat of ruminant animals to actually survive. It has everything in there that you need. Okay, and that's you know, again, from today's understanding of what we need, it has everything in there of what we need in the ratios that we need it. Okay, now the guidelines of how much of that we should have are in question. Obviously, the standard guidelines, like 0.8 grams of protein per kilo, that's bullshit. You should be doubling that, having at least 1.6 grams of animal protein per kilogram a day. Okay, just to keep your bones strong and have cellular turnover, have all the substrate for everything to happen on a cellular level, without a doubt. But you need to remember the Randall cycle. So if you're going to have an apple, 2 apples, or fucking whatever, sugar, carbs, vegetables, you're going to have a bowl of salad, fucking whatever, you need to have it away from the fat. Because if you put 2 in at the same time, they compete, one will be locked out, and that's where the damage happens. Okay? It's just how it is.
Give us a brief description of the Randall cycle, since you've mentioned it so many times.
Yeah, well, it basically, you've got 2 forms of fuel that your body can oxidize. You've got glucose, right? And you've got lipids, or, you know, fat, in essence, saturated fat, in essence, gets broken down. And there are just metabolic pathways whereby if you have both come in at the same time, which I'll just point out, if anyone right now can think of any natural product that comes in nature that has both fat and sugar in it together, please let me know. Other than breast milk, right? And if you think about that, why is it in breast milk? Because babies don't have the Randall cycle till they're about 4 years old, and so they can burn all types of energy and grow like fuck. When they get to about 4, the Randall cycle kicks in. You can no longer take in everything, both fuels at once. Even protein can be burnt as a fuel if you need to. People hopefully don't do that because otherwise they waste away. And they will do that if they need to. You know, if you fucking starve yourself for too long and you malnourish yourself, you will start using your muscles and your bones as fuel. But basically, if you take in both at the same time, one of the pathways, and it'll be governed by how much. So if you've got 51% fat going in and 49% glucose, the fat will be chosen as the fuel to oxidize, and it will lock out the glucose. And that's why your glucose level will go up, because it can't be used as fuel right now because it's been locked out by the fat. And so you get a spike in glucose after you've had a meal that goes above and beyond what your blood can handle, and you start doing damage. And if it's just the red blood cells, that's okay because they replaced every 120 days, and sure, you might feel a bit sluggish for the next 2 months, but hey, you'll get over it. But any more than just your red blood cells, and you start damaging all these other fucking cells. And again, you can imagine if that happens every hour of the day, every day of the week, because you keep putting carbs in for 3 meals a day, and your glucose spikes up and never gets a chance to come back down because you keep fucking snacking and having a fucking Coke and doing this and you're just never reducing your glucose, right? If it's the other way around, if you have 51% glucose in the product at the same time when you're eating and 49% fat, just an example here, it could be much the other way, or much different ratios like 70 and 20, whatever. But whatever dominates is metabolized first. So if you're going to have glucose constantly coming in your body, like a high carb, low fat diet, you'll never ever let the fat in. And you need that fat. Your cell membranes, your fucking joints, so many fucking things, your brain need that fat. And you're locking it out by keeping your glucose up too high. And in effect, it's actually insulin that blocks it out. You've got different things that get signaled by insulin when the glucose comes up. All right, there's hormone-sensitive lipase, which is obviously sensitive to the hormone insulin, and that actually is responsible for breaking down the fat to be oxidized. So if your insulin stays up too high, hormone-sensitive lipase can't do its job and break down fat. So you cannot metabolize, even if you wanted to, the fat. And that's why you get people who have brain fog, and they get to this state later in life when things are at a point where they get dementia, because they run out of glucose in their brain for fuel and they can't access the fat. And it's a fucking sad state of affairs. And you can fire people up with glucose to a certain point and get them to go again for a few more hours until the insulin sensitivity gets to a point, or insulin resistance, should I say, gets to a point where they can't even burn carbs anymore in their brain. And their brain is powering down. Now, if you give these people ketones, right, which you can't get resistance to, right, you can't get you can't actually get resistance to burning ketones, which all your brain cells can use ketones, right? And they actually prefer that, but neither here nor there. But if you actually give someone ketones like short chain fatty acids, MCT oil, or things like this, even butter, butyric acid, you can actually get someone who's demented to fire up again for as long as those ketones are in their blood. And they'll fucking remember your name, and it's fucking amazing. All right. Now there are a few other forms of dementia from genetic standpoints which people won't react to if you give them ketones. That's because the myelin sheath has been eaten away by an autoimmune condition. Right, and that's a different situation. So if you know anyone with dementia, buy them a fucking bottle of MCT oil, short chain fatty acids, preferably from coconut oil, because it's the cleanest, and go and give them a fucking 30 grams, like a thimbleful, and just see if they fire up actively in the brain for half an hour. If they do, you know that they'll benefit heavily from going carnivore and getting in full ketosis. Nutritional ketosis, not fucking ketoacidosis, which is fairly logical. You don't want to go too far.
So when you talk about having blocked...
But the Randall cycle is all about not mixing both fuels at the same time.
Yeah. So when you talk about blocking, like the glucose blocking, what would be your recommendation in terms of, would you just say lay off glucose sources, or would you go to a, what's the word I'm looking for, a cleanse? Would you like do a cleanse and then start over, or would you just start eating protein and fat? No,
just lay off. Oh, look, if you're a heavy plant now, if you've got a heavy plant diet right now, do not go cold turkey removing plants and fucking go heavy fat and stuff. Don't do that, because your microbiome needs to change.
Right.
You'll end up with the fucking runs for a week or something like that.
Right.
Okay. You've got to do it slowly. And obviously, if you're heavy on plants now, there are a lot of toxins in plants that have been stored away in your fat now. So as you start to lose weight by dumping the carbs, as you start to lose weight and metabolize that fat, those toxins have to come out. And you will go through detox, and you will feel crappy. You know, you might have a week where you feel shit, and then you'll come good, and you might think, what the fuck's going on? I need vegetables again. But it's not actually that. It's you releasing the toxins from your fat, because instead of storing them in there for safety, they've got to now be metabolized or processed or, passed out at the waste channels. Right?
Yeah.
And a lot of people will confuse that with sickness.
Yeah, I'm not full plant. So that's not the issue. I was just thinking about stuff while you were talking, and I wanted to ask that question.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of little things that go along with changing a diet, especially if someone's fucking remotely diabetic, man, and they stop having sugar. That can fuck someone up pretty quick. So, when I see people, I definitely suggest a constant glucose monitor, the one that you actually plug into your arm, and it gives you a constant output to your phone. Right? Some watches have them now, but I wouldn't trust the watch one. I would trust the one that actually sticks into your body and stays there for 2 weeks. And you actually you can plot the graph. It's fucking fantastic. It pushes notifications to your phone, and
Well,
you can
you
see
have
what your blood glucose is doing.
you have
Sorry?
something piercing your arm or something like that.
Yeah, it's a tiny little needle. You don't feel it, mate. You feel it when it first goes in. The device just whacks it in. You
Yeah.
feel that, and it's like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
a little bit of a sting. After that, you don't feel it for 2 weeks. You shower with it. It's just there. It's waterproof.
Right.
It's got a battery in it. It runs out after 2 weeks.
What's that? What's that called? The device.
They're different. They're different brands, but the one that I recommend is a Libre, Libre. So you should be able to Google that. I'm not sure if they're available where you are, but you will Google that and find the company. CGM they're called, Constant Glucose Monitor.
Wait, spell that one again. Spell it again. What?
Libre, like Libre or Libra. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And then
they've got quite a good device.
What was the abbreviation? The glucose what?
CGM, Constant Glucose Monitor.
Okay.
And you can, with the graph that these things come with on the phone, there's a green band on there that you're supposed to try and ideally keep your blood sugar within. And it's fucking amazing how many people come back and show these graphs, and it's like, fucking hell, you didn't even try and keep within that green thing. Like shit. But it's full accountability, man, for everything you put in your mouth and what it's doing to you.
Yeah.
Okay, full fucking accountability.
Right.
You know exactly what your body can handle and can't handle, what time of day it can handle it, can't handle it. It'll show you what your morning spike is, the one that drives you to fucking wake you up in the morning and get you going. So a lot of people don't realize that their morning spike might last to 11 o'clock. Meanwhile, they're having fucking Kellogg's fucking cornflakes for breakfast at 8 o'clock and whacking their blood sugar up to fucking 12 and 14 and like just limits that are just beyond belief. But they don't know it. You could do this for 10 years and not know it. And then your pancreas is fucked. It's had enough. I'm not fucking doing this insulin bullshit anymore. Fucking good luck to you, pal. And it gives up, and then you're fucked. You know what I mean? Like you're left in the gutter going, "Oh fuck, what's wrong with me?"
Yeah. That's funny.
And a lot of people when they hear fucking, "Oh, you're fucking on a low carb diet or some shit," and I don't call it a diet. I just call it ancestral eating. It's the way we're fucking meant to eat, and would still be eating if it wasn't for modern fucking manufacturing and greed, and monopolies. Could go on about monopolies forever. Like to live on animal food and animal products, you are not depriving yourself. It's like what all the kings and everyone fucking used to have as the luxury food, right? The only place kings and that went wrong was they started having the sugar with all their fat, right? Until then, kings were just buff and well nourished. They actually went out and fought wars. Some of them even died. But yeah, after that, the sugar come in and they ended up fucking fat and fucked out and legs cut off and just dying of all sorts of weird stuff, glucose related.
Man, that's so fucking crazy. When you think about this, I was just coming into the truth movement when let me see. I guess it was 2 years. My friend's wife had passed away from breast cancer. And when I started researching into cancer, I got so fucking pissed, and it wasn't even my wife, right? I'm like, dude, if I had lost if I had lost my wife to cancer and then came across this information later on, I would be so fucking pissed that our health industry, because the stuff that you're talking about, right? When I started looking into this stuff, it was just so simple, just like flat Earth, right? Flat Earth is not complicated. It is not a complex system. We don't have to do these equations and all of bullshit. It's a very simple concept and whatnot to express. Same thing with health, right? Absolutely. When I started looking into this health stuff, I'm like, this is so fucking simple. Like, the thing that clicked for me was as I was listening to these lectures, I thought to myself, okay, so if I cut my finger or my knee or whatever, and my blood doesn't coagulate and scab up, what would I do? Like, so my body is created to heal itself, right? Outside of severed limbs and whatnot, right? So
that's a good logic part of it.
Right. So if my body's supposed to heal itself by closing up the wound, scabbing over, and then healing the skin and whatnot, and it doesn't do that, like, what would I do? Like, how would I treat myself? What would be the the recommendation for that? And the whole narrative that I was listening to was, well, you've got to change your diet, right? You've got to get the shit out that's inhibiting your body from doing what it's supposed to do, and then you're supposed to feed it the nutrients and the strength that it needs to do what it's supposed to do. And I'm just like, man, that makes so much sense.
Yep, very true.
All of that to say, then, right? So my stepmother lost her father to diabetes. He lost one leg, lost another leg, and then he was gone, right? But if you think about the fact that we were, and again, I think it was, people talk about the social media and media as being a weapon. Music is a weapon. Man, I am 100% convinced that they created our diet as an absolute atomic bomb against humanity.
Definitely. And it's not, well, okay, I won't say definitely. I will say I am not 100% certain whether it was definitely maniacal or whether it was honestly just greed and food adulteration at the hands of greed that has just got way out of hand. And because the greed and the corporates have got so big, they don't want to lose control, right? So they just perpetuate it. Now, obviously, they damn well know it's having an effect on our health now. So the fact that they're perpetuating it is definitely an evil thing, and they know that. But I think at the beginning, maybe it might have just been a little bit less evil, and they've gone, shit, what can we replace flour with, or what can we replace fucking something with to keep, the people happy and the masses fed, and they've put it with something and then found out, oh shit, that's just made a whole people sick. But let's just call that sickness something else. Oh, look, they've got scurvy. They've got, we won't tell them it was the shit we put in the bread, but we won't use that stuff again. We'll now use something else. And I think that's just fucking got out of hand with greed, personally.
Yeah.
But medicine, on the other hand, they damn well know they're just trying to mask symptoms. They're not looking at the cause. Because they'd be on terrain theory without a doubt. Germ theory would be out the fucking window.
Right. Yeah, so was germ just another synonym for bacteria? Like, I'm just trying to think back to stuff that I've learned, but I mean, like, why? Yeah, because I mean, we come in contact with bacteria.
It's a flipping on the head again, because the original germ cell was actually a cell of growth, like it spawned life. And they've taken that term that used to mean life.
Oh, yeah, germinate.
And now they've flipped that.
Yeah,
and now it's a germ, and you've got to be scared of germs and all this sort of stuff. And these things that we can't see will come and invade your space and cause problems.
Okay.
When, the actual narrative is that you provide an environment that encourages these things to come in and thrive. Some of them are exogenous, which means from without the body.
and some of them are endogenous, which mean your body produces them specifically to start breaking you down. It thinks you're dead, just like if you have necrotic tissue, right? Things develop in there. They don't come from outside. They develop from within, which I can see under the microscope in certain light fields, and start breaking the cell down. It's just how your body has been designed to reduce you back to the earth so that your elements can then be used by something else.
Crazy, man.
Recycling.
Wonder what the.
Oh,
wonder
it's fucking full on.
I wonder when. Yeah, if you think about coffins and whatnot, I wonder if that was. I don't know why. Like, why would people not just put bodies into the ground without putting them in a box? I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud.
Mental thing. I think preserve the loved one or try your best to keep them whole for as long as possible. Yeah, I don't know. Weird reasons.
Or does that come from some like Egyptian, pharaoh mummy stuff? Like,
I don't know, man.
Possible.
Because if you got to think about it, like you would have to have had that information then, right? So if you think about some country, far and away from Egypt, how would they have the information of caskets or whatever? Because if you don't have like catacombs and whatnot, where are you going to put your loved ones? I would just think, I don't know.
I personally think loved ones would have at some point just gone under a fruit tree. Like, let's put grandpa under a fig tree. You plant a tree on top of grandpa.
I saw just the other day on
No
Facebook.
casket.
Yeah, just the other day, I think it was on Facebook. Somebody posted this article in a journal or something like that, where they had this tree that got blown over in a storm, and in the root system was a fucking skeleton.
Yeah, that makes sense. All my pets are under trees. I've never buried a person under a tree, but it's fucking just the pets, definitely. And when I say all pets, there was a time when I lived right next to a very busy road, so I went through a few pets.
Pet cemetery, man.
Some pets are just smarter than the other ones and know not to fucking go out on the busy road. Some are just fucking stupid and think they can go out there. Yeah, not all species come with inbuilt self-preservation. And we know that just by, watching our own species fucking line up for the jibber jabber. Got no, not one fucking semblance, one little remnant of self-preservation left in them. Gone. Genetically fucking, like, if there's evolution, it's evolved out of those people. Quite strange. Not even skepticism. They don't even have skepticism. That's gone as well. They're not skeptical at all. It's like hook, line, and sinker with whatever the government tells me. Whatever the TV says, yep, that's fact. I just fact checked it. It's true. It's crazy.
All right, well, I'm going to get busy on stuff. So, hey, I sent you a DM about finding a natural practitioner.
Yeah, no worries, mate. I'll get onto it. I'm still in this old house at the moment, but I'll get onto it later tonight.
No rush. Thanks, man.
No worries. Have a good one. Another thing I didn't mention before too about carbs, and if you're still listening, if anyone's listening, carbs and shit, is that the same transporter for vitamin C to get into your cell, the GLUT4 transporter, is if you're having too many carbs, is permanently preoccupied by the carbs.
So then you're not getting adequate vitamin C?
Sorry, yeah. yeah, then you can't get adequate vitamin C. So that's why people, need to take supplements so they can raise it to try and force it into cells.
What do you think about the whole push for all these, greens, all these greens? Do you think that that's, I mean, you're just saying they're not needed at all?
No, not for anything more than medicine.
And I agree. Yeah, you're saying anything other than just like herbal medicines and whatever that would be.
Yeah. Make your medicines, make your tinctures. Juice when you need to juice to get concentrates of this and that. Definitely, there's benefit to those things, and your body can handle any of the anti-nutrients and toxins that the plant has on that sort of basis. Your body has that design. It just can't do it if you're putting it in every fucking day. It accumulates, it can't deal with it, so then it starts to store it. And that's where damage, different things happen. Because shit's getting put in places that it shouldn't be. Like gluten, for example. A lectin, in a lot of fucking situations, there's all these people with these gluten intolerances. That has now been shown to directly release zonulin within your intestinal tract. Zonulin is the chemical responsible for maintaining your intestinal tight junctions, which is the cause, like when they fall apart or open up too much. That's the cause of leaky gut, because they regulate, just certain things going through the gut wall into the blood. And so zonulin, if that's getting released too much with gluten, these tight junctions open up and let all sorts of shit through. They let full bacteria fucking through. Not just cellular debris from a bacteria, but bits of food, fucking everything can go through. And that's autoimmune issue there, because your bloodstream's now got something completely foreign in it. Your lymphatic system has to react, and sometimes these little bits that come through can mimic other things, other receptors in our body. And if your lymphatic system sees this foreign body and starts to attack it, but it happens to resemble something else in your body, it is now programmed to go and attack that thing when it finds it in your body. And that is autoimmune, right? Your own immune system is attacking something you fucking need, but it thinks it's foreign. And these things can either enter through leaky gut or through fucking injections, right, of foreign matter. Oh, yeah, you're vaccinated.
You guys are still talking about medicine?
Oh, it's very interesting, man, for anyone interested in listening. Anyway.
I'm about to eat my Subway sandwich. Well, that's probably going to start a medical debate.
Not at all, mate. Each to their own, buddy.
Just heating it up.
If you get sick, I wouldn't suggest continuing to eat the Subway.
They put in a lot of healthy stuff inside. Jalapenos or jalapenos, however you pronounce it, and garlic and salad. They're in a lot of nice stuff in there. It's helped me throughout my studies. I replaced my main meal with this Subway sandwich.
Awesome.
Where are you from? Both of you, Geo and Time.
I'm in Australia. I think Geo is disappearing to do something.
Okay.
Well, I'm kind of in and out a little bit, but yeah, I'm in Northern California.
California.
Yep.
Alrighty.
Yeah, see, this is how I know colloidal silver's good. Right? It's definitive to me, because I can see what happens when someone consumes colloidal silver. And that can even just be orally. So for someone to tell me it's bad and fucking just causes you to turn blue, when I personally have been consuming it for quite a long time, and I'm perfectly not blue, I still look like an Australian, a white Australian. You know, it's just funny for people to even suggest that it's bad and it will turn you blue. Like they don't know how stupid they look and sound when they're trying to tell me that. Oh, there's no benefit to it. Look, when it turns you blue. Well, fair enough, mate. I suppose you think the world's round too.
Well, I'm gonna go and eat now. See you guys, even though I just joined.
No worries. Take it easy. Keep that. Is that a keeper? I've got to try my best not to be a hoarder right now. Chuck out fucking shit that just is not needed. You just never know. Might fucking need a piece of metal that long.
Hey guys, are you there?
Yeah, I mean, right.
Hey, do you know that I lost my cameras?
No. How did you lose your cameras, mate?
I don't know, but I'm fucking looking at it right now on Facebook Marketplace. I'm looking at my fucking camera on Facebook Marketplace right fucking now, dude.
Devo, go
Are
and
you
meet the guy.
serious? How do you know? That's crazy. How do you know it's yours?
Because my first camera was dumped into the Chesapeake Bay, right? So it snapped off the mount for the bracket that fits on the tripod. So, okay, so Flatza, who's up in the UK, Flatza, who's up in Scotland, had a camera mount that he used. So he had his tripod up, and so he was showing everybody where he was set up. And then as he moved his camera to his tripod, he put his camera into an O-ring. I'm like, dude, what's that O-ring thing you got? He said, oh, it's the best thing for your camera. Well, I needed something because my camera had fallen into had broken its base and dumped into the water. So I needed something to hook it up to the tripod. So I bought this O-ring. The guy's got my fucking camera listed with the O-ring on the lens. Like, who does that? No one has that.
Oh no.
Yeah. And then listen to it. Listen to this. He says the only problem is where the original tripod mounting plate was placed is broken. So I have a Nikon ring that's made out like he's just talking about it like it's his own fucking camera. Wow.
Yeah, fucking hell. Just call the cops and say, fucking, someone stole my thing and now they're trying to sell it. Can we do a bust on this guy?
Yeah,
or ring up 60 Minutes or fucking some news program and say, I've got to kill a story. We can catch a thief like now, live. Let's do it.
Wow.
Have you got any evidence at all to show that it's yours? Have you got any documentation at all?
Well, I'd have to go back and like try to find shit that like would be specific, but I mean, I'm looking. Yep. He's got the base of it right now. That's where it snapped off. Like all you got to do is dust it for my fingerprints. You got
but
one.
I'm going to do that for you.
You got one residue of my fingerprint. This guy's fucked. But
definitely. Yeah.
I'd have to see. I don't think that I ever took pictures of it, but if he's got this one, he's got both my cameras. He's got my whole setup. He's got my camera bag, everything. Wow. The only thing is that he replaced the camera lens. It's not my original camera, the lens cover. So, wow.
That sucks, mate.
Yeah. But what's funny is I was looking on Amazon. And I'm like, they're more expensive now than they were when I bought them 4 years ago. The P900s. So then I just jumped over to Marketplace right now, and one of the first ones is my camera.
Wow.
That is awesome. I wonder where this guy is. Seller details.
We can't be far.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It depends on where. I guess if it's listed in my area, yeah. So this would have been something. See, the thing is I thought, you know what? I don't think anybody would be bold enough. I mean, like, I'm not. If I were a thief, I guess I don't know. I wouldn't like break into a car in broad daylight, right? So I feel like where I stay on the weekends, I do Airbnbs on the weekends. And so I think that I just maybe set my bag down when I was loading my truck to go to work, and I just drove away and left it on the sidewalk. But I thought that, somebody living in the condos would have put up a sign and said, hey, if you lost your camera bag, here it is. But I never saw anything. So I'm guessing this guy, I don't know if he's in this apartment complex or what.
That would be fucking interesting. Oh, shit. Just go and punch him, knock him out, and get your camera back. Simple. So many things in this world are fucking simple when you think about them.
Except if he just found it, like if you left it there and he found it, is it stealing, or did he just find something that you left there? Meaning, like, if you contacted him, maybe he'd give it back.
Maybe.
Yeah, I would rather the cops establish that rather than me. You know what I mean? If the cops want to go in and say, hey, look, this guy's got this claim that this is his camera. If he goes, oh, yeah, I found it and I just didn't know who to give it back to, right? I mean, whatever.
Yeah, but if you actually confront him yourself, you could be taking away the element of surprise.
Right. So I got to think through this. Wow. All right, I'm gonna jump back off and try to figure this out.
No worries. Good luck. If I was close, I'd fucking come back out. Sort him out. Flat Earth posse.
What's Travis gonna do?
Someone stole his cameras and he's just seen them for sale on Marketplace locally.
Oh shit.
So I suggested you organise to go and buy them, and you buy them with your fist.
Yeah, that's a good way to buy them.
Yeah, or a lead bar if the bloke happens to be substantially sized.
Or a baseball bat.
Yeah, the knees are always tender, mate.
Yeah, there's a lot of good currencies for this kind of purchases.
Yep. In Australia, it's usually the beer economy, but sometimes, you've got to go a bit further.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's amazing, actually, what you can have built for a carton of beer. It could have cost you $500 if it was a legitimate job. But fucking hell, for a carton of beer, they'll come around and do all sorts of work. Have a good chat, have a couple of beers, a couple of sausages. It's great value for money.
Yeah, I'm doing a renovation in my place, and my girlfriend's uncle comes and helps me. And it's always a bottle of booze and a packet of smokes. And he's there for hours.
Nice.
And I'm like, yep, this is good.
Excellent. Yep.
Yeah, good luck getting that same amount of work from a fucking teenager for bloody $20 an hour or something.
Yeah. It's freezing up here, and I gotta go and buy a car for my dad, and I have to travel like, I don't know, 60 kilometers, and I need to use the train. I gotta wait for the train in the station soon.
In the cold. No.
Yeah. Yeah, it's only, I mean, it says -1, but it's windy, so it feels like a lot colder.
It feels like -30.
Yeah.
I must
Am I
admit,
gonna-
when I hear any temperatures below 0, I fucking cringe. I've been lucky enough to never experience life for too long, other than a holiday, and anything below 0. But it seems
Yeah.
like a real pain in the ass.
Well, you get used to it, so it's nothing too bad. And then when we have winter, then we can really appreciate the summer.
Yeah, fair enough. The contrast.
Yeah, it's good
Yeah.
contrast.
No pain, no gain.
Yeah. Wonder what time Northern Rebellion comes in with his dick waving.
That's probably the only time we're going to see him, I think. Not sure. We'll see him again in the chat. I mean, not in the chat, in voice. We'll see him in chat, definitely.
Yeah. Weird when he said that, oh, there you go, a flat earther agreeing with a glober. It's like there's no rule that you have to disagree on everything. Weird,
No, of
dude.
course not. And we agree on 99% of things in life.
Yeah.
Just there's a few things. There's a few things that we don't agree on.
Yeah.
One group is highly skeptical. One group is very, very what's the word? I won't say gullible. What's a better word than gullible? You've got skeptical, and then you've got trusting. Yeah, we'll go with trusting. Yeah, that's
Well, it
about the
kinda
only
depends.
difference, really.
Yeah, kind of depends. I mean, I see it. I think it goes sort of both ways because most of flat earthers are theists and they just accept the Bible. They don't really
True,
pick it
true.
apart. It's just.
But at
different
least I
things.
suppose they at least appreciate that it is a belief.
Well, depends. I mean, a lot of flat earthers say that it's not a religion and it's not a belief. They just know that God exists, and they're Christians. But Christianity isn't a religion because it's a fact. I'm like, well, by definition, it's a religion, but but it's
Yeah, I mean, it is a tricky one.
it's the old word game.
Exactly. Yeah. The beauty of language. You can always have a word game.
Yeah. If level is
All else
horizontal.
fails, I can bring out the word games.
Yeah. Level is horizontal. Okay, then ground level debunks topography.
Straight is curved. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just words. I think when you go like when you ask questions far enough, the language just breaks down. I mean, you can't even use it because it goes to definition of definition and what is and shit like that.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, fuck, if you're trying to go between languages, could you imagine, Chinese scientists trying to talk to an American scientist and actually trying to actually get something done when, just the way they even think about language is very different.
I think language gives you sort of an understanding of things too, like you picture things and think of things in the language. So if you don't have a word for something, it's hard to think about it, sort of.
Yeah, definitely. I can see how that would be an issue in translating sense.
Because it's like in
If you don't have a word for it, that's funny.
over here we don't have like pronouns with genders, so there's no like the whole woman, female, man, male thing isn't a thing over here. It's just man, male, and female. So there's no issue with
Do you
anyone
have
calling.
Mr. and Mrs.? Mr. and
Yeah.
Mrs. or okay, you
Yeah,
have that.
those. Yeah, but
Yeah,
like
fair enough.
he, she, it's one word over here. There's no he or she. It's just one word. So it's interesting that we don't have any issues with the gendered pronouns over. People are just happy with what we have.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, look, gender problems. You've got to appreciate that in some cultures, some countries, people's hormones are severely fucking disrupted by chemicals in the environment and in their diet. And so they are confused for many reasons. There is confusion out there.
But
Genuine confusion.
I think there still has been like I don't know, feminine males throughout the history. But I think it's weird because like I've debated the whole gender thing in the past, and it's weird that they say that gender and sex are totally disconnected, that there's no connection between gender and sex. But then they say that transgenders have to change their sex. I'm like, how do you settle this? It's weird.
Yeah, I'm with you, mate. That all makes a lot of sense. I was just making a lot of noise then. I didn't think you'd want to hear that.
Oh, it's all good. It wasn't too loud.
It is sad that it's allowed to dominate some places so much, though. Just the discussion.
Yeah.
That is
It's
sad.
so much easier over here because we don't have gender pronouns, so I mean no one can bitch about them. So it's just another thing.
I'm sure someone's tried, but it's probably just not been entertained. You know what I mean? Like, just don't entertain it.
Well, not the pronouns, but they're talking about getting rid of all the like firemen, postmen, all of those things.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Where he-man would be a person, and
The fire person. Police person.
Yeah.
Even though, can't they just go with the fact that they're actually meaning the latter part of human, like human?
Yeah.
It's not referencing man or woman.
Yeah.
Like, can't they just say, hang on a minute, it's actually the last part of human? So, do you still have an issue with policeman and fireman? It's a human that does fires. A human that, like, fuck.
Yeah. I wonder when
We got rid
get
of
rid
coon
of
cheese over here. We got rid of a brand of cheese over here because it was
What?
considered racist. We got rid of a brand of cheese over here, a long-standing brand, 30, 40 years or whatever, gone because it was classed racist.
We got rid of a chocolate over here, which actually was racist, and I understand why they did that, but that happened years ago.
Fair enough. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Aunt Jemima got the boot, right?
Aunt Jemima what? Aunt Jemima's what?
Maybe I shouldn't say got the boot, but I think they eliminated Aunt Jemima, right? Sort of
I
like
don't know who that is.
Okay, it's like a pancake syrup. Maple.
Oh, right, okay.
Someone made a case over here that Uncle Ben's rice was racist, but I think that didn't go too far.
If it was gollywog rice or fucking, if it was an actual racist term, you can see why they'd need to change it. Sure, it's insensitive, but fuck.
The chocolate that we had here was called N-words kisses, and that.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah.
They had to change that.
Yeah.
Which is fair.
Yeah, Aunt Jemima. I've got the article right here. Basically, they say that it's based on a racial stereotype. So they removed it all. This was through the they did this during the Black Lives Matter thing. After they rolled out the whole COVID thing, it was like there was the Black Lives Matter phase of that when that came in, and that's when they took away Aunt Jemima.
So ridiculous. Cancel culture.
We had a Black Lives Matter, like they had their not riots but like protests over here too, and there's no racial sort of issues over here. Cops don't target blacks or anything. It's just protesting. I think it was an international thing or something. There was also a thing where we have a game over here, like a board game that's name is Africa's Star. And there's like a map of Africa and you're hunting for a diamond. And you're going through cities trying to find the diamond, and whoever gets the diamond and goes back to the starting place wins. Someone said that that's like colonialism. And then they interviewed a guy from Africa, and he said that no, it's not. It's just a board game. White people got upset.
Just a board game.
Yeah, and I like there's no the characters sort of, or the dude that you're moving isn't. It's just a piece of plastic. It's not a human figure or anything. And then there's just diamonds, and you're trying to find a diamond, and people just somehow got it to be colonialism. I think people in the first world have too few problems. They just have to create problems where there
without
aren't.
a doubt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they're fed false problems by the media. They're given things to think about, to whinge about, to, complain about, discuss. Like, as much as, look, you're obviously, well, I don't know your position, but the other day I was at a birthday party with some extended family and their friends and whatever, and the hot topic of this fucking group after they finished eating was everyone's different experiences with having close contact exposure to someone who tested positive with Omicron. Like that was the fucking topic of fucking discussion. And like that just seems to be the thing now, and that's because the media has told people that's what they should be focused on at the moment.
And I think, like, for me, I don't read news anymore. I don't go to news sites or watch news from TV because it's so fucking boring. And then there's like one newspaper that says, 3 months and there's no corona anymore. And then another paper says that we're going to be stuck in this for years. And it's like, sure.
Yeah, contradicting each other. Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I don't care. It'll go on for as long as it goes. It doesn't matter. I can't affect it anyway. So I don't give a fuck. It's weird. Actually, going to my dad's, and he's not girlfriend. She's 60, but lady friend. She just had the Omicron.
Okay, yeah.
But it's so mild that I mean it's nothing.
Yeah, for such a freaky pandemic, every person I've heard that actually has it is just very mild.
I think the Omicron. I mean, someone said that the sort of the best way to move forward would be to just let the Omicron be, and because it's so mild that people don't get like huge effects of it, or they don't die. So just let that go, and then it'll just fuck off. Continue as a flu, because I mean it's never going to stop. We get a vaccine for Omicron, and then there's Delta Omicron, and then there's another variant and another variant.
That's their plan, mate.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a plan. I mean, I could see people, if like someone who accepts that it's sort of true, then they'd like to get a vaccine for it. But I mean, when do you stop? We have the seasonal flu. We haven't gotten rid of that, and you can't. So why do they think that they could just get rid of this? It'll just mutate.
Well, if there's money to be made, there's an agenda. It's clear that there's an agenda.
Well, there's money to be made, but there's more money to be lost. I mean, look at the airplanes, the airlines, travel industry, manufacturing.
Yeah, they're different. That's different people's money, mate. That's different people's money.
Sure, but if there's people at the
being
top, they
consolidated.
understand that it's a negative game. It's not a plus game for people. The only one making money is is fucking Amazon and the medical industry. But then there's tons of industries that's losing money and companies going bust. And
Yeah,
everything.
but it's a transfer of wealth. So you've got lots of massive companies, but they're private. You know, they've got independent operators and they can effectively do what they want. And the powers that be don't necessarily want that anymore. They want to acquire all of these things. And maybe they've tried to buy out some of these big independents. You know, hey, we'll give you $1 billion, we'll buy you out. Maybe they make a share offer or some shit, and it gets rejected. You know, and so maybe it's just got to a crux point where there's enough big independents that they want ownership, and if not ownership, control over. And so they've had to force people's hands and collapse a couple of these industries to consolidate the power. It makes perfect business sense. It's what you do. Buy out the competition or create competition. You be the competition.
Sure, but I don't know.
What I mean?
I don't think this. I just don't think that's a viable thing, because there's so many industries that are losing. So even if you owned sort of the medical industries and some other industries, you're gonna lose. Because I mean, you don't really make a lot of money with the because someone pays for the vaccine. It's the countries.
Yeah. Yeah. The independent countries' economies pay for the vaccine, but they pay to a central group. The IMF are giving out all these loans. Right? Central banking. It's all being consolidated. Asset, you know, mineral rights are being signed over so that they can, but different countries are signing all sorts of shit over so that they can afford these loans or be given vaccines, you know, on credit.
Yeah, but I don't know.
You know, after being told that they need them. Like, fuck.
But it seems like
it's the biggest scam in history.
Well, there's only two companies that's like winning in this. Pfizer and a few companies who make the vaccine. Those are the winners.
Yeah, but everything in the background's being consolidated, though.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a reset if that
All
wasn't the case.
Sure, but I mean, did they do that also with the SARS thing, or the bird flu, or the swine flu, or pig flu?
No, a lot of these things that we see in history as outbreaks are side effects of different trials that they've had. So they're trialing this, they're trialing that, and there's
there's like a spate of fucking adverse events or reactions, and then they claim that there's an outbreak of something.
So you're saying that
That's
there
where
are
these things happen.
no natural viruses. Everything is man-made.
Well, I person, well, okay. Man-made is a very interesting term. So I won't say everything's man-made. There are natural things, but these natural things don't have a natural way into our body, right? We have defenses for them. Unless they're injected into you, that bypasses defenses, right? And then your body has to deal with it in a different manner. And that can be symptomatic, like appear as symptoms of disease while your body is handling it. And that disease can be labeled anything. They can call that whatever they want. They can call it fuckers. They could call it AIDS. You know, fuck, they can call it anything they want. You come up with a story and a bunch of fucking in silico fucking sequences to convince a bunch of people who think they're smart.
I think
It's just how the cookie crumbles.
I think there's a lot of studies on things like the Ebola virus, how that got from monkeys to humans.
Yeah, fair enough.
So I think, sure, the COVID could be a man-made thing, or sort of like escaped from a laboratory or something. But I mean, it's a stretch, in my opinion, to say that everything is sort of planned and.
Well, I think they
see, I'm not a proponent of the germ theory, so I don't acknowledge any of that side of it. And the fact that they push it, obviously, to me, it is all a scam. And they know damn well that the germ theory is not the model. But they're going with it because it makes a fucking fortune and it scares people. They love the fear. Fear, you know, there's nothing better than fear to control us as humans. It's crazy. And they fucking know that very well.
That I understand. I mean, in my opinion, that's why we have religions. I mean, what's the bigger fear than you're gonna burn in hell for?
Hello, germs. Germs are a bigger fear than fucking God, because germs could be everywhere and fucking in anything, and we could touch on every surface. God, sure, he could be in everything, but he doesn't fucking strike you down the minute you sin. I could sin 10 times today and nothing fucking happens. Whereas I could breathe in fucking Omicron and shit, I could be on a ventilator next week. You know, it's actually more scary if you believe it.
Sure, like momentarily, yeah.
So, Whites, do you think that there is some agent that causes these illnesses, or do you think that's not the case? And then my other question would be, do you think that agent spreads from person to person, or is it being given to people in other avenues?
Look, it's very complicated, and obviously nothing I will say can be backed up definitively. But my hypothesis is that most sickness, other than genetic faults, is the body's way of going through something, right? Now, whether it comes from an exterior like a virus that invades your body and then replicates and overwhelms your system, or whether it's your system just processing something, is obviously the hot debated topic. Because, for example, you know, you can have nutritional deficiencies that present very much as illness, you know, and you can be having all sorts of rashes that can present as some sort of illness, but it can also just be your body excreting something and you get over it. So when it comes to spreading something, I believe that I know our bodies have detox processes, but I believe those detox processes can be triggered as a form of prevention. So again, let's go back ancestrally, where you've got maybe nomadic tribes, you've got different isolated populations living in different areas, and you have maybe some intermingling. You know, you've got a nomadic tribe that comes past and visits another tribe, they do some trading or whatever. And I believe there is some signaling that goes on between those to prepare the body physiologically for an exposure that hasn't necessarily happened to your tribe yet. And on a chemical level, the nomadic tribe is giving you that signal, and your body prepares on a cellular level, even though you might never encounter that exposure, your body is now prepared for that. And potentially, if you were already sort of holding and storing toxins, you might actually release those after being triggered so that you are ready to be exposed if you were exposed, right? Now, environmental exposure could fucking be in any number of ways. It could be molds local to, you know, a rainforest. It could be stuff emitted from a volcanic site, you know, toxic gases. There's a number of things, poisons in a river, you know, from again, natural disasters and events. There's many things in the environment that our bodies would, on a cellular level, have to either detox or prepare for. And I think that's what the role of exosomes are, and that is to signal that message. And I think that's been mistaken as a virus coming in and overtaking the system. That's my personal theory. And can things spread? Things can't spread. Like my hypothesis, if you think about it, like let's just take chickenpox, for example. You've got chickenpox parties. Now, not all the kids, well, in Australia, they used to have chickenpox parties anyway. So everyone would get exposed and your kid would get chickenpox and not have to deal with it later in life, right? That was the idea. But not every kid would get chickenpox, right? So if there was a virus and every kid was fucking exposed to it, theoretically it should go in and do what it does. Now, if it's my hypothesis, it makes sense that not every kid had a burden to detox upon being signaled. Some kids had some toxins to release, right? A specific toxin that can only be expressed through the skin if the liver isn't functioning properly, right? The liver processes a lot of shit, but if the liver's overwhelmed, the skin is the next place it will start detoxing through, right? So chickenpox, for example, is an expression of different acidic acids through the skin. The liver can't handle it, so these little acid crystals get pushed out, and it creates these little sores, right? But not every kid at the chickenpox party had fucking these acids built up and needed to express them. So it's just my hypothesis, but it just makes more sense than a virus that can theoretically be fucking everywhere and should overwhelm everyone equally, especially if no one's been exposed to it before, you know. But like if we go to Spanish flu, for example, before the Spanish flu outbreak, there was a war going on and there were people coming home sick from the war. And so people were getting vaccinated from this sickness. And after the vaccination campaign rolled out is when the Spanish flu broke out. So Spanish flu was a reaction to the vaccine rollout, right? Millions upon millions of people got vaccinated. Now, these people then come home sick. They lay down with their partners in bed. The partner might get sick. One of the children might get sick. Again, comes down to the signaling. If that partner or child happens to be toxic, they will release toxin of a certain kind, right? So it appears as though something's spreading, but it's not. Because let's be honest, if something could infect us as humans, and it comes from the animal kingdom, and we basically grew up with the fucking animals, we wouldn't fucking be here.
That's right. Thank you. That's excellently and eloquently put. And that's what it is. That's the reality of the life that humans have been living. Okay? Perfectly well executed. Thank you.
I'm glad someone was listening.
Yeah, that's what that's exactly what I have learned. That's what I've learned, and that comforts or purports to my experience of my life as well. So yeah, excellent. I'm into that kind of truth. I'm into, and you only learn these things when you actually do the research. That's when you actually learn these things. Because you're learning from the experts, those with the integrity to tell the truth in the first place. You know? Because we as humans on this earth, we're being undermined every step of the way. I kid you not. Everyone's out to get a buck and rip you off somehow, some way. You know?
Oh, fuck yeah. Definitely, right.
So if you can avoid, this is what I said to my children today. I was talking to them. I said, the fact that you know that the vaccines are not safe now you can sidestep that pothole. It stops with you in my family now. From you onwards, no one's going to be getting vaccines, and that's a good thing.
I think one of the things they're
That is
doing
good.
is they're giving people like an autoimmune condition, essentially a weaker immune system.
Yeah, yeah. They literally
People
want
are doing
to.
it to themselves, Gio, with the gluten.
Well, yeah, okay, that's junk food. Yeah, yeah. Admittedly, in some cases, it could be down to economic problems. They can't afford to eat well. You know, that's
Oh,
another
sure,
thing.
yeah, definitely. There's that side of thing, of course, mate. Yeah, and just lack of education. You don't know
Yeah,
what a good choice is either.
yeah, yeah. That's definitely on the cards as well, on the menu there. That they don't know what a good food is. Yeah, and then they probably don't like it because they've got used to eating junk food, and when they eat the real food now, that's like poison to them. Poison to their tongue, that is, not to the body.
Yeah, that's why what from my personal experience with what I can show people is why it's so powerful. Because
Yeah.
instead of just hearing what someone says and oh, it's just an opinion, and they say I can't have this because it does that, but then actually seeing it doing what it does to you live, I think is the motivator. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's the motivator, but not everyone. There are people out there who will see it and then walk away and continue to live the life that they live and knowing they're destroying their health.
Yeah.
There are those people out there. It's about 10%, I've found.
I've just come back from a 6-mile walk. Okay, my son looked at my motorbike because we're going to do. We've just done some. When I say just come back, 2 hours ago. Okay, 2 hours ago I went for a walk. Now he went to my bike at 3:00 in the afternoon. I've gone for a walk 2 hours. Okay, come back. Okay. Now I'm talking to him in the classroom here, and I could smell tobacco on him. Right, tobacco. Right, and I said, "Are you smoking?" I said. He goes, "No, Daddy, I'm not smoking. No." I said, "Well, what's the tobacco smell?" He goes, "No, that was 2 hours ago when I went to look at your bike. That my mum's staff was smoking." Oh, really? 2 hours later, it was still on his clothing, and I picked it up through my nasal passage. See,
Yeah,
so
amazing.
eating well and taking good exercise, it proves it does work. Because my son said, "Boy, your body is good, man. You could smell that." Yeah, 2 hours ago, Daddy. I was, yeah, I could smell it. And he,
You know,
he was just, yeah. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing?
It is. Yep, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, it reminds me of okay, let's say I'm just going to ask, let's say you put pure oregano oil in a cup of water, okay, a couple drops, and then you have another bottle of water and you pour some of the bottled water in the cup that has the oregano oil. Do you think that the oregano oil will be able to come into the bottle that you poured out of?
What, you mean the aroma of it?
Well, it's a long way of saying that I've noticed it just reminds me of like smelling smoke 2 hours later. I've noticed that when I pour something, if I have a bottle of water and I pour it in something else, even though I'm only pouring it out and you would think it's just going out, some of that, like the example I said, if I put oregano oil in a cup and just a couple drops, and then I take a bottle of water and I pour some of it in there, the bottle of water will taste like oregano oil for
the residue. Yeah.
That's because as the water's coming out of the bottle that you're pouring, air has to go in. For water to come out, air has to go in. And it happens to be taking air from probably just above your oregano oil.
Yeah.
So you think it's the air that's going up into the bottle, or is when you pour the water, is it making a link and some of that oregano oil as it's pouring actually goes up into the bottle?
I think it might be molecules. The molecules are mixing in the air, and some of it's trapped, and you are sensitive enough to pick that up.
Yeah, you've probably got both, Geo, because from a homeopathic perspective, everything's got a frequency. So the minute the water, touched the oregano oil, the water would literally be absorbing the frequency of oregano. But could you taste that? I don't know. But definitely you could taste the volatile molecules that are coming off oregano and going into the bottle.
that's displacing the water that you're pouring out, without a doubt.
Yeah, I'm a believer of herbs. I've been using herbs from when I was born, basically. So because I always used to watch my mum chopping it up and getting it ready, right? So I've had a continuous, non-stop contact with all the herbs in my life. It hasn't stopped for 60 years. Okay, there
That's
hasn't been a
awesome.
break. Yeah, there hasn't been a break where I haven't had herbs in my food.
They certainly fucking spice things up.
Yeah, definitely does. And this is what I was saying to my son today, because we were talking about cooking food and that, and who's the best cook in the house. You know what I mean? I said, yeah, you know it. Yeah, even
No
my
doubt
wife.
you've got a nice herb garden, Jen, as well.
Do you know what? I wish I did have a herb garden. I've got students who donate me their herbs from their gardens, so I've got that access.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah,
Excellent.
yeah, because they know I love herbs. And my next door neighbor, she says, anytime you want rosemary, just help yourself, because it's overgrown. So, I don't have to go into their property, because it's actually on my side of the fence as well. So I help myself. I love it, man. So I've got it all over the place. Yeah, I'm getting it everywhere. And then I buy from Costco. I buy those big packets. They're like, the brand is called, hang on a minute, Max something. Got to get that name. I've forgotten it now. It's Kirkland, but then I think it's McCormick, if I'm remembering. Hang on. Yes, McCormick.
Yeah, herbs are fantastic.
Yeah,
they're like
McCormick.
self-limiting. They're so potent that you can't ever have too much. Like
No.
Unless someone forces it into you, you can't.
Yeah.
It's like salt. You'll only ever salt something to taste.
Exactly.
Similar things.
Mm. So I've got Kirkland black pepper. That's Kirkland. Then I've got the herbs that I have are from McCormick. Now, if I was in London, then it would be Schwartz. You know the brand Schwartz?
No, I don't. I know McCormick, but not Schwartz.
Okay. Yeah, Schwartz is the brand that you'd get probably in Britain and Europe. Popular over that side of the world. But if you're in Japan here, I cannot find Schwartz, but because there's the American connection, so we get McCormick as a brand, yeah. And the first thing, when you open it, that aroma is just so powerful, straight off. Yeah, look at that. Okay, here we go. And you're rubbing my hands in delight because I know I'm going to make it something good. And I was stressing to my son the importance of keeping your utensils clean right down to your toilet. I said, that I can lick the toilet and not have any problems because I keep it to that standard. Okay, so that includes your knives and forks, your plates, and your frying pan and everything. So when you cook food, it's like it's being cooked new for you. New, fresh food every time. That standard can be attained, and you're not wasting electricity, money, time. No, because you can do that. And that's the way I operate, I said, in the kitchen. They know that. Because he's living by himself now. So I'm saying to him, just giving him the tips to making his life easier without wasting money. Don't let your toilet get to the point where, you've got to scrape crud off, yeah? If you've got to scrape crud and shit up your toilet, you're in trouble, yeah? Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm glad you've raised him to do that. His wife or his future partner will be very appreciative of that.
Oh, yeah. He's got to be able to do that. I can do that. I said, I don't need a woman to do anything for me, as you well know.
No.
I sew my own socks. I sew your socks. I even sew your underpants. Exactly. Oh, yeah. Yeah, sentimental, some things have sentimental value. Even underpants can have sentimental value. So, if you can repair it. I mean, if it's only a small hole, why throw them away when you can darn that hole up? And then you can still go on with it. You know what I mean?
Oh, exactly. Shit.
And socks as well. Yeah.
Nothing wrong with hand-me-downs, mate. Nothing wrong at all.
Oh yeah, no. I don't really hand me down my underwear, but I sew their underwear. Because I'm the one that does the laundry anyway. So if I see a hole appearing or has appeared, I repair them, and then I tell them I've repaired the hole in your underpants. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Dad. Done.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
I certainly didn't mean hand-me-down underpants necessarily. They don't usually last through the generations
hand-me-down
like that.
clothing. Yeah, I do that.
Yeah. The clothing from Kmart and Target, doesn't even last 6 months, let alone hand me down.
Yeah. So that's what I said to them, that, I'm teaching them that, you've got to manage everything you can for as long as possible. You don't have to keep buying new all the time. You've got to be able to say, oh, this thing is like 5 years old and it's still going. Yeah, nice. That means you've used it to the max.
Yeah, but you haven't kept up with the latest trends, Jin. It's all about
What's the
being
latest?
trendy now.
What's the trend now? Tell me.
I don't fucking know, but I've got friends that will fucking renovate their lounge room and kitchen every fucking 3 or 4 years just to keep up with the latest trends. It's like, man, what waste.
I tell you, the worst trend ever. The worst trend ever that I thought was really bad was, when you buy the trousers where they ripped up, your jeans ripped up, and you buy them new, but they're all ripped up already. I mean, that's just stupid. Where you should wear them till they rip. That's the original. That's the whole point, isn't it? You don't buy them ripped up already new. What the fuck is that? That is just sick. I never bought those jeans ever. Not once did I buy a pair of jeans that were ripped up.
No, good on you.
Yeah, ridiculous. I said, I've got jeans that are like 30, 35 years old that I wear. Still going.
Nice.
The original. Yeah, right. That's it. I can say that. 45-year-old
Most people, Jin.
Say that?
Yeah, most people don't stay the same size and shape to do that.
No.
Most people change shape. They just get bigger and bigger over their lifespan.
That's right, because the inactivity slows down, you see, so they gain weight. But I'm trying to keep myself active all the time so I can fit into my clothes.
Oh, you sound very active, Jin, from what I've heard. Yeah, very active. More active than me, even, mate.
Yeah, cheers, man. I try to be. I've got to be. That's why I was so surprised that, I could smell the tobacco on my son, and he said, that was 2 hours ago, Dad. I went out to check the bike, and the staff was smoking. I goes, really? I goes, I asked him, can you believe that? That was 2 hours ago, really? Yeah, 2 hours ago. And I'm smelling residue of tobacco, and I could smell his aftershave or his cologne and tobacco mixed. So I said, did you go to a bar? I thought he went to a bar with his friends, you see. That's what I said. That's what I said. He said, no. I goes, but I can smell tobacco.
Did you ever see that that Seinfeld episode where he takes his car to get his car, repair? Or no, it might be he had it valet parked, and the guy had BO, body odor. The guy who parked it. So the whole episode is about how the car smells like BO for afterwards.
That's awesome.
Well, it's true though, isn't it? I mean, that's life, isn't it? I mean, women know their husbands via their BO, and they did a test on that. Actually, did a test on a game called the Generation Game in Britain, where the women had to find their husbands' T-shirts all mixed up and jumbled up, and they all got their husbands' T-shirts. I was really, really surprised. Yeah.
Very powerful, the old pheromones and that. Yeah.
Yeah.
If anyone, just full circle a little bit, if anyone has a smelly environment, like a smelly car, like someone threw up or has BO or have mold in the house and can't get rid of the mold or anything like that, ozone gas. Get yourself an ozone generator and you pump your car full of ozone. It'll kill fucking every smell, everything organic in there, and it will smell pristine. Mold, if you've got mold behind your walls or something like that, in your carpets, fucking just ozone the joint. It'll kill all the mold. It'll still be there, but it'll be dead.
Yeah. Do you think that's what the motor industry use? Because when people sell their cars, this guy might be a smoker and he smoked all his life, but when you buy that car, there is not one residue of tobacco smell in the car.
Yeah, tobacco's a little bit different because it's oily as well. So ozone won't penetrate the oil and kill it. I mean, it'll penetrate a little bit of it, but it won't kill the smell. But if someone's done a decent clean job, the actual smell won't be gone. But ozone will take care of just the odor for sure.
Yeah, because
definitely you can buy devices that plug into your like the cigarette lighter socket.
Yeah.
That just ozone your car all the time.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you know what I do? First of all, I was always amazed at how they got rid of the tobacco smell, because when I bought my car, I bought it second hand. There was 1 or 2 burn marks in the carpet, so that was my clue that the previous owner was a smoker. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
Yep.
Looked at the ashtray, and indeed it was used, but I never smelt tobacco at all. Do you understand? And I was thinking, how did they get rid of that smell? That's what I was wondering. How did they get rid of that smell? Because I never noticed the smell of tobacco, and I'm going to notice it soon, but I didn't notice it in the car. So that was good. But,
Yeah, ozone, mate. I've got an ozone generator, and I went probably 2 weeks in a car that someone had thrown up in, and it was like the middle of summer, and it was just I couldn't get the time off of road to have it detailed. And I spent a week smelling this shit before I remembered that I had a fucking ozone generator. I went straight out, mate. I ozoned that thing for about an hour, and then after that, I let it air out, and it was fucking pristine. Perfect.
Yeah, I'm glad I never had such an accident in my car. I was lucky for that. But what I used to do, or what I do, is I use aromatherapy oil. So I just put a few drops, because it's quite strong, quite potent. Just a couple of drops in each passenger side.
Nostril?
No. On the floor, on the carpet, just under the carpet, and that's enough to infuse with the air, and you get a nice smell. Apple, strawberry, orange, whatever. Yeah.
That blends, that masks. That's like orange and vomit, or strawberry and vomit.
You might end up vomiting.
Yeah, won't be strawberries.
Yeah. In my SUV, I've got rubber mats. So if you were to step into my car, you'd be stepping into a rubber mat. The carpet's there, but your shoes never touch the carpet. They're in a rubber mat, and they collect all the shit and dirt off your shoes. And then all I have to do is just to keep it clean, just throw that out and then put it back in again. Occasionally, I wash the rubber mat, but you're talking maybe once in 2 years or something. Not often. Doesn't get that grubby, but the main thing is that at least the carpet's nice in there.
And it helps with the resale.
Yeah, that's the whole point, the resale. Mind you, this car's 20 odd years. I'm not going to be reselling this one. This one will go to the scrap in the end. It will go scrap if I'm going to get it. I know. They'll scrap it. So I'm keeping it for as long as I can. I'm not looking for a new car. I mean, if I won the lottery tomorrow, I wouldn't be buying a new car. I'd have that SUV. Yeah, I'm not going to.
I'd still buy second hand. Even if I won the lotto, I would still buy a fucking second hand car. I wouldn't go for a new one if I was going to get a car.
Yeah, no, there's just that depreciation value is just like silly anyway. So I'm not going to do it.
It's just
definitely not going to do that. Yeah, I'd just fix up the car, fix up this car more. That's all. Might change the suspension rate and that. Get it looking a bit more rugged up on off road, maybe. But that's all. Yeah, that's all. But I'm going to keep it, and then I'll be on to motorbikes. I'll probably buy a new motorbike. That's what I probably would buy. That I'm planning to keep, not to sell. So I'd buy a brand new one and keep it. If I was going to buy a vehicle, yeah. I was talking to my son today, thinking of getting an off-road bike. 650 single. Bomb-proof Honda XR 650, and then getting a trailer bracket mounted on so we could go camping via bike. Yeah,
awesome.
Yeah, because I got a bike trailer for my mountain bike that I used to go shopping in, and I used to use it to take the kids to school. It's made by a company called Burley, and it seats 2 kids in there, up to like 50 kg. Helmets and everything if you want, seatbelt attachment, and at the back of that it's got a little room for them to put their stuff in. Okay, but now the kids have grown up, I use it to do the shopping and that, rather than use the car. Yeah. Go to the laundrette, do the shopping, collect water. It's really good, really handy little thing. Now, I'd like one of those for my motorbike. I was thinking that'd be nice to have one for the motorbike. And then you could go camping.
Slightly different speeds.
Yeah, you've got to slow down, of course. Yeah,
would have to be engineered a bit better, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure the idea. Yeah, it can be done. I'm sure it can be done. The most important part is it's got to be able to articulate so that the motorbike can turn left and turn right without hampering the handling of the bike.
Definitely.
Yeah. It's going to need one of them like a universal joint, that moves like a ball and socket thing that can move. Yeah, and then that will bolt.
Yeah, a lot more.
Yeah, then I'm going to need a longer spindle. Going to need a longer spindle with a longer thread so that I can then thread the locking nut to the spindle of the swing arm and then still have enough protruding to attach the trailer arm onto that, yeah? So I'm going to need 2 spindles. One when I'm not using the trailer, one when I am using the trailer. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. You've got the rear spindle that goes through the rear wheel, through the sprocket, through the sprocket as well, and then it protrudes. And usually you put a locking nut. I'm going to need an extended one of those spindles. Then it can work. Yeah. Should be able to do that. I think it should work. So that's what I'm thinking. And then all of it made of aluminium. Yeah, aluminium. Or as they say in America, aluminum. But aluminium, yeah.
Why do they change the spelling of the word?
Yeah, I don't know
Just
why
have
they
to be
did
different.
that. Yeah, I don't know why they did that. Aluminum.
I mean, are there periodic tables like fucking different, or do they just see aluminium and just go, "Oh, they've got it wrong"? It's aluminum.
Aluminum. Yeah, aluminium is what we say. That's the pronunciation, according to the British English.
That's what it's spelled. Yeah,
Yes.
aluminum. I don't
Yeah.
know how you can say aluminum when it's
Aluminium.
spelled aluminium.
Yes. But yeah.
I mean, we spell copper C-O-P-P-E-R. Maybe they spell it C-O-P-P-A. Copper. I don't know. Don't know.
Well, it is spelled aluminum, right? Aluminum.
Well, not here. It's called aluminium.
So it's N-I-U-M at the end?
Yeah, there's another whole I.
Yeah. That's the full word, yeah.
So, Gio, are you saying that on the periodic table over there, it's actually spelt different? Wouldn't surprise me, you know. The global maps are different, you know, from one place to another, depending on the propaganda at the time.
Yeah. Great job explaining the jet streams and the currents that flow across the Earth. They don't flow logically on a globe, do they? Totally haphazard.
God, no.
Yeah.
Completely random.
Yeah, completely random, exactly. Yeah. So that was very well executed, I thought.
And some of the turns, like, you know, on the globe model, it like ducks down towards the pole and then darts all the way back up and then cuts back. It's like, what forces, what dynamics is going on, you know, to create those sharp turns and shit with those jet streams? But what makes sense?
And it's not, it doesn't flow with a spinning object anyway, because if the thing was spinning, it would flow much smoother than that. My images, if it were a globe. So it's contradictory to the spinning of a spherical ball anyway. Just totally wrong, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I mean, in my mind, if that's how it actually is, like the weather underneath those jet streams would have to be vastly different to what we fucking experience. You know, shit.
Yeah,
they look like they drive some crazy
world.
fucking weather.
Yeah, it's another world, man. But it's just so great that when you know the Earth is a flat plane, you can understand and appreciate the weather more. You know, you're more connected to it. You know,
everything connected to everything more.
Yeah. So it's the heliocentrists are the losers in this, without a doubt, because you know what you often hear is what. So everybody else is wrong. Yes, I'm afraid so. Everybody else is wrong. Okay, exactly. You got it right. You know, the way they ask. Well, everybody else is wrong, you know.
Yeah. Yep.
Yes, that's right. Everybody
I think it's quite sad too that the baller mentality is like supported or confined is probably a better word, confined by scarcity and limitation.
Yep.
Like the narrative of the globe and it being finite and we're isolated and we've only got so many resources and we've got to take care of it and we're going to burn out at some point, or all of these things. It's just
it's so negative. You know?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
shit.
That's right. It is so negative. And then the other thing, I'm attacking them on the psychological front this year now. That's why I'm using terminology like cognitive dissonance, which we know, but this new one, separation anxiety disorder. That's my next attack on them for this year. I'm attacking their psyche now. Why do you want to believe in the globe? Because that's what you're doing. You want to believe in it because there's no evidence for it. So why do you what would make somebody want to believe in something that's not real? How is that sane? Yeah? Yeah. That's this year. Yeah. I thoroughly enjoyed being in Gen Panda at December 31st because I totally destroyed them. The end of year grand finale attack, and I hammered them to death.
Good
I
idea.
got it all out of the system. And see you in the new year, and there's more to come. Get ready. Be prepared. If you let me in, this is what you're going to get.
If you let me in, expect.
Yeah.
I like that.
You let
It's your
me
own
in.
fault.
It's your own fault, exactly. Don't say you weren't warned.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's it. I'm attacking their psychology because they run that on us. They've been running that on the flat earthers for years, hundreds of years. Like, our mentality. No, it's not our mentality. We're the ones that are actually connected to this earth properly. We're providing the proof. You, on the other hand, you've got to. Look at what's his name, riding on eggshells yesterday. He said, I asked him for proof, and he said, "Okay, let's assume the earth." Well, no. No, that's not the way to prove your globe by assuming. You failed.
Yeah, to prove, we must first assume no eggshells.
And that's not. Sorry, that doesn't work. Sorry, that's a mistake. Surely, right. And the burden of proof lies with those making the claims. Okay, and that's.
Yeah, I can see how if you're going to assume these things, you can come to those conclusions. I can see that. But if you don't assume those things, yes, it's a very different outcome.
And if you're assuming, you're not proving. That's the thing. You're not proving by assumption. No, sorry, sir. Not in the law, in a court of law. And the law court is the flat Earth law courts. That's not happening. Yeah. So I am for sure attacking their psyche. You're going to be hearing me use that terminology a lot. The separation anxiety disorder or syndrome.
I've often referred to it as post-traumatic globe disorder.
That's a good one.
Nice.
Yeah, nice. Yes.
You should actually call it post-globe distress disorder.
There you go. Yeah. Those are the terminologies we need to use against them because, like for the 9/11, for example, 9/11, they say that the conspiracy theorists, they call us, and the truthers, we believe in fairy tales because we want to feel that we know something they don't know, kind of thing. Have you heard that? Have you heard that being said?
Of course,
yeah, which is like an insult, offended to the core.
Of course.
That.
Meanwhile, their whole fucking model's a fairy tale with shit they can only theorize about.
Yeah.
That's the hypocritical thing about them. Oh, the flat Earth model. You need a model. Fucking. Well, hang on a minute. You guys don't even have a model without holes. Sure, you've got more of a model than flat Earth, but it has holes. It's not complete, people.
Yeah, but it's more accurate. It's 90% accurate. I would have to say. I'm going to go with that. 90%. Maybe even 95%.
Yeah, well, you know what they say about the genetics between us and a few other things. We've got over 99% matched genetics on something between us and something else. But that 1% has changed a whole fucking lot of shit.
Yeah. So yeah, no,
I forget what it was. Is it a fucking earthworm or some shit? There's something that we fucking share fucking vast majority of fucking DNA with.
Yeah.
But they're a very, very fucking different species.
So they say. Yeah, I'm trying to think now. You're right.
Yeah, so they say. Yeah. I've never seen a photo of a DNA strand.
No.
I've never unraveled one and checked it against another one.
Yeah. That's exactly what I say to the people I speak to here. That no one's ever seen this thing under the microscope. You haven't seen it, okay? So everything you're carrying beliefs. I'm carrying knowledge after comparisons, after seeing both sides. So I have knowledge. You only have a belief because you're only believing what you're being told. You haven't confirmed it yet. I have, and now I know. I know that there's no danger. You can put me in a room with 100 people who have got the COVID or whatever. I'm not going to be worried. Even if I do contract it, it's not going to kill me. I'm not scared. I don't need to put the mask on. I don't need to get any unnecessary injections. Definitely not.
And you know what? That could be half the battle when it comes to the way our bodies actually work.
Yeah.
You just with that mindset could actually be half the battle of not suffering anymore.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's why I'm
Because we all
walking
know
around.
negative thoughts can make you very fucking sick.
Yes, exactly that. Yeah, because you're putting negative vibes into your psyche. I don't want that. I haven't got time for that.
Well,
And
it
you're bringing stress
increases
on.
cortisol, and the cortisol is like basically a sugar, and so it pumps up your insulin. So if you're stressed all the time,
Yeah.
you're in effect you might as well just be eating glucose, and therefore you're going to increase your insulin and stuff up your whole metabolic process. So stress is directly related to health, as well as
Yes.
the whole psychic part of it or psyche part of it.
Right. This is why for the last 4 years I've been walking around in winter with shorts on. All the time, non-stop. Putting my body through the test. Then occasionally I'll do the long distance ride of 160 kilometers cycle ride. That's a test. That's my physical test. Do you see what I mean? My physio. See if I can do that. And then the charity runs that I do all throughout the year.
No, Genesis, I like it.
Yeah. You should do that. It's good to do that. I mean, why not? Doesn't cost you any money. Save you money. It might save you money from going to the doctors. No need.
Yep.
And then you check your own heart rate yourself. You check your body mass index on your scale. And what more do you need?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I'm trying to exist as like the ancient man. There weren't many doctors around back then,
No.
Right. And they
Definitely not.
lived well and healthy. So I'm trying to exist like that in a world that is toxic. Yeah, there we are.
Yeah, if you stay nice and active, you'll be right.
Yeah, that's what I've learned. Yeah, that's exactly what I've learned. And then what we do is we communicate that to the younger generation, and then they're going to learn. Yeah, they'll pick up the mantle hopefully, and then the human race will be saved because we've got a bunch of lunatics that are trying to reduce the population of the earth. Right? Who gave them the right to do that? We did by voting them in. Oh, well, I didn't vote, but you know what I mean, yeah?
Oh, definitely, mate. Yep. We've allowed it all to happen.
Yeah, we certainly have. Now we're going to really pay the price if we don't get our acts together. Yeah. Had a haircut yesterday. Cut my own hair myself. Did that. I've been doing that for 21 years now. Cutting my own
Do you
hair.
just shave your head, or what? What do you do? What sort of cut?
Yeah. I use the clippers. So I'm using the clipper. Yeah, of course. Easy enough. So
Nice.
I leave a little bit on top, and then all the sides are gone. So it's like a little cap. Yeah. And it's so it's like a zero around the sides, and then like 3 mil on top. That's it. Now in London,
I can
I used
picture that.
to go. Yeah, I used to have my hair cut every 2 weeks. It used to cost me £5. I did that for like 15 years straight. Come to Japan, and the first haircut cost me £15. It was 3 times the price. Yeah, to cut my hair. And I'm cutting my hair every 2 weeks here. So I said, I did it for 1 month. And I said to my mother, no, I'm not going to pay these prices. This is crazy, man. My haircut is suddenly too expensive to have done. I'm not doing that. So I bought the clippers and started doing it myself. Yeah.
And you were very grateful, weren't you? Because you've saved a lot of money since.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm not paying for I don't pay to have a haircut. Yeah.
Yeah, but you've probably realised as well that you never should have, because it's fucking easy.
Yeah, because it is easy. Yeah, that's right. I never should have. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I kind of knew that in London. I kind of knew that, but I was lazy. I'd go to the barber shop because it was a Greek friend, you know, Sadilios, his name was.
Okay, yeah.
So I was friends with his son. His son's a biker like me, you see, right? And his
Social
dad always used to
visit
have
as
a go
well.
to- yeah. So his dad always used to have a go at him riding a motorbike. I said, so you like you have a go at your son for riding a motorbike, but it's okay for me to ride a motorbike, yeah? Yeah? That's strange, I said. Strange. You don't care that I ride a motorbike, but you care. You say I'm your friend. You call me the Maverick. The Mavro, because Mavro means black in Greek, right? You call me the Mavro and you tell your friends the Mavro. But then you attack your son for riding a motorbike, and he's a good rider, I said. He's very safe. You know? Yeah. Stop attacking him, man. He's all right. He's a biker, man. You can't take it out of his
Some
black, man.
friend.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know. I stayed with him until he left to go. He retired and went to Greece. Yeah, he retired and went to Greece. So I was right up to the end with him. That would be 1998. Yeah, he retired, and then he returned back to his country, sold the shop and everything else. So for the last year that I was in England, I had to find a new barber. Lucky for me, there was one just down the road from him anyway. Another Greek.
Another Greek.
Yeah. The Greeks seem to own a lot of. Obviously they own the kebab shops and that. Yeah, and they also own the hairstyling shops as well. The Greeks in London when I was there anyway. I was born there, so growing up, yeah. And then I used to go to the Jamaicans and the Caribbeans to have my hair cut. But okay, I'd go to the Greeks, okay. I'd go in. There might be 2 or 3 people. Okay, I might be 30 minutes. I'm getting done. I'm going to the Jamaicans now. 2 hours later, I'm in the seat. They're busy talking. A couple of snips and then they're talking. A couple of snips and then they're talking. A couple of snips. Fuck, talking amongst themselves. I'm thinking, I'm clapping. Come on. So I stopped going there because it took too long. Just took too bloody long. I've got time to waste.
Yeah, that's frustrating.
It is, isn't it? I've gone there by motorbikes. I've saved time, and now I'm losing time because they're fucking talking. Fuck this. Yeah, 2 hours just to have a haircut. And then I went in 2004. Went back to London, and I cut my own hair. But my brother went to his barbershop, so I accompanied him to his barbershop in Wood Green, North London, Wood Green, sitting down, and I was talking about the moon landings being a hoax. That was it. In the barbershop.
Nice.
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah. So, all right, I was talking about moon landing because I wasn't a flat earther then, 2004, but I knew that the moon landings were a hoax. So and I had some links that they could look at, and I explained to them that that the moon landings didn't happen, and they thought, how did no, they went. I goes, no, they didn't go. I explained to them the environments, their photographic anomalies. Yeah. So they had to listen up, man.
Not what the fucking hairdresser was expecting, I'm sure.
No. In fact, he was really pissed off because he thought he knew it all, but he didn't know fuck all. Yeah, he was getting annoyed.
It's
I said,
above
well,
that.
I said to him, don't get upset. The truth is the truth, no matter what, yeah? The truth will always stand up, yeah? You can't prove what you say, but I'm telling you now, this is the facts coming from experts more than us. Okay? All right. So you better just take up what I'm putting down, man. Yeah, it was really nice, heated discussion in the barbershop. Yeah.
While he's got scissors and cutting your hair, I like that.
Yeah. No, it was cutting my brother's hair and the other customers' hair as well.
Oh, not your hair. That's good.
No, I didn't have a haircut in there. No, I cut my own hair, man. But I was talking to a couple of young boys as well, and I said, "Well, look, what's the point of me lying to you? Would that be a good thing? You're going to be the future, so why would I tell you something that is a lie? Is that a good thing? No." And his dad was there. He goes, "Yeah, that's a good point." I goes, "Yeah, why would I do that? You know, what is my aim? What is my gain? My aim
What's
is
the benefit of that? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I said, the benefit is this. You don't have to spend money now buying toys or buying into the idea that we can go to space or go and watch a movie about it even. You don't have to go there now. All right. We don't have that technology and we never will. The moon landings were a hoax. Stanley Kubrick is the key, The Shining. And I laid it down for them perfectly. Perfect puzzle for them. Complete with the final piece, the Stanley Kubrick Shining. Bang, to lock it off. All the time, the earth is flat, though, and I didn't realise. What a wally. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, I didn't
It is funny to think, yeah, you can be so passionate about that and then but not realising there's a key piece.
Yeah, that the earth is actually a leveled plane. And if they didn't go, they
You got there eventually, Jin.
Yeah, I did get there in the end. Exactly, yeah. But at the time, though, I was like, delivering that truth on the moon landings, all the while not clicking that they could never have taken a picture of the Earth for it to be a globe in the first place. Shit, man, that's what I meant. I felt a right dickhead when I found out. I really did. Complete inadequate fool, I felt. Yep, incapable. Yeah. Which is why I'm so passionate about it now, you see, because I've learned my lesson. Yeah. No professor will want to debate us. No. Once we've shown them the physics doesn't exist for what you say, and then we can bring in all the other stuff, the long distance, this and that, and the movies and the Stanley Kubricks and all the alum everything. I think by this time they'll retire from their job because they know that every day they live and mention the globe as a heliocentric ball, they're lying. You are lying to stay alive, sir, which is the contradiction of living. You're a liar. You wake up a liar, you shave a liar, you brush your teeth, you're a liar. You have a shit in the toilet, you're lying. Yeah, you go to sleep a liar, you wake up a liar. You have your breakfast, dinner, lunch, dinner as a liar. You sleep, you're going to die a liar. You're a wrong. That's your life. Every minute, every time you mention that word, heliocentric and the earth is a globe. Liar? Okay. That's who you are.
Liar's a liar.
Yep, you're a liar, sir. Shaving in the morning? Yes, honey. I'm just thinking about the lie I've got to tell at school. Hang on a sec. As he's shaving, Oh, what that lesson that I'm lying about? What that lesson I've got to? Oh yeah, I've got to check sure that the liars. I've got to check that the lie has worked and they've got uptaken the lie. So I've got to mark their books. Yeah. Oh yeah. Bloody. That's what it is, isn't it? Isn't it? Especially if you know the Earth is flat.
Pretty much.
Yep. If you know it's flat, a level plane, and you're actually going to school to teach the opposite of that. Man, what kind of human being is that? Shameful. Wouldn't you say? Right, I shall leave you guys for a short while. I'm going to go off and get something to eat now. Just a little bit peckish. So see what I'll get something to eat. Catch you guys later. Nice talking. Thanks, Gio. All the best for 2022. I forgot to say that earlier. Better late than never.
Yeah, thanks, Jid. Sounds good. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, you as well. 2022 is going to be a good one.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one because we're going to put the psychological screws into the heliocentrics. That's what we're going to do now. Psychological, like a vice. Put the head in the vice and turn the handle. Yes. Is it a globe or is it flat? Which one is it? Come on now. It's turn. Is it a globe? Is it? It's flat. It's flat. Okay. Okay, we release.
Well,
yeah. The truth is the truth. So the truth is the clamp. That's what I'm saying. The flat Earth truth will surround them and squash them till they realize it's flat. That's what I mean by that. But I'm using the old gangster image where they put that guy's head in the vice and they, what? Tell the truth, you bastard.
Yeah. Well, I think the truth always rises to the top. So whether now or later, I think everyone's going to come to it.
Yeah,
eventually.
like the cream always rises to the top. You got it.
Well, I wonder, this is a whole other topic of what happens after we die, but I do think about, people like, my grandfather, for example, that went through his whole life, always thought the earth was a globe. Probably, he never looked into it, probably, very in depth, and I just think, that when he passed, perhaps then he knew, he never would have known in this life.
No, because he didn't question it. It was a given. He didn't have to question it. You see, it was a given. It was a given to him. He uploaded the lie, like we all did, and he never questioned it because he didn't have any reason to. He trusted the information. So he passed on pure of heart, not a fool, because he wasn't a fool. You're only a fool is when you've actually learnt the truth and then you carry on being the lie. That's when you're being foolish. But when you've learnt something and you took it on faith and you believed in it, you're not a criminal. You can say you're naive, okay, fine, but you're still pure of heart. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, your dad was pure of heart. Your granddad was pure of heart. He took it as a given. He didn't have to question it. And that was that. So that's why he didn't look into it so deep. Now, if he was alive now and you told him about it now, there'd be heated debates probably because he'd be defending it. But then once you bring the facts to him slowly but gently at each step of the way, he might come to understand that, yes, he indeed has been mistaken for believing in something that he didn't check. That would be the mistake. Because you learnt it as a child. And the things you learn as a child, you take for true, don't you? Do you not?
Yeah. Well, and in his generation, he passed away far before 2015. So even if he had looked into it, it would have been before there's a lot more information on it.
Yeah. But I think the information from Roadbottom would be sufficient to understand, I think. Good starting point, wouldn't you think?
Yeah. I haven't read all of Robotham's work, but I've read portions of it.
Yeah, it's a great place, great place to start. I mean, if you know part of his work is to know the flat Earth, and that's that. That's good enough. But we're using today's technology and taking on their modern lies. That's what's good about it now, because they're using the technology, the blue screen and the green screen and that, and they're really advancing the ability to lie and to make it seamless, like it's true. Yeah. Hello.
Remember me?
Well, welcome.
You don't remember me?
I remember you, man.
Okay, good. How are you?
I'm fine. And how are you, sir?
Awesome. In a
So,
good mood. Yeah.
do you have any news?
What do you mean? Like in life?
Yeah.
I don't know how to answer that.
Okay, no news, nothing's happened. Nothing exciting has happened then.
That's pretty much every day for me.
Okay, did you hear anything exciting about the flat earth, the heliocentric model?
Anything exciting? No, not really.
Yeah. Something that rocked your world?
It was exciting in the beginning, but I've stuck around flat earthers for so long that I've pretty much heard everything.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is if you're still thinking that the earth is a globe, have you got any evidence for that still? Have you found? Because you haven't presented anything.
I'm not bothered debating.
Oh, so you're quite happy living in your fantasy world. That's why nothing's happened, because you're living in a fantasy world which is just like being in a washing machine and the clothes are tumbling around.
What?
And that's that. That's all you are. You're in a washing machine just tumbling around. Yeah? Not the washing machine, should I say the dryer. Just tumbling around aimlessly, no control, no direction.
Why washing
No
machine?
control. Yeah? No control. Yeah? Yeah? You're happy with that. You're happy with that fantasy existence. Quite happy with that. Not to know the truth that the earth is a flat plane. And it's okay to believe in a ball that you cannot prove.
Yeah, I believe in unicorns.
That really does show the value of the life you have. Yeah?
I believe in unicorns.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. Right. So, that makes sense why nothing new has happened to you then. Fine.
Any news for you?
Oh yeah. I rediscovered how powerful my nose is, my scent today, for example. I went out for a 6-mile walk. I returned home. My second eldest